A very warm welcome in the literal sense of the word to the historic circuit of Genk in Belgium for round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for 2026, presented by WSK Promotion. 216 drivers from 34 nations around the world at this fantastic circuit not too far from the Dutch border. It is round 3 of 4 of the 2026 championship. Nice to have your company as you join us live around the world. This is round 3. We start the morning with the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-finals. 30 of the direct drive 2-speed category karts down on the grid, ready to race. But before we do, let's check out the highlights of the previous round of the championship at Wackersdorf in Germany. Highlights of round 2 of the championship. That was in beautiful Bavaria at Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland. And we come to Belgium, the historic circuit of Karting Genk, the home of champions for round 3 of 4 for 2026. The DD2 karts and the 4 DD2 Masters drivers, they're down on the grid, about to come out onto this 1.36 kilometre circuit for the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary, delighted to be joined direct from, let's get this straight, he's not English, direct from Wales. Good morning and welcome to Karting Genk, Henry Baudet.
Thank you very much, Ian. It's a great pleasure to be here. Huge honour for me to be here at the RMC Euro Trophy, back at Genk, the home of champions. We were talking about this yesterday. Unfortunately, I have been coming here now for nearly 20 years, which makes me feel very old, but the circuit looks absolutely magnificent. The weather, it's a balmy 26 degrees, which is only 10 degrees cooler than it was yesterday because it has been hot.
That's been the big talking point. Scorching conditions, 39 degrees Celsius and incredibly humid. We are expecting, well, a few degrees less than that today. A little, I can't say the word cool change, but it has changed overnight. We are expecting about 31 or 32 degrees Celsius, which is almost 10 less than yesterday, the stifling conditions we've had at Genk. The DD2 kart's about to come out onto the circuit. Henry, it's been a great weekend thus far, despite the weather conditions. Let's see the positive side. We've had many a race here at Karting Genk in Belgium in freezing cold conditions and pouring rain. That's not the case this weekend.
No, not at all. Last year for the Golden Trophy, for example, in October, everyone was shivering and they had 7 layers of clothing on. The only thing that people have put 7 layers on this weekend is sun cream, and it is still very, very warm. There's not a cloud in the sky, which is a great day to show off over 200 of, not just Europe, the world's best Rotax drivers, because this entry list is absolutely stacked from top to bottom. There isn't another regional or continental-based championship in the world of Rotax racing that is as strong as the RMC Euro Trophy by WSK Promotions.
Yes,
and of course, Genk, one of the hardest tracks. A lot of the drivers have been saying it's been so hot, finding the setup is very, very difficult.
Yes, 34 countries represented. We'll go through the grid with you. It is the pole who starts on pole position. Patrick Donitsa, who took pole last week for the BNL Series, and again here this weekend. Alongside his Jakob Beschel, who won at Wackersdorf. Val Kirsten's the first of the so-called local drivers, alongside WK out of 4, Leonardo Baccalini, Mika van der Pavert, Eggers Volkens, Bende Jabo, Hannes Morin out of grid 9, and Len Nice, the Belgian, here in Belgium, starts out of grid 10. Starting out of grid 11, Willem Nordbeck, former Grand Finals champion of the world, the Estonian. 14 car athletics right now, Vieras, Michael Rosina, who won at Cremona, Ralph van der Pavert, Nicolas Picot, he's the first Masters driver, his countryman Hugo Dupont, Giuliano Cucciolillo, the Italian-Swiss driver, Will Ellswood, former British Series winner, and Enzo Bolt, the former European champion, Hamza Hashisho from Qatar in the Middle East, starts out of grid 20. Grid 21, Artur Vitra, Dimo Notte Francesco Benkaminski, and it's Sorensen Tanschert, the 41-year-old Austrian, Jankovic, the Lithuanian, Steve Vermeulen in the Pantano kart, Horvad, Guillaume, and Mirko Gervasoni. For the legendary Max Buslinger, starts out of grid 30. 2 pole positions in a row. Henry for Patrick Donitsa a week ago, last week in the BNL Series, and also on Friday morning. This is the pole who starts grid 1 for the KSB Austria team, car 482. The Virulat alongside Jakob Beschel, 2-time Euro champ, who won at Wackersdorf last month.
Yeah, these two, Donitsa and Beschel, yesterday, they duelled it out. In the first of the heats yesterday, Beschel put a move on Donitsa going into the last corner. It was a fantastic move, risky. Donitsa needed to give him a little bit of love and just to see that there was a kart coming. It could have been a collision, but luckily there wasn't. But then Donitsa returned the favour in the closing, in the last race of the day yesterday, to equalise the score. This is the rubber match, I think we should call it. They've got one apiece yesterday, but of course there are 28 other drivers. Well, 27 other drivers, because we may not have Manuel Tenschert out there. It has been a tough season for the number 484, Manuel Tenschert. Didn't start at Wackersdorf either, and was involved in an incident in the last heat yesterday. I hope that the 42-year-old Austrian is okay.
Yes, Manuel Tenschert not taking the start, it seems, as we welcome you to Karting Gang for the first of our pre-finals here this morning. DD2 and the 4 Masters drivers. The first Masters driver is Nicolas Picot, Dimo Notte Francesco, Steve Vermeulen, and Mirko Gervasoni on the final row of the grid. Look at this.
There's a problem. I saw something come off one of the lead karts coming onto the Europa Plan straight. Was it off Patrick Donitsa's kart? Was it one of the rear bumper clips at the end? He's got a problem. The pole from pole position may not be starting from pole position.
Under the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, as Patrick leads them up to the line. We welcome you to Karting Gang, the DD2 pre-final here this morning, round 3, the Rotax Max Challenger Euro Trophy. Walking up to the line, Jakob Beschel to the right of your screen. We do another formation lap, no start this time. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, deputy race director, Mr. Filip Trombek of the Czech Republic, home circuit of Třinec, where we race the series final on September 13, and assistant deputy race director, Mr. Marco Carlino.
Donitsa's gone off. Patrick Donitsa has stopped on the outside of turn number 1. I thought I saw, it was at this point, just to the right, maybe you can even see it there, that little black thing at the top of the curb, at the very top of the screen. Something fell off one of the 2 lead karts, but it was obviously Donitsa's kart, and our pole sitter, Patrick Donitsa, will not take the start. Well, Ian, I've got to say, for the first time I've come to Euro Trophy, it's nice we've got a nice drama-free start to the day. Not.
Sensational start, Patrick Donitsa. You just got a glimpse of the pole. Walking to the side of the circuit, has rolled to a stop. was stationary at this part of the track a moment ago. There is nobody on pole position. Patrick Donitsa, the pole will not start from pole. There he is to the top right of your screen, hunched over the tyre barriers. Patrick Donitsa out before the start of a sensational DD2 pre-final here this morning. Jakob Beschel, grid 2, there is nothing but fresh air on pole position. Wout Kirstens, 466, needs to hold back, cannot simply assume pole position, has to start still from the second row of the grid. Jakob Beschel on grid 2, de facto pole position. Patrick out before the start. There's Wout Kirstens to the left of your screen. Jakob to the right. The DD2 pre-final here this morning at Karting Genk, the home of champions. For the first time today, we race. Slow start as Jakob Beschel stares over the left shoulder as we see Baccalini try and make a move up the inside. The Italian goes through to P3 and a clean start without the pole sitter. Jakob Beschel, we see Steve Vermeulen in the background going off and now rejoining, but with damage. It looks as though the Masters driver at the top of your screen will have an early end to the pre-final here this morning. Jakob Beschel with the race lead. We see Kirstens in second place. Baccalini in P3. Patrick Donitsa, helpless, is about to see the leaders go by. He's just off screen to the side of the circuit. Patrick Donitsa is out, and Jakob Beschel with a fabulous start from grid 2. The Kraft Motorsport driver, the German team who won in Germany the second round of the championship. It is JB who leads lap 1 here at Karting Genk in Belgium.
Yeah, the absolute perfect start for Jakob Beschel. Number 1, his nearest rival all weekend has been Beschel versus Donitsa, and Donitsa is out. So Beschel opens up a 1.7 second lead on the opening lap of the race. Now it is down to Baccalini, Kirstens, William Christensen, maybe even Hannes Morin, who assumes 5th position at the moment. But look at the lead Beschel has got as they go down the Europa Plan straight into the Button Complex on lap number 2. This is only, of course, to decide who starts where for the main event, the final. But Patrick Donitsa already has dropped down. He'll be starting no higher than 8th place. But Beschel, this is a case of calm, save as many tyres as possible because you've got 2 sets of tyres, but still, there's been an awful lot of racing, and the track temperatures soaring well above 30 degrees. Air temperature 27, track temperature a lot higher.
Baccalini across the line, he's been doing that all weekend, the aerodynamic layback position.
Call it new school, that's new school. Old school is when you hunch down, new school is when you look your back up and put your knees up.
Old school is his helmet design, as you pointed out yesterday, Henry. Jody Scheckter replica helmet, looks fantastic. He's quick in second place, goes down the back straight, 114 kilometres an hour. Mika van der Pavert just clocked 117.7. So we see the fight in the background between Kirstens, Norberg, nice, Ranja Vidas, Higgars Volkans, and Nicholas Picol, P11, and the first Masters driver.
Nicholas Pico, even though he's been, I'll say, the class of the Masters field, he did have a DNF in one of the heat races yesterday. And that is what is going to keep everyone else in that class. And by that, I mean, look at Francisco Giovasoni. We've got to move. That is that's 3rd place. Hannes Morin making the move. The top 2 are still, well, actually, it was 1.7 seconds last time, but Leonardo Baccalini is closing in a little bit. Maybe it must be that new school aerodynamic assist, the head back, knees up approach. Baccalini closing in. Baccalini at the moment would be starting 3rd. Wout Kirstens, who is defending. Well, where has Wout gone? Wout is down to 8th place, so not a great lap for Wout Kirstens as we look at the battle for what is 3rd, 4th and 5th position.
Aggression, contact as they go through the left-hander. This group of 4, Baccalini ahead is Len Nice, the Belgian here in Belgium. Incidentally, we have lost also the former European champion for SP Motorsport. Enzo Pol is out along with 10 shirts. Steve Vermeulen in the pole hitter, Patrick Donitsa. Beschel across the line, 1.1 seconds clear of Baccalini. Hannes Morin, Denis Charbot, who just clocked 118.7 kilometres an hour. Len Nice, 446 from WK in 444. Norberg, Kirstens, Ranja Viras, and now Picol. The top Masters driver, P10 outright, the leaders on your screen. This is Jakob, Leo in second. Back to Hannes Morin, the Swede, in third.
What you said, Ian, about the high speed that Bennett Sabo had achieved. He had Len Nice pushing him along down the back straight. Now the slipstream in DD2 could be worth up to 5 kilometers an hour, because we're looking at the 1 minute, 113.7 on your own, and then he pops up with 117, 118 kilometers an hour across the line. It shows you how important the slipstream is, but there is a problem with the slipstream. Because track temperatures and the air temperatures have been so high, a lot of drivers have been telling me that when you follow somebody for more than 3 or 4 laps, everything just gets way too hot, and then you're almost hamstrung. You cannot make any passes, because no matter what the driver does with the radiator flap, they just cannot keep the tyre temperatures, they can't keep the engine temperatures cool enough to give them that extra bit of oomph to make some passing. Now, of course, yeah, this is a traditional European summer's day, 27, 28 degrees, not like the weather we've had the last couple of days. So maybe the track temperature, that lower air temperature, will help the racing. Although Jakob Bezel has cleared off and now leads, well, only by 0.7 of a second. Can Wackersdorf, as we approach the halfway point of this race, do something about Jakob Bezel? Interested to see. Maybe Bezel doesn't need to win this race, though. Bezel, you know, Wackersdorf wins this race, he'll start second, so Bezel doesn't need to fight. Keep his powder dry, as it were, but there's a nice battle in the middle of the pack going through. Pico is up to 9th, but here come your leaders.
Becher will start from pole position, even if Leonardo Baccalini goes by. He's set a 54.919, the only driver under the 55-second bracket. Hannes Morin, Ben Dejabo. This is Len Nice, the Belgian who's had a quiet week on his home circuit. P5 at the moment from William Norbeck and Christensen, the two Danes. Half race distance, Kirsten and Nico Pico. You're watching Len Nice down in front of the grandstand as we lose one into pit lane. That's Nico Guillaume. Another Belgian has retired, so Becher will start from pole position, even if Baccalini, who is the fastest driver on the circuit, goes on by. JB, P1 from the Czech Republic. He won at Wackersdorf. Glances back over the shoulder, back to Leo. And then this duo, Hannes Morin, Ben Dejabo, the Hungarian from Len Nice, Nordbeck and WK. 54.861 for Baccalini. Former race winner, also in WSK in OK direct drive competition, glances back over the shoulder, closes in on the back of Jakob Becher, the gap down to 0.4 of a second, and then 4 seconds back to this Graf Motorsport duo. Hannes Morin, Ben Dejabo, and Len Nice. There's William Norbeck in the background in 408 P6 for the RS competition team, the Danish driver, the Danish team. It is that Czech driver for this team on your screen, Graf Motorsport. They are in positions 1, 3 and 4, half race distance. The DD2 pre-final here this morning. Nice to have your company wherever you're joining us live around the world as you look at the race leaders, Jakob Becher, Baccalini, then this battle back to Hannes Morin, Ben Dejabo, Len Nice, and the RS competition driver from Denmark, William Norbeck.
As we're looking at further down the order, I think because this weekend has been so difficult, everyone's been saying, you know, to get the setup right, you know, in the temperatures at the circuit has been so difficult. There are lots of very impressive drivers. For example, look at Edgar Vilkans, last year's our International Trophy champion, 10th. Ragnar Vieras, the 2023 Grand Finals champion, he's 11th. Michael Racina, who was so good in the opening round of the season, is only in 14th position. Further back down the order, Hamza Hashisho, the Qatari driver from Motorscape, 22nd at the moment. He's had lost a couple of places, had a top 20 start. This is still only Hamza's second full year in karting. Didn't start until the end of 2024. Now, the Qatari Motorsport Federation have been taking an interest in Hamza, who is probably Qatar's #1 kart racer at the moment. I know Qatar have invested heavily into GT racing and sports car racing, but Hamza Hashisho back there in 22nd place is a tough race. This is about as tough as it gets, Ian, isn't it? The circuit, the temperatures, and the competition, it is as tough as it gets.
Middle East champion. He's one of the few drivers not complaining about the weather here this
No,
weekend.
no, he's not complaining about the weather. His dad has got a towel. His dad Hassan has got a towel, which is called Jeffrey. And down in the gap, you'll see him waving his white towel, you know, which is Hamza's signal. You know, that's where all the drivers are looking for their mechanics to look there, but Hamza just looks for the white towel, looks for Jeffrey.
Home circuit of Lusail in Qatar.
Yes.
As this battle continues on, Len Nyes dives down the inside. Nicely done by the Belgian. Norbeck around the outside. Bendejabo, the loser in that battle. Len goes through to P4. Back to the race leaders. Jakob Beschel, 54.710. We'll start from pole position as we get news. Not only Will Ayleswood, but also Ralph van der Pavert under investigation.
Bazel under investigation. 4:05, Jakob Bazel under investigation, Ian. That must be to do with the start, because it was a little bit pedestrian, wasn't it?
Almost certainly. Word just coming through from race control. So Jakob Beschel, provisional pole position, but that may change. He's about to get that on the board. Under investigation now is the race leader. As it stands, Patrick Donitsa will start third row of the grid, so not a catastrophe for the pole, who has dominated thus far this weekend, as Leo goes fastest with a 54.530. Beschel, P1, the gap, 0.6 of a second, but under investigation. Hannes Marin, a second Craft Motorsport driver, we wait, comes onto the back straight now. There's Baccalini. This is Hannes Marin. Behind Len Nyes, fighting with William Nordbeck, Bendejabo. Just behind then, WK for RS competition. Christensen has come from the proverbial mile back to join this fight for fourth place.
Yeah, Christensen started on the model track Genk, the radio control car track at the back of the circuit. He was that far behind. Bessel, though, even if they plank him with a 5-second penalty for a jump start, that would drop him to second. Because he's now 6 seconds, these two drivers, 6 seconds ahead of Sweden's Hannes Morin as we run lap 13 out of 14, the penultimate tour around Genk. You're coming into turn number 5 now, and now down the Europaplan straight, the highway that is to the right-hand side of our camera shot there, into the Button Complex, past model racetrack Genk, the radio control car track. There's some bikes testing here on the Supercross or the motocross track. This is a motorsport heaven in Belgium. As we watch the rest of the field siphon through the straight into the final couple of corners, and Jakob Patel is going to be starting the... Now, there's Dernier Tour is last lap in French. Ultima Volta, what's last lap in Belgium? I think
that's it on there.
Ah, there we go. That's why, I mean, I can't even say it in Welsh. There we go. Here we go. But we're on it. It's final lap time. Patel cruising.
We'll stay in English for the
moment. Yeah, why
Henry.
not? We'll try and do that, yes.
Leonardo Baccalini has closed the gap. Fastest driver on circuit on your screen in second place. Jakob Beschel under investigation, but with the race lead is cruising out front. Yes, as Henry points out, even if he does get a penalty, almost certainly for a starting infringement, if that's the case, there is no penalty for the moment, just under investigation. He sits on 4 points. Val Kirstens, who's back in 8th place on 19 points, tied with Baccalini. So Leo fighting for pole position potentially here. Patrick Donitsa will start third row of the grid provisionally. Final lap, final corner, the first of our pre-finals here this morning. And the checkered flag does wave, and the Wackersdorf race winner, Jakob Beschel, crosses the line to take a provisional victory as Leo goes fastest on his final circuit. A 54.468 to come home second from Hannes Marin, Nordbeck, Len Nyes, Christensen, Jabo, Val Kirstens, Nico Pico, the first Masters driver, who did finish P3 outright, remember, at Wackersdorf. So Jakob Beschel, provisional pole position, but has crossed the line and is under investigation. Esteban Francesco crosses the line as a third Masters driver. Michael Rosina, the Cremona race winner, has had a disaster this morning, has had a tough weekend. The Italian in 25th and final position here this morning. Jakob Beschel with a provisional race win here this morning. The Craft Motorsport driver from the Czech Republic, a provisional pole for this afternoon's final.
Yeah, speaking to Bas Lammers this morning, the MKC Motorsport man, who of course runs Michael Rosina. Here is a quick look at your result. Vettel by just 0.2 of a second from Baccalini, Morin, Novak, Nice, Christensen, Sabo, Kirstens. Second place on the grid, 8th in that race. He'll start on the outside of the front row alongside Vettel for the final, Pico and Vilkans. We now look further down the order, the rest of the survivors, Ellswood, DuPont, Ragnar Vieira's only 13th. Then the two Vanderpavets, Mika ahead of Ralph Cucciolo, Jovard Sorensen, Vidiera Kaminski, and then Hamza Hashisho 21st, Gervasoni, Yankevichus, not a Francisco, although he is a Francisco because he's in his name, but we talked about that yesterday, and then Michael Messina, the last of the finishers, although actually Michael Messina retiring on the last lap. And we look out at the commentary studio window to see a dejected Patrick Donitsa standing, 4 marshals around him. He hasn't taken his crash helmet off yet, which probably he's just focusing his anger inside his crash helmet after that. Incredible drama before we even started the race.
That's the scene here at Genk in Belgium. Patrick Donitsa out before the start from pole. But it's not a disaster at the moment. Provisionally, we'll start the third row of the grid as the sun shines here in beautiful Belgium, not too far from the Dutch border. We get ready to race, and forgive the cliche, we will electrify the circuit in just a moment because the E20 Rotax category join us for the third round of the championship. Their pre-final here this morning at 12 of the electric carts have entertained us here this weekend as Rotax continue to pursue this electric category and develop what is a prototype experimental category. Henry's been actually the best adjective I can come up with. I know there's a lot of opinion, let's say, on electrified racing. It has actually been, given that if I can be a little bit partial for a moment, grew up watching V8 supercars and NASCAR.
Yes.
But it has been actually quite fascinating and very interesting to watch the E20 electric karts.
Yeah, I've driven one of these E20 karts. It was a couple of years ago, and they still had a little bit of extra weight on them. They've been on a diet since I drove one, and they're heavy, very fast, instant power delivery. Braking is better than you would think because you're carrying a lot more weight on the cart. You think, oh, the braking is not going to be that good, but it is very good. The boost button especially. I had not driven a kart before I drove an E20. I had not driven a proper race kart in about 12 years. And I thought I was okay with not driving anymore. It took me about 3 corners of Portimao in an E20 to realise, my goodness me, I miss this. And yes, it's been a good battle, a nice Iberian battle between Lucas Pinheiro and Marcos de Dios for the win. Now, of course, there are 2 tickets available. We're giving out 3 tickets to the grand finals today. Obviously, the Minimax Belgian Cup, the winner takes a ticket. But each winner in E20 Senior and E20 Masters, they do get a ticket to the grand finals in Portimao today.
That is correct. Of course, the grand finals, the biggest kart racing event in the world, to take place once again at the Algarve circuit in the very south of Portugal. Speaking of Portugal, Lucas Santos do Portugal from Porto has been in great form here this weekend. Starts out of grid 2. Marcos de Dios starting out of pole position. Anna Benedict starting out of grid 3, the 2-time Hungarian Cup champion. There is no formation lap. They will leave at pit lane and form up on the grid under the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, direct from officiating the Italian GT3 Championship at the Temple of Speed, Monza, 7 days ago. Deputy Race Director, Mr. Filip Trombik from the Czech Republic, and Assistant Deputy Race Director, Mr. Marco Carolino. Just a moment or two before the start, still a couple of karts from the previous DD2 pre-final to come back to the pits here. Nice to have your company as you join us live around the world on a beautiful summer's day. We've had fabulous weather, a little warm, but not too bad. 39 degrees Celsius yesterday, about 8 or 9 less than that here this morning as the breeze picks up, not too far from the Dutch border at this historic circuit of Genk in Belgium. Round 3 of 4. the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We take a look at the grid. Marcos on pole position.
Then it is Lucas Pinheiro on the outside of row number 1, and all Hungarian. Row number 2, Anna Benedek and Akos Madaras for the KMS Europe team. Then we have Sosinski and Eckel on row number 3. Row number 4, Karacevic and Karl Kleribo, 8th position. He is the leading Masters driver. Now the Masters carts, they're the drivers, the number 800s. Gervais and Bussesi are next. Field rounded out by Javier Fernandez and Antonio Lima. So the seniors are number 700s and above, the Masters 800s and above. Here we go. Standing start for the E20s, and the sound of silence is about to overtake us all.
Marcos 723 to the left of your screen. Lucas to the right. We race the E20 pre-final as these electric carts launch off the line. Marcus into turn 1. Anna tries the outside line. Contact into turn 2. And Marcus skips away with a nice lead in the 10-lap E20 pre-final here this morning. The first Masters driver is Karl Kleribo, the Belgian Baker, in 8.95 as they go down the back straight for the first time.
I love that. All you can hear is the whir of the batteries and the squeal of the tyres. And as you're driving, you can hear the tyres, you can hear the curbs. As they run over the rumble strip, all the drivers will be able to hear is the, which you don't get that sensation in, internal combustion powered machines. But we got a 3-kart battle, and we got our first lead change. That looks like it's going to be Pinheiro, or is that the Dios back in front? Side by side as they cross the line, and it is our poleman, Marco de Dios, back into the lead, but not for much longer. You said it was interesting and it's been fascinating. Well, this is actually very, very entertaining as they come through turn number 4 on lap number 2.
Milan Skonecki from Poland with a fabulous start, the first 3 breaking away. Marcos is there, Maximilian Eckel, Madaros. A Hungarian, the second Hungarian, Anna Benedek, 2-time Hungarian Cup champion. She's dropped back into position 8 as the first 3 pull away. Coming down in front of the grandstand, Marcos, 7.23, Milan, 7.32. Maximilian from Poland in 7.58, rides the bumps in front of the grandstand there, which is critical in these carts as we see a move down the inside into the final corner. Milan fires it up the inside. Contact as they come onto the straight. Milan back in front. Marcos second. There's Maximilian. Back to Akos Madaros. Lucas do Porto in Portugal, who's dominated the weekend, did not get the best start. He's back in position 5, trying to get a ticket to race in the Rotax Max Grand Finals in his home country of Algarve in the south of Portugal later on this year. First Masters driver is Karl, 8.95 in 7th place.
Yeah, Karl Kleribo is with the black race suit, predominantly black crash helmet, and he is at the tail end of the second group of carts. You've got the top 3, and I don't know what happened to Lucas Pinheiro. A great start, and then somewhere on the opening lap has lost ground, because it has been De Dios and Pinheiro, the dominant 2 drivers so far this week. They're all being shown a clean pair of heels at the moment by number 732. That is Milan Skosenski. Oh, and a problem there. That is at turn number 1. Who have we lost there? We'll come back to that. Yellow flags are out. That was, I think, maybe somebody in the second pack of carts, Ian.
Milan goes through to take the lead. We have lost. It may well have been Čaković who gets back on track. Lazar. It was indeed Lazar Čaković coming together. You just saw that to the side of your screen. The Serbian driver in 7.85 has got back going again. Looked much more violent than it was. He's back circulating, but down at the bottom of the order as at Milan in 7.32 from Maximilian. There's Marcos going on through de España, Akos Madaros and Karl. P5 for the first Masters driver in 8.95, and closing in on the race leaders. Karl with a 57.528, the fastest driver on the circuit. Coming onto the straight now, looks back behind him. as we see Milan having to defend from Maximilian Marcos in third place, half race distance. The second of our pre-finals here this morning, it is the E20 electric Rotax category here at Genk. Milan goes in tight, going on to the back straight, accelerating, and we listen to the sound of silence.
Out of turn number 9, down towards the spectator terracing. Yeah, it's not a wheeze, but it's there's certainly it's a sound that the racing firmament, you know, is getting used to, whether they like it or not. Because you are looking at the eventual future of our sport at some point or other. Now, there's Carl Cleribo in 5th position. The top 4 are really closing in. I've been impressed with how, well, I mean, still Lucas Pinheiro. It must have been Pinheiro and Kakarevich that collided a lap ago, because Pinheiro is now down in 8th position. De Dios in there in 4th position. It is Akos Madaras. So we've got Poland, Austria, Spain, and Hungary. Now, there's a bit of debris at the exit of the Europa Plan Straight, or the entrance to the Button Complex. Maybe a little bit of banner or a bit of rubber. Something is on the side of the circuit, not interfering with the racing, as we're now into the second half of this race, and 4 karts still in with a shout of the victory. In fact, if the drivers want to start shouting at each other, we could probably hear them.
Coming onto the straight as we start lap 7, the E20 pre-final. These drivers, of course, 5 seconds of boost every 30 seconds, which gives them an extra 4 kilowatts or so. We get word that Lazar Čaković, who was involved in that earlier incident a couple of laps ago, he's still circulating behind the Argentine Javier Fernandez, but is under investigation for an optimistic move down into turn 1 on lap 4. Down in 11th place, the final driver is Antonio Lima, also de Portugal. Milan in position 1, this group of 4. Maximilian, then Marcos and Akos Madaras in P4. We go back to Carl, who's the top Masters driver, the Belgian from here in Belgium with 13 bakeries. He's the world's fastest kart racing Belgian baker. He's in P5, the first Masters driver trying to catch the 4 leaders. Madaras with the 57.358 onto the straight. We'll check the speeds for you incidentally as they go down into turn 1. 114.1 kilometers an hour with the boost, as we see a change for the lead. Maximilian goes down the inside. Marco is still in P3, but it's the Austrian who goes on through into position 1.
Yeah, Milan Skosenski has been defending for the last couple of laps, and you just know that at some point he's not going to be able to defend any longer. There goes De Dios, and there goes Madaras, and suddenly Skosenski, from hero to zero in the space of about 4 corners, he's still in 4th position, and Skosenski would still start in the top 5 for the final. De Dios would be your pole sitter, and believe it or not, Lucas Pinheiro, despite having a terrible pre-final so far, would be on the outside of the front row with Anna Benedek, who has again had a slightly anonymous race so far. She would start 4th because Akos Madaras would be in 3rd position on the grid for the final later today. Carl Cleribo, he has just got to try and keep as many karts between himself and Michele Bezzesi and Javier Fernandez and Antonio Lima in that race within a race.
Lucas Santos with a purple sector, but back in P7. First of the 2 Portuguese drivers who's had a brilliant run up until this weekend. Yes, also Anna Benedict. She's been consistently in the top 3. Back in P6 is Anna, the second Hungarian driver. It is the Austrian Maximilian who goes P1 with a purple sector in the 2nd sector. Coming around to take the last lap board in just a moment. 1.36 kilometers of this karting Genk circuit across the line for the penultimate time. Maximilian in position 1. Marcos up the inside.
It didn't take Marco de Dios long. 1 lap sitting behind Maximilian Eckel, and he picked his moment. And already, de Dios, he must have made the move, and now he's got the boot. Oh, and a problem. Second position. That is Kosenski now moving back into P2. Eckel doesn't look too happy about it, but I think de Dios made the move and then used the boost button, and just to make sure that he had no pressure, no threat from behind in the closing stages. But it has been, again, very, very entertaining. That's what, 3, 4 different leaders we've had as we head into the final corner. But it's not been easy, but it will be another win for Spain's Marco de Dios. Oh, and there is why we have a problem. Oh, and that is that Akos Madaras. That could change because Madaras has not got his nose cone on. That will be, well, I mean, would he pass scrutineering at the end of that race without a nose cone? I doubt it, which could affect the grid. Madaras will start 4th at the moment, but he could be demoted further back down the order.
We take a look at the highlights of the E20 pre-final. Marcos with a great start. Not the same can be said for Lucas Santos, who's had a great weekend thus far, but did not get off the line so well. As the front 3, Milan briefly into the race leads. Konechny and Maximilian Eckel did this. Lazar Kacakovic. That put the Serbian driver under investigation. Marcos around the outside. Maximilian. And then Marcos. This was the move for the Spaniard to go on through De Dios, whose surname literally translates from Spanish to English, from the gods. And this is Akos Madaros, losing the front spoiler on the penultimate lap. Marcos de España, el ganador, ahead of Milan, the Pole, then Maximilian, the Austrian. Madaros crosses the line in P4, but without the front spoiler. Carl Clerbot, first Masters driver for Bouvard Power in P5 outright. Then it was Anna Benedict. Lucas Santos finishes P7 from Lola Gervais, the 16-year-old French driver, multiple NSK Femenil winner. Berthes, their second Masters driver, Javier Fernandez. Čakovic under investigation. Antonio Lima crosses the line as the final finisher in 12th place. This is the scene here at Genk in Belgium. The blue sky at this historic circuit. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenger Euro Trophy 2026, presented by WSK Promotion. The third of our pre-finals in just a moment. Mini Max about to come onto the circuit, being led by Sebastian. It is Behrman. Sam Pollard Racing 137 in the Kart Republic, who's had a strong, intelligent, consistent run this weekend, has driven superbly, despite not at times having the best kart on the circuit. Austin Aman, who was on the podium at Wackersdorf, the second generation racer. Austin Aman, the English-Scottish driver whose father, Tristram, actually raced with us in the first ever running of the WSK International Series back in the glory days of 100cc ICA.
Oh yes.
2006, Tristram 121 starting at a grid 2 alongside Sebastian, an all-British front row of the grid.
Tristram Oman was the very first British driver to be on the Grand Finals podium. Behrman, Oman, row 1. Cook and Maria Roberto on row number 2. Oscar Kenny and Samar Chopra from the UAE on row number 3. Charlie Page, and then the first of the Pharaoh brothers is younger brother, it's King Arthur. Older brother Arthur Pharaoh, followed by Teddy Murphy and Logan Rolfe, your top 10. Row number 6, James Roots and Tenze Silva. Then it's Albert Pharaoh and Dijan Habetz, who had an accident in the last heat yesterday. Hopefully he's okay. Paul Plattner and Harris Barber. Tim Hansler, Conrad Doyle, newly crowned Danish Minimax champion. He's going to the Grand Finals. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Mikkel Godschalk. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer has got a car that runs on the right petrol. Then it's Zani, Jakobsen, Oliveira, Davidiu, Conradson, Nigel Dickinson, Nicholas Zelensky. He flipped his kart yesterday, tried to get back in the race, and then Andre Marin, the last of the drivers. Dijan Habetz is not gone out. He was involved in that incident with Nicholas Zelensky, and sadly, habits. He was holding his wrist, and I think that might be game over. Now, I talked about Jack Vorbrughammer. His go-kart runs on the same fuel as everybody else. His actual car runs on normal fuel, unlike the car that his team hired, which doesn't run. When you put petrol in a diesel car, we discovered this, it doesn't necessarily make for a happy marriage.
There is actually a company I have noted in Europe who offer that service, and because it happens oh so often.
Yes, it does, especially if you know, you're not looking at the actual, you know, why is this petrol pump not going properly into the car? I had a real struggle getting it in, and then the car goes and comes out.
There is a very costly service, and they'll come to you very quickly and then take a lot of money out of your credit card, as they've just found out this weekend. We look at the front of the grid, and the Brits dominate the first 5 positions. Back to Samar Chopra, the Indian Emirati, the first non-Brit in P5. So Sebastian in Austin, Sam Pollard Racing, 1-2 on the grid. Behrman, Aman, back to Josh Cook out of grid 3. And Maria Roberto, both for KR Sport on the second row of the grid. The Mini-Max pre-final. Sebastian on pole position, 137. Austin, 121. They come up to the line. We don't race. Another formation lap. Sebastian to the left of your screen. The Sam Pollard Racing duo, both in Card Republics. Maria outside second row of the grid is the Italian Brit, Maria Roberto. Watch for Oscar Kenny. For Hunter Motorsport, the team of Kai Hunter, the team based at the Warden Law Circuit in the very north of England, actually took pole position on Friday morning. Oscar Kenny, 148 for Hunter Motorsport, alongside Samar Chopra, United Arab Emirates, Rotax Max Challenge race winner. Samar for Den Holland Racing, 111. We go to Charlie Page, Arthur Farrow, Teddy Murphy, Logan Rolfe out of 5, James Roots, who finished P5 at the German Mini-Max Cup at Wackersdorf. Watch James, grid 11, 1, 2, 3, alongside Vicente Silva for the GKS Lemons team, the legendary team of the great Paul Lemons, based right here at the Karting Gang circuit, of course, famously taking the European Formula Super 8 Championship with the legendary Jensen Button Rotax-powered Techno SS22 in 1997. Vicente Silva, 199 in the Esprit on the outside of the 6th row of the grid. Sebastian on pole position. Behrman with Austin alongside, gets the push from Maria. The Mini-Max pre-final here this morning. This time we race. Austin around the outside. We watch Josh. We go through to position 2. A clean start for the moment. It is Sebastian Behrman, P1. Austin back to position 3. JC goes through to position 2. That's Cook. It is KR Sport who go P2. Goes through to take the lead. Fabulous pass, but he's slow on the exit. Sebastian fights back down the inside. White lines it into the chicane. A ragged start, entertaining us superbly here at Geg. Sebastian with his Sam Pollard Racing teammate Austin Aman right behind, but it's Josh Cook for the team from Silverstone. KR Sport P1 in the Cosmic in a fabulous start to the Mini-Max pre-final here this morning.
Yeah, Josh Cook, he had to make that move. He sent it going into the hairpin before the Europa Plan straight. You're right, it was he got a slow run onto the straight, had to defend, and I've got to say, Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrman, both of them could have just eased Joshua wide going into the Button Complex, but they chose not to. Oh, now Cook runs wide, having been passed by our new leader, Austin Oman. You said he was English and Scottish. If you know Austin's mum Lindsay, you put the Scottish first. He's half Scot, half English. You don't want to upset Lindsay, who is probably watching at home, cheering on her young driver. There's Charlie Page. Charlie Page, that's a very, very distinctive white, luminous green and orange kart. Alfie Cockrell mechanicking for Charlie Page, but of course you've got Paul Munn overseeing Charlie as well, and Charlie, unfinished business. He was leading the Micromax Grand Finals last year until about 6 laps to go. We've got a 4-card battle. Here comes Maria Roberto, the young lady who is such a fan. No, that is Maria Roberto. She's a huge fan of Alice in Wonderland, and you can see the various characters from Alice in Wonderland on her crash helmet. Well, she was driving well yesterday. Was she going to grin like a Cheshire cat? We've got a couple of other karts on the grass. Austin Oman, our race leader, though, is faster than everybody else as Maria into P3. She is having the season of her life so far, Maria Roberto. She might just make her own little bit of history. Because Britain have never, ever qualified a Minimax driver to the Grand Finals.
They're about to surely
be... a young lady, sorry, a female driver. Of course they've qualified drivers in Minimax. What am I talking about, Henry? But a young lady has never raced in Minimax in the Grand Finals. Yet. Yet, a very big word.
She may well do so. In fact, look at this to the left of your screen. We go down to 12th place. Samar Chopra is the first non-Brit. The Union Jack on our timing screen as Charlie Page comes across the line. That was a nice move on Ferro a lap ago as the KR Sport drivers. Josh, who won at Wackersdorf, goes through on Maria 152. It is still Austin from Sebastian. Sam Pollitt racing. It was a moment ago. But now Joshua and Maria go on through 2 and 3. So KR Sport in second and third. Sam Pollitt racing 1-4. There's Charlie Page. Move down the inside. Logan Rolfe, James Roots, Oscar Kenny, the fastest qualifier. Back in position 8 from Samar Chopra, the first non-Brit. The Union Jacks on our timing screen from 1st through to 8th position. Austin, P1 in 1-2-1.
And it's incredible. Now, this isn't it's not a season-long championship, Minimax. It is a series of one-off ticket races. Charlie Page won the opening ticket race, the Italian Cup at Cremona. Mick Klinkers, who's racing here in juniors, he took the Minimax ticket at the German Cup at Wackersdorf. He's testing juniors now, but the licensing situation and the age restrictions that are, cause of a little bit of confusion around the world means that Mick will still be able to race as Charlie Page sets the fastest lap of the race. So Mick will race Minimax at the Grand Finals. Several other drivers, and Page now moves into 4th position. James Roots has got a ticket to the Minimax Grand Finals, having won the Rotax Winter Trophy in Houston, Texas. And Conrad Doyle is the newly crowned Danish champion. So all those drivers already have tickets, so it's the first of whoever crosses the line first that doesn't have a ticket already goes to Portimao. At the moment, that would be our winner, our leader, Austin Oman. He wants to go back for a 3rd consecutive trip to the biggest party in world karting. 12th last year was Austin Oman, 3rd in Sarno as a Micromax driver. On that day, just ahead of him, was our Micromax champion that year, Joshua Cook, who now, ironically, sits just behind him, with Maria Roberto in between them both. Those two purple and white KR Sport karts, a little bit menacing behind Austin Oman at the moment. Page in 4th, and Behrman just slipping back a little bit. Logan Rolfe, Oscar Kenny, and James Roots. And Samar Chopra, well, he's now moved up. He's into 9th. So only the top 8 British drivers now. Something's wrong. We're slacking here. I can't believe it.
Austin on your screen. Incidentally, JC in P3 with a 60.224. Fastest on circuit. Charlie Page driving beautifully here this morning. 114 is the Cosmic. Magnificently presented and quick as well. Charlie in P4 back to Sebastian. There's Logan Rolfe, a move up the inside from JC. Goes through on Maria. The KR Sport team drivers trade positions. It is still Austin 1-2-1 in position 1. 2.5 laps remaining. It is the Belgian Minimax Cup here at Genk. The Sam Pollitt Racing duo now positions 1 and 4. 1 and 5, I should say. KR Sport 2nd and 3rd. Josh in 175 from Maria has taken his teammate. She's now defending from Charlie Page, who's driven a fabulous pre-final this morning as it stands. Sebastian back in P5, but would still start if he does not lose another position on pole position for this afternoon's final.
again. The problem is, Sebastian Behrman has a Logan Rolfe problem. The problem is that Logan is closing in on Sebastian Behrman. Hand over fist as Oman begins to defend. Cook goes for the crossover coming out of the final corner. Drag race as we start lap number 8 out of 9. I can't see the Andy going into turn number 1. I can't see the last lap board. Page up into 3rd position. Charlie Page. This is only to decide who starts where for the main event. But Charlie Page, well, Conrad Doyle set the fastest lap the previous lap. Page has just done the fastest lap. There is a divot in the nose cone of Page's kart. I wonder, maybe that's just the graphics kit that is playing tricks with my eyes, but it does look like there is a dent. I hope that that is not a nose cone bracket, because Page has fought his way up at the moment to 3rd in the race, and that would mean he starts 6th in the main event. As we come to 1 lap to go.
Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Behrman in the background. Logan actually giving Sebastian space. Would still start on pole position just because Austin Oman, his Tempola Racing teammate, has dropped back to P2. JC. P1 is Cook, who won at Wackersdorf, the German Minimax Cup, trying to take the Belgian Minimax Cup as well. Austin Oman, who finished 4th, just narrowly missed the podium at the end of the weekend, long after the weekend, in fact. This is a brilliant drive from CP and P3, Charlie Page in 114. Back to Maria, she's in P4, and then that's Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Behrman, the fastest qualifier. Oscar Kenny, James Roots, Jack Fulbrook, Samar Chopra from the Rotax Challenge in the United Arab Emirates. The Indian in 111, P10. The final few corners, the final lap of the Minimax pre-final this morning. Sebastian back in P6, but would still just start from pole position for the final later this afternoon, holding off Oscar Kenny, who we're getting word from race control is under investigation. The final corner though, Josh Cook for the team from Silverstone wins the pre-final for KR Sport. Just from Austin Oman, Charlie Page, Maria, head of Logan, Sebastian 6. And with that, Behrman provisionally will start the final from pole position. Cook wins the Brits 1st through to 9th here at Karting Genk in the Minimax pre-final this morning. Nicholas Zelensky crosses the line, P26. As we take a look at the highlights, Sebastian from pole position, Austin around the outside, but it was JC from P3 who muscled his way through in the early stages of the final. Austin Oman fighting back as Behrman back to P3. Charlie Page with a great drive from 7th to finish 3rd in the pre-final here this morning. This is going by Behrman. Around the outside, Josh Cook goes back on the inside. Maria Roberto, the second KR Sport driver, in 3rd place, but she was soon passed by Charlie Page. The checkered flag for Josh Cook. And with that, JC, who won at Wackersdorf provisionally, will start Grid 3 for the final this afternoon. Behrman crosses the line, P6 is the pole sitter provisionally. Josh Cook, P1, look at the Union Jacks. 1st through to 9th. Cook takes the win from Oman, Charlie Page, Maria Roberto, Logan from Sebastian. Oscar Kenny under investigation. The Hunter Motorsport driver who set pole on Friday. Roots, Fulbrook, and the Indian Samar Chopra. Then it's Barbara Platnar, Gustavo from Teddy, the newly crowned Danish champion, Conrad Doyle in 15 from Hansler, the 2 Farrow brothers, and then Sani. Unfortunately, Habet's a non-starter. So as it stands, Sebastian Behrman provisionally will start the final from pole position this afternoon. We continue racing here this morning. Pre-final A for Rotax Junior, 48 drivers from around the world. It was Finley Lyons who took pole position in stifling conditions, 40 degrees Celsius 48 hours ago. It is about 12 less than that. Quite pleasant, lovely here this morning. The first week of summer in the Northern Hemisphere as we take a look at the grid for pre-final A for Rotax Junior. The karts, the 125 Junior Max karts come out onto the circuit. It is Albert Friend who starts on pole position alongside Denny Babacek in 271 for THR. Riley starts out of grid 3, Luan Sardell. And it's Martin Soltisch for the KRK Racing Team, Lucian Smith, Tram van Velek, Matis Huard in the Sodica, Branislav Renka, and Luca Holmes-Balak out of grid 10. Starting out of grid 11, Max Bogsol and Marcel Popacol for the RS competition team. The pole in 2-3-4. Harry Radcliffe, Jack Collinson, Daniel Hakkinen works his way to 15th. And it's Kapusta, Christiansen, Thomas Gavagnano, Augustin Hanik, and Eric Bransborg out of grid 20, who DNF'd his first heat on Friday. Maciej Vondracek, Jakub Kopecki, the Czech drivers on the 11th row of the grid, Sasha Algebray for SP Motorsport, and Anna Maria Ferusheva, also from the Czech Republic. She starts out of grid 24. Albert Friend, Henry, a driver you know very, very well, has won just about everything in Junior Max. Still takes some getting used to, of course. Most of his victories over the past 2 seasons have been in a green and white kart. He is still driving an OTK kart, but it is a Lando Norris machine, and he now drives for the team from the Wilton Mills circuit for Dan Holland Racing. This is Albert, 219 on pole position.
Yeah, last year, Jacob Ashcroft drove the lead Dan Holland kart in Junior Rotax, and even though he didn't come away, Majos Masinas was the reigning Grand Finals Junior Rotax champion. I think it's safe to say that Jacob Ashcroft and Dan Holland Racing Team were the world's leading Junior Rotax combo throughout the season. Ashcroft finishing second in Bahrain. Albert Friend has now taken up that mantle. Denny Babacek, the driver who just beat Albert to the Minimax Grand Finals title in 2024, will start alongside. And then a driver in the UK, Riley Murrow's nickname is the Human Highlight Reel. And you're about to see why, because Lee Taylor, mechanicking for Riley Murrow, has got that kart wound up. Luan Seidel, Martin Solstice, Lucian Smith, Trent Van Mellick, and the rest. But this is where we start losing.
Championship at the home of the Italian Formula One Grand Prix, under the control of Mr. Ferrari, with more than 4 decades of experience in world motorsport, including in European Le Mans and the glory days of IndyCar in the 1990s. Deputy race director, Mr. Filip Trombik from the Czech Republic, home circuit of Klinec, where we race the series final on the 12th and 13th of September. An assistant deputy race director, Mr. Marco Amigone Carlino, here at the Genk karting circuit in Belgium. Albert on pole position.
There we are. I got it. There we are. Now I'm back. Now life is good. They're going to go racing this time. They're going to get it right because Ian says so.
Danny Babacek, 271 to the right of your screen. Dan Holland Racing on the front row. Watch for Riley. Sam Pollard Racing 238 out of grid 3 alongside Luan Seidel for KR Sport. Riley pushes Albert up to the line. Pre-final A for Junior Max. Round 3 of the Rotax Euro Challenge. This time we do race. Albert from pole position races down into turn 1. Great start from Riley, who races on through into position 2. Babacek, who won at Wackersdorf, chasing his 7th major international victory of the last 6 months, drops back to P3. Head of Seidel, first KR Sport team driver, his teammate just behind. In fact, it may well be Lucian Smith there. A clean start for a pre-final A until now. Going down the back straight into the grass. Daniel Hakkinen and Kapusta come together. They get back on track. Only one of them does. Daniel gets back on track. Eric Bransborg is out. Daniel Hakkinen, an incident on the first lap of the pre-final. That will make it tough for the Monaco-born Finn Czech to make it through to the final. He is still circulating, but way down at the bottom of the field. Albert Friend will come across the line in position 2. We've got a new race leader. Riley races on through in position 1.
Yeah, Murrow making a great start. Friend also making a good start. Now Albert Friend under pressure for second place, and that's Denny Babacek going through into P2, up into P3, Luan Seidel for the KR Sport team down the back straight. That's the site of Eric Bransborg and Daniel Hakkinen's incident earlier. Well, Albert Friend is not going the right way. He's dropped back to 4th position, And with that, well, the driver that is set to benefit the most from Albert Friend's poor start is not actually on the track. That's Finley Lines who goes to the next one, because the further back that Albert... Oh, and there's a little bit of a love tap going into turn number 10. But, of course, the further back that Friend finishes, the easier Lines' job gets to securing pole position for the main event. Long way to go, however. This is lap 3 out of 13. And Denik Babacek, who is maturing all the time. Like you said, 7 major international titles, including, of course, the 2024 Rotax Grand Finals title. But he's been a top 5 finisher a number of times, and he's now the leader of this race.
Nice pass by the Czech, goes on through. We're watching Lucian Smith, incidentally, in the background, and P6 has caught up to this battle, finished on the podium at Wackersdorf. Lucian, 2.44, behind Saltish. Friend back to P4, behind Seidel. Riley, the early race leader, but now it is the Z in Teps Racing, the youngest of the 4 Babacek siblings, through to P1 briefly, because Riley races back on by. Watch Seidel in 2.23 for the KR Sport team, pushing Babacek into the final corner. Friend just behind, multiple international and national champion. In 2.19, they go 3 wide across the straight at 107 kilometres an hour, 109 for Martin Saltish for the KRK Racing team. That's Martin in 2.53. Fabulous race. This is pre-final A for Junior Max round 3. The Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Karting Genk in Belgium, as Albert Friend fires it down the inside. Loses the place back to Seidel on the exit. May also lose it to Saltish as well. Jack Collinson, the Brit, now racing in the Latvian Championship, also catching up to this battle, has gone fastest with a 58.503 ahead of Branislav Renka. Here comes Marcel Popakol, Ratcliffe, Boxall, Trampa Melek, Christensen, moved down the inside. Nicely done by Albert Friend. And Saltish follows him on through, almost going off the road, was Luan Seidel from position 3. The Swiss driver will cross the line to start lap 5, down in 6th place.
And he's not done yet. The problems haven't resolved themselves for Seidel, who now has Jack Collinson. We've got a new leader temporarily. No, we don't. Riley Murrow fights back, but Denny Babacek looking very, very cool, calm and collected. He's got that lean. He's been watching Macaulay Bishop tapes. Oh, and Riley Murrow, though, we don't call him the human highlight reel. He knows how to overtake. He knows how to defend. And look at Albert Friend coming into play. This is why Babacek is trying to make a move now, because he can see Friend's kart obviously was not set up. The tyres would take a couple of laps to come in. And now that Friend's kart is singing, he's hit that sweet spot, he is going to be a threat. Murrow under pressure, and the 4th person, Martin Saltis.
Sorry, Henry, just off screen, we have lost Luca Holmes-Balak and Luan Seidel. They've come together. Off screen, we'll get a glimpse of both those 2 drivers, the British and Swiss drivers, out of pre-final A, as we see Zdenek Babacek back into the race. In fact, I'll take that back. They may have rejoined, but they're both down the bottom of the field. Fabulous fight as we approach the half race distance at DHR. 2, 3 and 4.
Brilliant.
1, 2 and 3 now. Riley hung out to dry. Back in front, Dan Holland Racing. Fabulous fight here this morning. Babacek, in fact, his friend goes on through. Babacek back to 3. Riley in a Dan Holland Racing fight here this morning, as we see Luan Seidel. In fact, Lucian Smith it was, also involved in that, walks back to the pits. He is out.
I mean, Albert Friend, he just dove to the inside of his teammate, Denny Babacek, going through the left-hander at turn number 4, and then realised, actually, the race leader's not defending it at turn number 5. I might as well pass him. 2 places, 2 corners, new leader, Friend. Martin Saltis is sitting there in 4th position. Here comes Denny Babacek. Riley Murrow fights it, fights it, fights it. Has to give in. No, he doesn't. Swings a little bit wide. He does not want to give up a single position as Riley Murrow. And look at Jack Collinson, the Anglo-Latvian driver. Dad from Hartlepool, mum from Latvia. He races under the Latvian flag, driving for a team based at Karting Northeast at Wardenlaw, the team Hunter Motorsport, run by Reese Hunter and, well, his younger brother Kai, who occasionally helps out. I'm joking. Kai working very, very hard to help re-establish the Hunter Motorsport name as a leader in global Rotax karting. Jack Collinson doing a very, very good job. Now, Thomas Gavinianu up into 15th position. Thomas was 35th in points coming into this race, gaining a couple of positions. Is that going to be enough to take the Romanian Sam Pollitt racing driver into the main event? Eric Bransborg, sadly, will not qualify as we're into the closing stage because he was outside the top 36 in points and he's retired. The likes of Daniel Hakkinen, he is in danger of not making the main event. He was 29th in points, and in this race, I think Daniel Hakkinen might have just retired the 208 Craft Motorsport kart. We come through the Button Complex, so you've got two battles going on, Ian. You've got the battle for the race win and for pole position in the main event, and then you've got the battle to just make the main event.
That's exactly right, as we see Jack Collinson, who's driven superbly from Hunter Motorsport. There's the yellow flag. I hate to say this, Mika, that your boy did recover after that first lap incident, but Daniel Hakkinen has just retired. He made a great recovery in the early stages, but Daniel Hakkinen is out of pre-final A this morning, along with Lucien Smith. Eric Bransberg, who he came together with on the opening lap of the race. It was a good recovery. It was his older sister, Ellen, now racing with McLaren in European Formula 4. Daniel Hakkinen is out along with Smith. Bransberg, friend with a fabulous lead, has just driven so intelligently. There's Babicek in P2. Jack on the attack in P3 for Hunter Motorsport. Back to Riley, who's defending from Soltich, Popakul, Boxhau, Branislav Renka, Christensen up to 9th, and Harry Radcliffe ahead of Augustin Hennick, the French driver in P10 from Kopechki. Cavagnano, Algebra, Huard, Van Melek, Kapusta, Vondracek, Anna Maria Ferusheva, Luca Holmes-Balek still circulating ahead of Luan Seidel, but way down in 20th position. Across the line, we start lap 10. Friend in P1 from Jack. The Hunter Motorsport driver goes on through to position 2. Fabulous pre-final here this morning from Jack Collinson.
From 14th on the grid, Collinson sets the fastest lap of the race as he passes Eddie Babicek. Now, there are 8 tyres. You're allowed 2 sets of Park Ferme slick tyres in junior, senior, and in DD2. There's no rule about when you use your second set of tyres. I have a feeling that Jack Collinson, coming into today, 28th in points, I have to think that that's a new set of tyres on that Hunter Motorsport car. If it isn't, then I stand corrected. It's a fantastic drive, regardless of Jack Collinson. But this is a case of, right, we want to make sure we're in the main event. And then once we're in it, well, we want to try to be as far as possible. So Collinson has been on a mission. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack Collinson, with 2 laps to go, just pulls out mirror signal manoeuvre, sends one on Albert Friend to take the race lead, because of course Collinson, he may be at a tyre disadvantage for the main event, but what's a bigger disadvantage, starting 12th in the main event with a set of tyres that's got 1 race on them, or 36th in the main event and be on the same tyres as everybody else? So Collinson and the Hunter Motorsport team, they are taking a swing at a tyre gamble. They might have a bit of pain to deal with in the final, but they're taking all the pleasure now watching Collinson simply scythe his way past some of the best junior Rotax racers in the world.
Jack Collinson with a 56.974, the only driver under the 57 second bracket with 2 laps to go, may well take the pre-final. If Albert holds him off, he will start from pole position for this afternoon's final, guaranteed. But right on the back of Albert Friend is Jack on the attack for Hunter Motorsport. Fabulous performance here this morning. He's got the measure, surely. Another 56 at 9 versus a 57 dead for the race leader for Dan Holland Racing. Albert has no friend in Jack Collinson behind, who signals to go away from them as they break clear of the Wackersdorf race winners. Danik Babicek, Grand Finals champion of the world, 2-time WSK Supermaster Series OK Junior race winner thus far in 2026. The youngest of the 4, Babichkova or Babicek siblings, Zdenek in P3. Back to Riley Murrow. will come across the line next time to get the last lap board. Jack on the attack. Around the outside. Cuts back on through. Superb defense from Albert. Dan Holland Racing 1-3. Split by the Hunter Motorsport car of Jack Collinson. Into turn 2. Runs into the back of Albert. Pre-final A for Junior Max. If Friend wins this and holds on for the remaining half lap, he starts from pole position for the final round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Junior Trophy this afternoon. Onto the back straight. Final opportunities for Jack Collinson. Here comes Babicek as well. Albert Friend over the ripple strip. Down past Model Race Genk at the historic circuit here in Belgium. Surely he's got enough of the gap. Now Collinson has to defend from Babicek. Albert Friend will win the pre-final. Henry, he will start from pole position for the final this afternoon.
Undeniable, undefeated so far this weekend. Albert Friend. I know that Albert and his dad George have got one goal left in junior karting, and that is the Grand Finals title. They have been British champions, they've been European champions, they have been international trophy champions on a number of occasions, but the Grand Finals, even though Albert has been on the podium a number of times, it has eluded them so far. And I think that Albert, as he comes towards the end of his junior karting career, they've got the equipment, they've got the talent, and as we're watching now, Thomas Gavanenu has retired on the last lap. We're waiting for Luan Siegel to come around. Here are the highlights though. Friend from pole position, but no, he's had a problem on the, not a problem, but he had tyres that weren't coming up to temperature on the opening lap. Dropped back to 4th position, did not panic. Now, Riley Murrow led at this point. He eventually finished 4th. But now, Friend, tyres back up temperature, comes back through the field. Jack Collinson is there at the back of the screenshot in 5th position. So as Babicek led from Murrow, then Friend took over with 2 passes in the space of 2 corners. Collinson still hardly in the picture. Now you see Jack Collinson closing in. He's 5th in line here. Friend tries to escape, but Collinson, using what I believe is new tyres to the best of abilities, couldn't quite find a way past Albert Friend, whose defences remain impenetrable this weekend.
Albert Friend crosses the line and has a perfect run thus far this weekend. Finlay Lyons set pole position 48 hours ago in time qualifying. He starts on pole for pre-final B in just a moment, but Albert Friend with that victory, it's grid 1 provisionally for the final this afternoon. Jack P2 from Stanek, Riley, then Soltich, Popakol, Branislav Renka, Max Boxall, Christensen, and Harry Radcliffe in P10. Trampa Melik, good drive from Augustin Hanik, Jakub Kopechki, Sasha Algebray from the back of the grid for SP Motorsport, Vondracek, Kapusta, Luca Holmes-Palak, Ferusheva, Luan Seidel did finish, but way down in 19th place.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thomas Gavanenu retiring on the last lap, and that could be it for the Romanian driver.
Junior pre-final B, it will be Finlay Lyons, the fastest qualifier on pole, but let's check out firstly some of the action thus far this week in Junior Max here at Genk. Beautiful conditions here at Genk in Belgium. We are expecting a top temperature of 31 degrees here today. We got to 40 at times here. Sweltering conditions. Well, it was lovely, let's be honest.
If we weren't moaning about how cold it is, we've got to moan about how hot it is. It's a British condition, Ian. We moan all winter, oh, it's so cold, and then as soon as you get to, the sun shines, oh, you can't handle this heat, oh, it's terrible, this is, it's a very British thing. Should I just adjust the air conditioning up here in the commentary studio, or are we okay? We're okay at a cool 21 degrees, are we all right? Okay?
We're fine. If I may self-indulge briefly, where I grew up on the edge of the desert in country Australia, it did one time get to 52 degrees. So when it gets to the high 40s, let me know and I'll have some sympathy.
I mean, we talk about this, look at that, it's 27 degrees and sunny. In the UK, in South Wales, where I'm from, we just call that a normal weekday. Honest, I promise. But it has been a beautiful setting. This region of Belgium is known for its coal mining and its forests. Up until about 20 years ago, the start line area at the top part of your screen at the moment, that is a new circuit. From the last corner, the current start-finish straight, the first complex, and then the start of the Europa Plan straight, that was all forest. It was a beautiful part of the country, but the Lemons family, I saw Paul Lemons this morning on his bike around the paddock, not the owner of the circuit any longer, but will always be synonymous, the Lemons family. They are the family that built the home of champions.
Certainly are, and so much respect to Paul and the family as we look at the grid. We'll get back to that and some of the history of the circuit in a moment. Finley, who took pole on Friday in time qualifying, starts grid 1 alongside Roris Pashkul. Then it's Sebastian Clark, Mick Klinkers, Harry Taylor, Leo Gonzalez, the Swiss Spaniard Louis Radcliffe, Jensen Chalk, 2023 Grand Finals champion, Yeta and Pereira out of grid 10, João from Portugal, Emerson Mack back on grid 11, alongside Finn Jorgensen, Stanley Stafford on debut in the Euro Series, starts out at grid 13, alongside Philip Hansler, Mikael Grantins, Amira Stukalska, Chasse, Klaus Hans, Lorison, Josh starting alongside Kimi May, then Philip Rabash, Didier Dardale for Stampex Motorsport, Radzale Rabashova, and Nikolai as Liam Koch from Romania out of grid 24.
I don't want to sort of be the harbinger of doom or to say anything that isn't, but as Finley Lines left and went across the start-finish line to start the warm-up lap, something fell off the cart. And that something went onto the grass. There is another little bit of debris just off the racing line in the centre of the circuit. And you can see one or two drivers missing it now. But just past the start-finish line, there is something, and definitely either it was on the track and Lines hit it and it bounced through the air, or something has come off Finley Lines' cart. Now, not saying it, Jay Taylor's mechanic might have left a ratchet in the cart on the floor tray, which you'll get charged for by Stuart, Finley's dad, I'm sure. But no, but it was something that did come off the cart, and that would be, it's obviously not affecting Finley Lines at the moment because he is still warming his tyres. Sebastian Clark, what a turnaround this year has been for Sebastian Clark underneath the tutelage of Aaron Yeo. Mick Klinkers, this is just a test session for Mick in juniors. Louis Radcliffe, whose younger brother Harry has overcome a broken arm earlier this year at the Yas Marina circuit, so that's good to see Harry back. But we're going to go. This is for effectively the outside of the front row because Albert Friend, with a perfect score through 4 heats and a pre-final, is going to take pole position. They're coming into the tram lines now. Lines and Rares Pascu. Bring the speed up, lights go out, we're off and racing here in Genk. Lines has the lead, Emerson McAndrew Uren trying to go around the outside, the middle of the pack. Oh, there's a collision, and some of the midfield runners there climbing over each other, but what a start from Finley Lines as the field comes through turn number 5 and begin the long run down the Europa Plan straight.
Henry, as you correctly pointed out, as the field go down into the chicane, for the first time we see Sebastian on the inside over the ripple strip. Finley Lyons on your screen, P1 from pole position. Yes, the pole sitter, Finley did hit that piece of debris just as the lights went out, but no problem for Lyons. He crosses the line, or will in a moment, in position 1. Great start, 2.80, and then quite a distance back to Sebastian in the second Cosmic car at the end of the first lap. We're fighting for the grid. For this afternoon's final, the Cosmics at 1-2. Then we go to Harry Taylor. There's Yetta, Emerson Mack from 11th. Up into 16th from Pashew. Stafford, great start from Stanley. Grantins, Louis Radcliffe ahead of Leo Gonzalez. The Swiss driver from Galicia in the north of Spain for NKC Motorsport, just outside the top 10. Look at the lead from Finley. It is Cosmic, 1-2. The Brits, first, second and third in the opening stages of pre-final B for Junior Max.
Harry, I've discovered something, Ian, that if you want to go and, attract the attention of a lot of members of the fairer sex, shall we say, simply take Harry Taylor to a concert with you, because Harry went to the music festival in Ghent last night, and some of the photos I had of Harry just with surrounded by young ladies. He's a real superstar in and out of the car, is Harry Taylor, and it obviously, a night out before a big race does Harry the world of good. He's up into P3 with Nick Klinkers, Devon Yater, Emerson McAndrew Uren now moving up into the top 5. Mikkel Grantins from Norway, half Norwegian, half Latvian, Mikkel Grantins. Then it is Mick Klinkers in 7th. Stanley Stafford is 8th. Raris Pascu dropping back to 9th. Jensen Chalk having losing a few positions. He's down to 12th position. At the back of the pack, Koch didn't take the start. Rabasova, Larison, Philip Hansler, they're all scrapping to try and secure a place in the main event. Good start from Kimi May and from the number 299 cart of Dieda Dedale. Those are two drivers, I think they've probably gone on a new set of tyres just to get as far up the pack to maybe squeeze in to the main event. But it's good battling in the middle of the pack. Finley Lyons, 2.5 seconds up the road.
Fabulous start from Finn, who's looking at a Grid 2 start for the final this afternoon. Sebastian in second from Taylor, and then this is the battle in the mid-pack. Emerson Mack goes on through. Then Devram Yater, Grantins, Stanley Stafford finding form at the right time of the weekend. 2.42 from Pashew. Gonzalez, Vamos, Leo now into P9 from Klinkers. JC, it's Chalk from Louis Radcliffe. Jorgensen, Kimi May, Chassé Didare for SP Motorsport. As we see Yetta getting ragged over the ripple strip. Finley Lyons 3 seconds clear with a 57.620, the fastest driver on the circuit. Clark, Taylor, McKendry Ren, Yater and Stanley Stafford in P6 from grid 13. This is the race leader inevitably at the moment to start from grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Finley with a 57.312. 3 seconds clear of Sebastian in second place. As it stands, and still with the majority of pre-final B remaining, it will be Albert from Finley on the front row of the grid for the final. Babacek to be joined by Pashew, Raris in P6 at the moment. Just coming onto your screen now, Sebastian Clark, Riley Murrow, Soltish and Harry Taylor, who's currently in P3 to start. Grid 8 as we see Gonzalez. Leo launches up the inside. Fantastic pass by the Swiss Spaniard for NKC Motorsport. Leo Gonzalez sent it from a mile back. A fantastic move. The pass of the day thus far for Leo Gonzalez. 2.54. The Swiss Spaniard for NKC Motorsport now goes through into position 8.
And that was moved down the final corner, the number 233 cart of Mikkel Grantins, getting his elbows out. Oh, and there's a problem at the back of the pack there. There's an incident. Driver is up and out of his cart. So there's a Tony cart on its roof, and the driver is up and out. Now he's having a little sit down. There's another cart in the center of the circuit. So 2 drivers involved. All I'll say is that both are up and out of the carts.
It looked as though that was Klaus Hans and Philippe Robas. They are okay.
Yeah, that's the most important thing to say, because both those drivers may have family members watching at home. We'll wait and see.
We go full course yellow.
Yes, full course yellow. You can see the yellow flags now appear on the top of your screen. So there is a kart. You will see the middle of the start-finish straight. That is the number 277 kart of Philip Rabas. So it's Clav's Hans, the other driver from the Tony kart, who, again, you can see the medical team on the right-hand side of the circuit, because Clav's got up out of the kart, tried to pick the kart up and turn it back over to get in the race, and then he realised, actually, something is a little bit sore here. I'll have a little sit down, and now he is with the medics. So full course caution, Finley Lines, Sebastian Clark, 1-2 for KR Sport. Then it's Harry Taylor in third position. Emerson McAndrew Uran runs for Stanley Stafford up into P5. Rares Pascu and Jensen Chalk, who I'll just check, see where Oscar is. Yep, Oscar's still in position on the mechanic stand. But Jensen, a poor start, and is now fighting his way back through the field. But of course, everything pauses, and we keep one eye on the medical team. Like I said, both drivers up and out of the carts. Philippe Rabas is sitting in a marshal post, and Clav's Hans is just with the medical team at the moment. There is Rabas, the red race suit, sitting in the marshal post. And again, race directors, assistant race directors, the circuit safety team here at Genk, they were in action instantly, which is why this is not only one of the best bits of tarmac that we race on karting-wise, it's one of the best facilities because it has some of the best trained emergency and medical staff always on hand to keep the drivers safe.
Obviously, adrenaline for Clav's Hans, who got up and wanted to restart the race. No chance of that. Apart from that, his car is badly damaged. Philippe Rabas, you saw his car on the side of the circuit. The Czech driver in the Czech MS car was in the middle of the circuit. He's fine, he's okay, but there is some concern for the Latvian Clav's Hans. Full course yellow here in pre-final B. Junior Max, Finley Lines with a lead of 3 seconds. It evaporates. He's still the race leader for Sebastian Clark, but our concern is for Clav's Hans as we go full course yellow, pre-final B in Junior Max. Clav's Hans initially jumping up, but then the adrenaline just a moment later wore off. There's Rabas's car to the left of your screen. Race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari. Deputy race director, Mr. Philippe Trombig. We just saw assistant deputy race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Down on the circuit, we race under full course yellow. This is lap 9, pre-final B for Junior Max. Finley Lines, Sebastian Clark, Harry Taylor, Emerson McAndrew ran, Stanley Stafford P5 from Rares Pascu, Jensen Chalk, Miguel Grantins. Leo Gonzalez just went through with that fabulous pass to P9. In fact, it was on Louis Radcliffe. Jorgensen, Olivier Chasset, Devram Yetos dropped back to 13th. Kimi May, Nick Klinkers. And it's Hansler. Philippe for the Craft Motorsport team. João Pereira from Portugal. Josh Lorison, Derdale, Emir Shiedkowska. And Rabashova Rosalie is the final run in P21. Red flag.
Yep, red flag coming out now. Clav's Hans, who was 36th in points. And again, I want to reiterate that the medical team are now keeping him on the ground. I can see knees are up, so, you know, talking to the medical staff, but this is now a precautionary measure that the medical staff must go through. And of course, we will bring to an end the race. I think they kept the full course caution out to potentially 75% race distance. So I don't have news on whether they will restart the race or whether there'll be a shootout with a single file restart or whether they'll call that a full race or not. That's something that we'll wait until we get news from the officials. You can see the carts stopping on the inside of the track. And now I can see driver helmet is off. I think that's Clav's Hans' father holding on to the crash helmet, and there's another mechanic sort of waving a towel over Clav's Hans just to keep him a little bit cool as we continue to make sure that that young Latvian driver is A-OK. it does mean if you were a driver that went out and put new tyres on for this race, and then and I'm looking at people like Kimi May and Olivier Chassé, who were, well, Kimi was 40th in points. Olivier Chassé was 35th in points. Olivier Chassé's gained 5 positions, the Canadian driver, and he's only put about 5 race laps on his new set of tyres. So that could be, number one, job done, we made the main event, and number two, we haven't used as much of our new tyre as we thought we might need to. I mean, they've put the, when you see medical staff take out a banner, normally, it's because there's a serious incident they don't want anyone to see as they treat the driver. They put a banner out, but it's not around it. It's just to give Clavs a little bit of shade, you know, as they work on him. So as he's lying on the ground, they don't want to give him a sunburn. So even though there is a barrier being erected, not around the driver, but just over the driver to keep the sun off him. And we'll wait. I'm sure there will be a very large cheer as and when young Clavs does rise to his feet. But we won't try and speculate as to what caused the accident or what could be the problem, but we will wait.
Actually, we don't need to speculate. Henry, I've just got news from Assistant Deputy Race Director, Mr. Marco Carlino. The driver is okay. He is being shielded, yes, by the banner, and that's not to hide his condition. It's from the heat and the sun here. He is okay. He is about to be taken via ambulance to hospital for standard control checks, but our Assistant or Deputy Race Director, Mr. Marco Carlino, just confirming that there is no major injury, but he will be taken away for checks at hospital nearby in Genk. So the team down here on the circuit. The race has been red flagged after 8 of 13 laps, and that's the good news for Clavs Hans in 248 for Buvan Power, the Latvian driver, about to be loaded into the ambulance, but he's certainly conscious. He is largely okay. There may be some minor injuries. He will be taken off to hospital for some standard control checks, but he is largely okay. He did jump up immediately, but that was surely the adrenaline with the heart rate, surely close to 200 beats per minute. No chance of that because his kart is, let's say it's not straight at all. Felipe Rabas, his kart on the inside of the circuit also with damage. We wait for word from race control. The race has been red flagged after 8 of 13 laps. Junior Max pre-final beat. Finley Lines, the race leader from Sebastian Clark, Harry Taylor, Emerson McAndrew Iran, Stanley Stafford, first non-Brit Rash Pascu, Jensen Chalk, Grantins, Gonzalez, and Louis Radcliffe ahead of Finn Jorgensen in P10. Waiting for word from race control if we do race again, the final 5 laps, or if that is the ball game regarding pre-final B. Having passed 75% distance, yes.
It's
yes,
close. It's close. Yes. It's close, and I just wonder. I mean, obviously the drivers aren't being instructed to get back in their karts and drive back to the pit lane yet. So you know, nothing is official in terms of, you know, what will happen to the rest of this race. If anything, we will wait, and of course we will, rather than say what we think might happen, we'll let the race directing team do their job to the best of their abilities. And of course, WSK. Now, you mentioned Antonio Ferrari, a champ car team. Did he not run a champ car team in the 90s? Was it Euro Motorsport, per chance?
Antonio is actually his brother Alessandro, race director.
Okay.
Yes, Antonio of Euro International.
Euro International, that's what they ran. Olivier Guillard, Christian Dana. Oh, my anorak is getting buttoned right up here. The early 90s champ car, the glory era of champ car. But so it's
late 90s, mid-90s.
Mid-90s.
Still active in the European Le Mans series.
Yes. But no, there was a. after Nigel Mansell went to IndyCar in 1993, which really triggered the whole European invasion of IndyCar, then you had a whole bunch of other Formula One drivers of somewhat lesser repute going over to race a couple of times in IndyCar. Yeah, was it Euro International?
Euro International.
Euro International, yeah. Olivier Grouillard, I'm thinking who else? Gregor Wojtek might have done a race or two. I'm not quite sure about that, but certainly Grouillard, Christian Danner was another one. They're very bright pink and white cars.
I shouldn't say this, but Alessandro actually told me what the budget was per race back in. Well, it was Champ Car IndyCar in the mid-1990s. I can't divulge that, but
well, it was probably about 12 pence what he was running it on. No, it was significantly higher.
Still a lot of money, but in today's racing budgets, it was an absolute... Well, it's not comparable because it was 30 years ago. Great pleasure to have race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, deputy race director, Philip Trombek from the Czech Republic, assistant to the deputy race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, Mr. Lorenzo Camporese, LST timing, controlling every lap or timing every sector, every speed, every lap, every driver, every race this weekend. Mr. Lorenzo Camporese, Eduardo Palumbo down on the circuit. Also to assist, so it looks as though we will get a restart. Yes, just word coming from race control. We will race the final 5 laps, in fact. So Finlay Lyons with a race lead of 2.9 seconds. That is now non-existent. He will lead the field away in a moment. Still the ambulance to take Klavs Hans to the nearby Genk hospital. Full control checks. But the good news is that the Latvian driver, after a nasty crash, coming onto the straight where the car did roll, and of course, modern day karts, let's not mention their weight. Horrendously heavy modern day karts. It did land on top of him.
I'm glad that you said horrendously heavy. It was something that is a bee in my bonnet as well.
Let's be honest.
Class weights, this is junior Rotax, but of course, I raced a class called Senior Pro Kart. I had 2 Honda GX 160 engines on the kart. 2 engines, and the kart weighed 95 kilos. With 2 engines.
2 4-stroke engines.
2 4-stroke engines on the kart. Now, the class weights seem to be, we seem to want the drivers to be as thin and as small and young as possible, and the karts to be as heavy as possible. And that's not the correct ratio. But, well, it's not the correct ratio. It's not the direction that everyone is in agreement with. As we look at the wreckage of Philippe Ramas's cart being wheeled away. He's absolutely fine. The mechanic is sort of looking, doing a cursory check, and they do that, mechanics. They scan the rear of the car, saying, right, that's broken, no, that's okay, going to need a new one of them, and then they're sort of calculating what the bad news to the dad or the mum is going to be. This is how much it's going to cost you to get the cart out for the next race. But of course, there won't be a next race for Philippe today, and as we say that, young Klavs Hans is being placed into the back of an ambulance. Like I said, word from one of our deputy race directors, no major injuries. It's a precautionary check. Any time that a driver's been ejected at high speed and then complains that all might not be well, he was up and out of the cart to try and get it back in the race until the adrenaline subsided, and then it was a case of, I'll have a little sit down here, and the medical team took over from there. So we do have a long delay, but it's a good reason that we have a long delay, because it shows how proficient, how skilled the medical staff are here. They don't care about the racing. They don't care what time we finish. All the medical staff care about is that each one of the 200 plus drivers from 34 different nations are safe and leave the circuit in the same manner that they arrived at the circuit, just with maybe a few less euros in their parents' pockets.
So the restart in just a few moments. Klavs Hans Being taken by ambulance for precautionary checks, but he is largely okay. We will restart and race the final 5 laps in just a moment. Finley Lines looking to line up on grid 2 at best, because Albert Friend winning the pre-final just a few moments ago, pre-final A, and finishes with 0 points after a perfect weekend thus far. Finley Lines, if he can hold on to this race lead for the final 5 laps of this restarted pre-final B for Junior Max, he will line up on grid 2. For this afternoon's final, round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Karting Genk in Belgium. It's the third of 4 rounds after we kicked off in the pouring rain at Cremona in Italy. Beautiful Bavaria, Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland for round 2. Round 3 here at Genk in Belgium, and the series final on the second week of September at the Steel Ring Prinec in the Czech Republic, where we crown this year's champions. Beautiful sunshine here at Genk in Belgium. Top temperature of about 31 degrees, which is almost 10 less than the stiflingly warm conditions we've had in the past 2 days. The breeze is picking up and just a few moments away from the restart here. This is the scene here at beautiful Genk in Belgium. On your screen, Finley Lines, pole position earlier on, and will lead the restart. We race the final 5 laps, pre-final B for Junior Max. Deputy Race Directors, Mr. Philippe Trombeck and Marco Carlino in front of Finley Lines' car.
Now, of course, the breeze has picked up, which is a really good thing, because it allows me to see all the flags. And yet again, Kuhn Lemons, no Welsh flag, no Welsh flag, but it is, the breeze is an absolute godsend for everybody in the paddock. This is, now, as the race gets underway, ladies and gentlemen, this is what has been known as a fill. This was a big fill. This was between the races, between action on track. It's not just a big fill, this was an uncle fill out of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air that we just had to do there to try and keep you entertained before we go back to racing, which will be a 4 or 5 lap restart. It'll be a single file restart with Finley Lines and Seb Clark. And now, there they get told. Come on, get on with it, drivers. They will go round. Now, they will come back, and I believe they will go through the centre of the tram lines on the start. We will have to see. Usually, they would put a cone out in between 2 cones. The drivers have to go through the 2 cones. But then, you know, in this modern era, cone lives matter too. We were losing too many traffic cones. So, Finley Lines, whose family run the TCR UK Touring Car Championship. So, no guesses as to where Finley's career trajectory will take him. But he's not done with karting yet by a long shot, is Finley Lines. Sebastian Clark, Harry Taylor, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Stanley Stafford, Rares Pascu, Jensen Chalk, and then after a superb move, Leo Gonzalez up into 8th position.
So Henry, we will go green this time round. Finley Lines, Sebastian Clark, Harry Taylor, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. It will be a 3-lap sprint, in fact, to the checkered flag pre-final B for Junior Max. Single file restart. This is lap 10. It does still count, of course. So laps 11, 12, 13 to the checkered flag after a red flag just a few moments ago. Finley leads the field up to the line. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, with the green flag, which waves now. We race to the checkered flag. Finley covers off Sebastian, who tries to send it from 2nd place. Back green, pre-final B for Junior Max here at Genk. Finley Lines over the Ripple Strip, pulls away from Sebastian, who now has to defend from the DHR duo of Harry Taylor back to Emerson Mack. Stanley, 2-4-2 on debut in the Euro Series for the Hunter Motorsport team. Stafford driving brilliantly here this weekend, P5. Down the inside, Harry Taylor, Emerson Mack. Finley's gone.
Here comes Jensen Chalk to the inside, picking up another position for the MLC Motorsport team. And again, you mentioned about on debut Stanley Stafford driving so well. Sometimes when you're new to a championship, you can get a little bit overawed. You can almost like get beaten by the event before you even start. Other times, you can just turn it with no fear. You say, okay, this is a new race to me. Yeah, I know there's a lot of new drivers, a bigger field, but hey, I'll just go and do what I do, and that is what Stanley Stafford has done. This is a Dan Holland racing battle for second and third, and Jensen Chalk has arrived in the number 264 car, that MLC Motorsport machine, P1 power, currently in P4, but not for much longer by the looks of it. Emerson McAndrew-Uren having to defend against Harry Taylor with that beautiful gold chrome crash helmet on top. Chalk is the quickest on track at the moment. 59s, however, just picking up where he left off. 2.5 seconds up the road, the time of the race stoppage. And Jay Taylor will be happy with that, his mechanic. Ash Orchard and the rest of the KR Sport team will be happy. And Emerson McAndrew, now a Tony Kart factory driver in OK Junior, speaking to his mum and dad about the sacrifices that have to be made when you are a young factory kart driver. It's incredible. Emerson McAndrew back in his spiritual home for this week at Dan Holland Racing, but Lines is, just absolutely putting the rest to sleep here in pre-final B for Junior Rotax.
Stanley Stafford, Jensen Chalk fighting with Harry Taylor, but it's Finley Lines who will win the pre-final and will start from grid 2 for the final of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Karting Genk in Belgium, on his way to victory after a red flag interruption a few moments ago. Chalk, Stafford, Sebastian Clark, Louis Radcliffe and Gonzalez. This is the race leader, soon to be the race winner, rounds the final corner to take the checkered flag, wins pre-final B to line up grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Emerson Mack, second from Taylor, Chalk, Louis Radcliffe, Stafford. What a first weekend in the Euro Trophy for Stanley. Sebastian from Leo Gonzalez, Finn Jorgensen, and what to drive from the German Kimi May, grid 20 to 10th place.
Here is a look at some of the highlights of a two-part Junior Rotax heat. Now, early stages, there's the 209 kart battling there. That was Devon Yeater, who would eventually finish a long way down the order. That is potentially one of the reasons why Devon Yeater went down the order. It was a rearward assault. There is the move of the race by Leo Gonzalez. That was just before the race stoppage. The Craft Motorsport team, I have to say, were, you can just see in the background the start of that incident that brought about the red flag. Craft Motorsport team drivers certainly not short of aggression in that one. This is the restart, and Finley Lines says, okay, drivers, you've had 15-20 minutes to have a close look at the rear bumper of my kart. You're not going to get a close look at it now because he disappears up the road, and they're still 3 wide crossing the finish line. As you look at the results of Junior Rotax pre-final B, Finley Lines, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Harry Taylor, a 1-2-3, followed by Jensen Chalk, Louis Radcliffe, Stanley Stafford, Sebastian Clark, Leo Gonzalez, and then the number 285, Denmark's Finn Albert Jorgensen, followed by Kimi May. Olivier Chassé, new tyres, up into 11th. He's going to make the main event. Then it is Pereira, Pascu, Clinkers, Dardale, and the rest of the pack there. Drivers failing to make the finish. Philippe Rabas, Clavs Hans, of course, and then Mr. Koch from Romania. We're not going to see those drivers in the main event. It is, when you drive down the Europaplan highway, suddenly, between the trees, the whole world seems to open up, and you see those flags. And when you see those flags, you can look down, because the road outside the circuit is a little bit higher, and you just look down, the whole facility just opens out. It is a very, very impressive view indeed. The main clubhouse building that our commentary studio is based in is it towers over the rest of the facility, and you really think, wow, what is that place? It's a real, what's the word? It's a statement? No, not a statement. It's a key feature of this venue, and it does make you think, oh wow, this place looks really good, because the building is still so impressive some 25 years after it was first built.
The green flag flies, and senior pre-final 8, 98 drivers qualifying on Friday. We're down to the final 72 to make the final 36 this afternoon. Jeremy, pole position and 5 heat wins thus far for Roivers, starting alongside Freddie Lloyd. For Evolution Racing, Max Zadursky, Lewis. It's Gilbert, the Scotsman, Christian Sayers and Antoine Lemieux. Rayon Bourguignon, Tino Sidler, last numbers. The Belgian mini champion and Bastien Mesnil, the 27-year-old French driver out of Grid 10. Starting ahead of Tobias Norman, Mark Kimber, welcome back to the 2016 champion of the world. Matteo Bernardi, Tom Strell, Jan Pinto, then it's Weiss, O'Shea, the Australian Aman Hamilton, Vance van der Halen on his home circuit, and Martin Lichtner, the Slovakian, out of Grid 20. 11th row of the grid sees another former Grand Finals champion of the world from 2022. Scott Marsh alongside Tom Langlois, the quick French driver in the 365 Sodi kart. And it's Oliver White, Micah Bartolome, Miles Roby, Senior Pay Honorable. She's ahead of Arvara Devan. Attending the British School of New Delhi is the Indian Anu Sabaran. Lado Kukian is the Georgian, and the Romanian Austrian Dragos Vasilkute for MKC Motorsport. Will Archer, Lucas Storder, Kaya Sadzica, Ryan Gandor, Luca Dimitriou, and Noah Janssen just scraped into the pre-final. 2 pole positions in Junior Max in the Euro Trophy last year, but now starting back on grid 36.
Will Archer failed to qualify, had a problem in time qualifying, so he qualified 98th out of 98 drivers. He's made the top 72. In fact, he's probably about 60th position after that. If you look back at his 5 heat results, in those 5 heat results, on track, he passed 91 karts in his races. So he's going for 9 more passes for the century, is Will Archer. Will he make the main event? No. But, you know, he is going to try and get 100 passes inside 6 races. That is what Will Archer is trying to do. Roivers with HRS power. Nigel Horner providing the waft behind Jeremy Roivers, who has been, well, are we looking at the best senior Rotax driver in the world this year? At the moment, it's hard to bet against Jeremy Roivers.
Certainly one of the quickest after pole position on Friday. 5 hit victories from 5 starts. 3-2-1 on pole position. Jeremy from the south of Spain leads the field up to the line. We race pre-final A for Senior Max. Freddie around the outside, which will eventually become the inside, but he loses 2 positions. Lewis launches on through the Scotsman. Already races through to position 3, right behind Max Zadursky in the Stampex Motorsport Kart Republic. Max defends already. Jeremy Roivers with an impressive 3-kart lead as they go down the back straight. A clean start for the pre-final lane. Lewis launches down the inside. Fabulous pass from Lewis Gilbert, the Scottish driver, racing with Arden International in British Formula 3, the GB3 Championship. What a pleasure to have Lewis Gilbert racing with us in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, also racing in F3 Series, the GB3 Championship. And look at the lead. It evaporates as Gilbert drives on down the inside. Fantastic start. The Scotsman leads the Dutch Spaniard across the line for the first time. Gilbert, powered by Potenza for the Craft Motorsport team. Jeremy Roivers only being led for the 2nd time this weekend. What a start from Lewis Gilbert.
Indeed. Jeremy Roivers doesn't need to win this race. He doesn't need to do, well, I mean, at the moment, Roivers would be a pole sitter by a long way in the main event. Macaulay Bishop is currently 2nd in points, but Roivers is 5 points better off in terms of grid positions, in terms of heat points that decide the grid position for the main event. So Roivers will not be pressing the panic button. Lewis Gilbert, the Diamond of Dalry, he goes from here to the Hungaro ring, to the A1 ring, and then to Le Mans for the RMCIT, the International Trophy, an event that Lewis Gilbert has finished second in 5 times. Every year, every single time since the event started in 2019 that Lewis Gilbert has been to Le Mans for the International Trophy, he has finished P2. He is concentrating on cars now, but he is back here this weekend and last weekend for the simple reason: win the International Trophy at Le Mans. And already he is up the road. He's got a bit of a divot in the front of that Potenza Racing Engines Craft Motorsport machine, but up the road, Roivers second, Freddie Lloyd third, Sadurski is fourth, and Mark Kimber, the only driver in Rotax Grand Finals history to win 3 Grand Final titles in Junior, Senior and DD2. 3 titles, 3 different classes for Kimber. And, oh, there's a move. That is Freddie Lloyd up into P2 for Marvellous Marv Motorsport. And Roivers is saying, no, go, go, go. Freddie Lloyd's wise to that. You'll think, all right then, I'll trust you, Jeremy, and we'll carry on.
Jeremy Roivers being headed for only the second time this weekend suggests that he's got a brand new set of Mojo D5 tyres saved for the final. What a lead from Lewis. Goes down the back straight, 1.5 seconds clear. Now a Freddie Lloyd for Evolution Racing. Roivers now under attack from Mark Kimber, 2016 Junior Grand Finals champion of the world, formerly racing in British GT and the British Carrera Cup Series. He fires it down the inside through to P3. This is all going wrong from Jeremy. Max, this is the Dursky on the back of Jeremy Roivers, who took the race victory belatedly at Wackersdorf as Lewis Gilbert crossed the line in P1 in Germany. He does so at the end of lap 3 now in pre-final 8. Jeremy Roivers back to P4 and under attack from Sadurski and Christian Sayerson, who goes fastest. Would still start from pole position. Obviously, they've done the mathematics for the grid this afternoon, but can't afford to lose too many more positions, but he may well do so. There's Max Sadurski and Christian Sayerson with a 55.792. Last year's Junior Winter Cup Rotax champion at Cremona in Italy. Fastest on circuit is the Danish driver for the Danish team, as we see the move down the inside. Nicely done. MK goes on through to take fast Freddie. It's Lloyd back to third from Roivers. Mark Kimber. What a return to the Euro Series for the former Grand Finals champion. Also formerly racing in the British Porsche Carrera Cup Series, as well as British GT. Now back with the legendary Strawberry Racing team in position 2 in pre-final 8 for Senior Max, already approaching half race distance. Jeremy Roivers has now lost that position to Max Sadurski, at risk of losing pole position to Macaulay Bishop for the final this afternoon. Of course, Mac B down on the grid to race pre-final B at the conclusion of this one. Lewis leads by almost 3 seconds to Mark Kimber, Freddie Lloyd, Max Sadurski, Roivers, Weiss, Bastian in 7th, head of Lemieux, Matteo Bernardi and Vance van der Halen, the Belgian here in Belgium in P10.
There was a great little, there's a difference between experience and youth. There was a little interaction at the start of the previous lap as they crossed the start-finish line between Lloyd and Kimber. Kimber made the move. Lloyd got onto Kimber's rear bumper and was pushing forward, pointing forward, saying, go, 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 go. You know, quite demonstrative with his hand signals. Kimber, experienced, sort of looked around, little nod and carried on. There's a difference between youth and experience. Kimber just, don't need the hand signal. I know, I got you. And Freddie Lloyd tucks in behind to go for it. There is Lewis Gilbert, halfway down the Europa Plan straight, 3 seconds up the road. Now, if there is a penalty, if there is a nose cone penalty for whatever reason for Lewis Gilbert, he's trying to mitigate the damage. So there's a 5-second penalty for a nose cone being out of joint. Well, at the moment, that would still keep Lewis Gilbert inside the top 5. Jeremy Roivers needs to finish in the top 7 to guarantee himself pole position for the finals. He's in 5th at the moment, but look at the gap. He's got 2.5 seconds back to Ollie Wise, who has gained 10 places. New tyre for Ollie Wise and Bastian Mesnil. Let's have a look at some of the drivers that might be making a late lunge into the final scene. Price Orenball up to 19th place. Has Will Archer got his 9 passes? Yes, in fact, he's got 10 passes. 22nd for Will Archer. That's 101 passes on the weekend.
That is, of course, that is impressive. That is, of course, on the assumption that Macaulay Bishop would win pre-final B. And he may well do that because Mac B down on the grid at the moment will start from pole in pre-final B at the conclusion of this one. Scott Marsh, 2022 Grand Finals champion of the world, is down in 16th place. But he's just put in a purple 55.258 behind White, ahead of Martin Lickner. Martin ahead of Tituana Hoche, Sinpain Honorable. Lars Lumbers has dropped down to 20th place, ahead of Will Archer. And the Australian Aman Hamilton, Ryan Gardner in this battle. Look at the lead from Lewis Gilbert. 3 seconds clear. Back to MK on your screen. 667 for the legendary Strawberry Racing team of Paul Spencer.
Now, Armand Hamilton, you mentioned the 2024 E20 Senior Grand Finals champion. He came into this 35th in points, and he has dropped down to 23rd. I think that could be game over for Armand Hamilton. Let's have a look. Lars Lambers, he could be safe. Rayan Bourguignon has dropped like his own, and Christian Sierson out of the race now. So there's potentially drivers that were, Sierson should still be okay, but he's not going to be starting anywhere near the front.
Yes, Henry Christian has just retired 2 laps ago. We may get a glimpse of his 311 RS competition car. It is at the exit of turn 2 where Lewis is approaching right now. Gilbert still leads lap 10 of 14, pre-final A for Rotax Max Senior. 98 drivers here for the 3rd round of the championship, down to the final 72 as we set the grid. The final 36 for the final this afternoon. That was Christian's car in the foreground, just by Marshall Point 1 here at Genk. Christian Sierson is out. Lewis leads.
So we mentioned the drivers that are going in the wrong direction. What about Ollie Wise? Oliver Wise up into now what is 6th position. Scott Marsh has made a move from 22nd into 15th. That's going to be a nervous wait for Scott Marsh. Tino Sidler dropping down the order a little bit. Tom Langlois, 3rd in last year's Grand Finals. He was outside the top 36 coming into this race. He's up to 11th in the race. That could get Langlois in at the expense of drivers like Tom Strella going the wrong way, Mika Bartholomew, Rayan Bourguignon going the wrong way. We're going to get some big names, Ian, some potential former Grand Finals champions aren't even going to make the final as Vince van der Hallen sets a new fastest lap.
54.992 for the Belgian. This is Mark Kimber. Jeremy Roivers has come back to 3rd place. It's looking good for Jeremy. Start from pole position. Scott Marsh, the Englishman, almost your neighbour Henry, lives right down on the Welsh border, almost walking distance. A decent walk. A decent walk, but you know, plenty of hills and mountains. We love a good hike in Wales. He's up to 15 from 22nd on the grid. Also with Strawberry Racing, his teammate Mark in 2nd place. This is Jeremy, 3-2-1. Almost certainly will start pole position for the final this afternoon. Lewis Gilbert, so impressive to watch, looking at a 3rd row start, and that may improve after the conclusion of pre-final B at the conclusion of this race. This is the penultimate pre-final of the morning. You're watching us live from Karting Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented for the 3rd year now by WSK Promotion. Mark Kimber, Jeremy Roivers leans down into the kart, into the chicane. The Racer 401. The Tony karts, plural, in 2nd and 3rd. As we lose Matteo Bernardi and Tobias Norman, they've come together off screen, have rejoined, but way down at the bottom of the circuit. Bottom of the field, I should say.
They have. I think there's 2. I think one of them, at least one of them, is parked at the side of the circuit. That could be
Bernardi.
That could be Bernardi, and that could be game over for their chances of making the final. And still, Will Archer now up to 19th place. Ryan Gandor up to 18th. He's gained 16 positions as the Canadian driver. And Ryan is the biggest mover in the race. I don't think it's going to be enough for Ryan Gandor. No, he was started 34th. So Gandor and Archer, well, they got two sets of tyres. May as well use them. Roivers, though, has now... This Jeremy Roivers, obviously, tyres. He took the punishment in the early stages when his tyres weren't up to speed. And now, here's a look at the replay. Mirror, signal, manoeuvre. Roivers back into P2. And it's almost as if he's gone, okay, you pass me, and then watch as I pass you back as and when I choose. That sends a bit of a psychological beating to his rivals, doesn't it?
Last up of the race, it certainly does, Henry. We'd love to know the tyre pressures. They've obviously started very, very low. He's just said a 54.921. So low to the start, but they've come on strong at the end of the race. Lewis Gilbert will win pre-final A. Incidentally, Bernardi and Tobias Norman, they did come together. They did attempt to restart. That was not successful. They're both out. Lewis will win pre-final A. Gilbert for the Craft Motorsport team, powered by Potenza, will start the third row of the grid at worst for the final. May even be higher than that. Rounds the final few corners. Jeremy Roivers will start from pole position as we wait for that checkered flag to wave for the Scotsman. For the German team, Gilbert wins. This is Jeremy, 3-2-1. Starts on pole for the final this afternoon. Kimber, MK Mark Kimber, the former Grand Finals champion of the world, into second place, but Jeremy at risk of losing his pole position. Fought back, fastest lap to finish P2, but it's Lewis Gilbert who wins pre-final A and will start at worst out of grid 6. May even improve on that depending on the results of pre-final B in just a moment.
We have one question about Jeremy Roivers that remains unanswered, and that is, as we look at the results, we'll get to that question in a moment. Gilbert, Roivers, Kimber and Lloyd, your top four. Max Swiderski, great drive from Ollie Wise up into P6. Vince van der Hallen, Mesnil, Langlois, great drive from Tom Langlois. Tino Sidler, has Langlois made it into the main event? We will find out. Behind Tino Sidler, Scott Marsh up 11 places. Is that enough? I think it might be. Martin Lickler, Jan Pinto, Titouan O'Shea, Antoine Lemieux, Lars Lambert is the biggest mover of all. Ryan Gander, Will Archer. If he doesn't get a penalty, that is 105 on-track passes for Will Archer. Seen Pais Orenball, Bartholomew Bourguignon, Hamilton, Kukianadze, Strela, Avisakute, White, Janssen, Arab Dewan, Storder, Saborin, Demetriou, Aziza and Miles Roby. The one question that we haven't yet had answered from Jeremy Roivers. Yesterday was his mum's birthday. Number one, was there cake? And number two, why has not cake been delivered to the commentary box? They're the questions that need answering.
I do agree with you there, certainly, Henry. Jeremy will start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. Pre-final B in just a moment, but firstly, let's check out some of the action this week here at Karting Genk in Belgium from the 98 Senior Max drivers. '98 Senior Max drivers here at Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. Jeremy Roivers, unbeatable for pole position later this afternoon. We're about to find out who will join him. Macaulay Bishop MacB will start from grid 1 for Den Holland Racing in just a moment. This is round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. After the season opener, the Winter Cup at Campillos in the south of Spain on the first week of January. First round of the trophy at Cremona in Italy, the second round last month at beautiful Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland in Germany. This is round 3 at Genk in Belgium, the series final on the second week of September. That is at the Steel Ring Trinec circuit in the Czech Republic, just over the border from Poland. Macaulay Bishop will start pole position alongside Bram van der Werken. Casey out of grid 3, that's Kai Clark. And alongside from France, it is Mehdi Lassoud in the 326 Sodi car. We'll go through the grid for you in just a moment. 98 drivers in the senior max category, down to the final 72, and 36 to take the grid for the final this afternoon. Nice to have your company wherever you're joining us live around the world for the third round of the trophy. Our final pre-final in just a moment. Over 14 laps. Macaulay Bishop to start from pole position, 7-time British champion, Grand Finals champion of the world, BNL champion, international champion, has won everything in the world of Rotax Senior Racing. 368, the most spectacular tasser in the world of kart racing, with the possible exception of Lewis Gilbert, who's equally as entertaining to watch. Lewis, just a few moments ago, takes that victory in pre-final A. As we take a look at the grid for pre-final B, it is MacB on pole, alongside Bram van der Werken, second row, KC, it's Kai Clark, Mehdi Lassoud, Titouan Lescalais, Teresa Babichkova, 3 heat victories. For Teresa, she starts ahead of Leon Hasty, Ruben Verheyen, Matej Radenkovic, and Matthias Kellerup. KR Sport, the Dane, out of grid 10. Lloyd Howe for DHR alongside Boris Verhage, Yuri Skuens, Ethan Cheng from Chinese Taipei, Sverre Uben for the team from here at the circuit, GKS Lemons. Then it's Roost, Andrea Remy, Boas Maximov, the Dutch Mini-Max champion from a couple of seasons ago. The two Germans, Austin Lee and Sebastian Koch, on the 10th row of the grid. Starting out of grid 21 here this morning is Eva Morris, alongside Kalapach, then Nick Rebech, who won that spectacular race in the rain at Cremona. Verheyen, Shun Sekaguchi, 2-time Asian champion ahead of the Austrian Bastian. Otten Summer from Jack West, Aryan Dharmadasha from Sri Lanka, Kuhn Films, and Isaac Viglarsson out of grid 30. The 16th row of the grid sees Bo Ulrichs alongside Truman, then Valentini Conolage, Martin Varga, the Hungarian, and Will Pemble out of grid 36. Henry Jeremy unbeatable for pole position. We're about to find out who will join him on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. MacB, Macaulay Bishop on pole position.
Macaulay Bishop, by my calculations, needs to finish within 5 places of Bram van der Werken to secure the outside front row starter. Now, Devian Royce, no, not Devian Royce, it is Boaz Maximov. He was the 36th person in points coming into this race. Everyone behind Maximov on this grid, Austin Lee, Eva Morris, who was pole position at Le Mans last year in the International Trophy. Nick Trobeck, like you said, Ian, a winner earlier this year in the International Trophy. Looks like he could possibly miss out if he's not careful. At the back of the field, Connor Large, he's been a lucky first-year senior driver, had a penalty in his last heat race yesterday that really sort of took him out of contention for a place. And William Pemble has been very, very fast, but if there's been an accident, William has somehow managed to find it. Fast, but no luck for Pemble as they come to the line.
Our final pre-final of the morning. Bishop on pole.
And we're off and racing. Bishop takes the race lead into turn number 1. The two green and white Tony Kart, second and third are Van der Beken and Kai Clark. Kai Clark driving magnificently under the tutelage of Danny Porter. Now, new home this year, Strawberry Racing, new class this weekend, senior Rotax. And Kai Clark, you said he was, and at the back of the field there was a couple of drivers going on. You call him KC. Well, a couple of the drivers just call him KFC. I'll let you to think about that. But Kai Clark, he is growing, maturing in front of our eyes. He's got oozes talent out of every pore, but now finally getting the mental side of racing right as well. And he is, well, I wouldn't put it past Kai Clark. Kai Clark meet Macaulay Bishop. This could be a battle that rages for a long, long time in Rotax racing. Kai Clark just having the rough edges smoothed out as he moves into seniors. And Macaulay Bishop, you said he's one of the best overtakers in the world of karting, and you're right, Ian. I think, of course, Macaulay Bishop, he did that. There's a move, and there is the number 318 of Tituan Lascaye up into third position. The move that Macaulay Bishop did here at this corner last year on Mark Kimber was arguably the best move I think Macaulay Bishop did. He did the around the outside move at Wilton Mill, which got the world talking, but selling Mark Kimber the dummy into the button S's, I think, was the best move he did all year, personally, Ian, and you were on hand to call that one. It was great.
Lascaye may have lost the front spoiler there. He made very slight contact with Leon Hasty as Macaulay Bishop goes on through to lead lap 3. Back to Clark. And it's Tituan from Leon, who's dropped down. In fact, Brown Van der Berken's there. This is Mehdi Lassoud. Boris Verhaaj behind. Therese Barbichkova, she did not get a good start. She's back to P12, in fact 11. She's just gone by and taken Mateja Radenkovic. Mehdi Lassoud, the 365. 326, I should say. The Slotty Kart Sigma up inside. And the French NSK regional race winner has gone on through looking for his first major international victory. Mehdi in the Slotty Kart, the French driver, the French team, the French manufacturer in position 4. But as Macaulay Bishop has now Teresa Barbichkova in the background, puts in a purple sector, she's behind Matthias Kalierup. She took 3 heat victories, the former W Series Formula 3 driver. Now up in a P10, she takes Ruben Verheyen off screen. This is her teammate. Macaulay Bishop glances back over the left shoulder to Kai Clark. There's Tituan, the Tony Kart second and third. There's the Slotty Kart of Mehdi, Bram van der Berken, Leon Hasty, Verhaaj, Lloyd Howe, up into P8 from grid 12. Kalierup, Barbichkova, Verheyen, Skuens, Sverre Uben, Mateja Radenkovic, and Austin Lee, the German, into P15, looking to make it through to the final this afternoon. Lascaye behind Clark, the Tony Karts down through the chicane, and they are the target of Mehdi Lassoud in the 326 Slotty Kart. The French driver in P4, Matt B with the race lead, lap 4 of 14, the final pre-final of the morning here in beautiful Belgium sunshine at Genk, the home of champions. Bishop from Clark and Tituan de la France.
Freddie Lloyd is looking on from the sidelines of this race, and he's rubbing his hands together with glee, because at the moment the fact that Bram van der Beken has slipped to 5th position in this race means that unofficially Bram van der Beken slips to 4th position on the grid for the main event, promoting Freddie Lloyd to the inside of row number 2. And as you know, here at Genk, the inside row generally has a much bigger advantage than the outside row going into turn number 1, just because of the way that the circuit turns. It turns right and then a sharp right. So Freddie Lloyd will be happy at the moment that he's going to be starting 3rd. Bishop will start on the outside of the front row as things stand. Teresa Barbichkova up back into 10th position. She's not a factor in the championship. She didn't race in the opening round of the series at Cremona. She is, she's trophy hunting, and there is the move. Kai Clark loses 2nd place and loses 3rd place to Bram van der Beken. And already I'm seeing a difference in Kai Clark. You know, he's not battling for every position at every single corner. Oh, and there's a little bit of wheel banging, and there is Bran van der Weyken. Wow, that could have impacted Kai Clark as well. Van der Weyken, rear wheel to rear wheel contact between him and Titouan Lescaille. Van der Weyken jettisoned.
Lassoud, in fact, it was Mehdi Lassoud, the Sodi card at the back straight, who's now restarting way down the field. Take a look at this. They come on to the back straight, slight contact.
And again?
Between the Sodi card and the Tony card, spectacular avoidance from Clark.
But I think, and apologies for misidentifying the Sodi kart driver, but I think as the Sodi kart disappeared off to the inside of Mehdi Lassoud, look at the front of Kai Clark's kart. Did that knock the nose cone out of alignment? And Kai Clark losing a place there up at turn number 5. That's Bran van der Weyken going back to the inside and up into third position. Now behind Kai Clark, you've got Leon Hastie and Boris Verhagen closing in. But meanwhile, Macaulay Bishop, and there's a Craft Motorsport one. I've got to say the Craft Motorsport drivers have been ultra aggressive across every class. This, of course, is the Potenza racing engines by Craft Motorsport kart of Scotland's Leon Hastie, former British O-Plate champion in junior Rotax. And Leon defending his position as they cross the line. That's the number 372 of Boris Verhagen right behind him. Clark back to 6th, and Kellerup, Babichkova, Hare, Verheyen, Speer-Uben in 11th, and Schuens in 12th. Now, Boaz Maximov, he was on the bubble, 36th in points coming into today. He has gained 3 places. That should be enough. What about Austin Lee? Like you said, Ian, German-based, born in Portland, Oregon. And he is 60. Jack West has gained 10 places. So the MLC Motorsport team have got that number 337 kart wound up. Is that going to be enough? Not at the moment for Jack West. We've still got time. We're only at half distance. Andrea Remy has dropped back. Easton Sang, Sebastian Koch, Mehdi Lassoud, all down there. Nick Trobech is not even going to make the final. The round 1 winner will not make the final because he is 33rd. And Connor Large and Eva Morris have gone out. So neither of those two will make the main event. So many big names, Ian, falling before we even get to the business end of this week's race meeting.
Leon Hastie on your screen, 6'11" for the Craft Motorsport team. Position 4 from Boris. Bran in P3, Titouan second, Macaulay Bishop 1.4 seconds clear. No surprise to see that Mehdi, with fresh out, has made up a couple of positions already, but way down in 31st position. It will now be tough for Mehdi Lassoud to put the Sodi kart on the grid for the final. 98 drivers in Senior Max for round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The final 36 to start on the grid for the final. Jeremy Reuters will start from pole position, seemingly to be joined by Macaulay Bishop, who is the race leader of pre-final B on lap 10 of 14. This is Titouan Lescaille from Bran van der Weyken. Leon, the Scotsman for Craft Motorsport. Boris, Kai Clark, Kellerup, Therese Babichkova is now into P8 from Verheyen, and Lloyd Hare in P10. We're getting word that under investigation is Thomas Verheyen, behind the Sri Lankan, Ariana Dharmadasha. Good try from Truman from near on the back of the grid in 17th place, trying to scrape onto the grid for this afternoon's final. 3 laps remaining for Macaulay Bishop, the multi-international champion. Macaulay Bishop, DHR, spectacular to watch. It will be a fabulous fight. It was the Senior Max final to go green at 3 o'clock at local time here at Genk in Belgium. Round 3 of the championship. This is Bran van der Weyken, Bouvin Power, Belgian team, with the Belgian driver here in Belgium, Bran van der Weyken, trying to chase down Titouan for 3rd place, but looking at a second row start is the young Belgian from the Scotsman, the Frenchman in 2nd, and the Brit, Macaulay Bishop, P1, to join the Dutch Spaniard, Jeremy Reuters, on the front row of the grid for round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion here at Karting Genk, the home of champions later this afternoon. Tituan pulling away from the driver on your screen, just goes purple, cuts the gap down slightly to Macaulay Bishop. This is Leon, P4 for Hasty.
Well, Macaulay Bishop has won 5 British karting titles in the modern era, and he's done that in 4 different classes. I'll just check that. Has he? No, he's won in Miami Cadet. He did that with Paul Munn Racing. Paul Munn now looking after Charlie Page. He became only the 2nd driver in the history of British karting to win 2 junior titles in the same year. He won both Junior Rotax and Junior X30. He's also a former senior Rotax British title winner. So that's 4 classes of kart that Macaulay Bishop has won a British title in. If I've missed one out, I'm sure his dad Ian will remind me very, very shortly. But undeniable, more wins in the British Championship than anybody else. He has just passed Kai Hunter for that honour. He simply is, you know, he started racing at Rye House in Hoddesdon. There's another driver that started racing at Rye House in Hoddesdon, a certain Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Host circuit of the 1969 World Championships,
yes,
Henry.
Yes, indeed, that's very good. And Ronnie Peterson raced in that for Sweden. Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun. Our anoraks are being done up much tighter. In fact, our anoraks are going to get done up so hard that we're going to have to get the aircon a little bit lower in the Coventry studio here. But Macaulay Bishop, that very distinct driving style, not quite as pronounced as Mark Kimber in terms of the way he moves his entire body. He moves his neck around, and that is that's by design. People say, oh, he hasn't got much upper body strength. No, he's got plenty. But this is how Bishop, again, just feeding the kart, just easing his body weight to just a tiny little bit of extra weight on the outside corner of the kart going through the turns. That helps Macaulay Bishop. You can see the rest of the field spreading out behind. The track temperature has risen. Earlier on this morning, the racing was a lot closer than yesterday. Drivers were able to race in closer quarters for longer without the engine and the tyres overheating. Now, the air temperature is creeping back up to 30 degrees. And it does mean the longer the karts stay in a pack, the hotter everything gets, and then overtaking becomes harder and harder. Macaulay Bishop is thinking, all I've got to do is make one overtake in the final. Oh, yellow flag waving. There's been a problem down at the final corner. Somebody has had a problem, and there's the kart coming back onto the track. Bishop, though, is your winner in Senior Rotax pre-final B. Tituan Lescaye closes within 8/10 of a second at the end. Trying to see, I think that could have been, it was a 302 kart. Isaac Vega Larson, who had obviously been off track and then got back on track just in front of the leaders on the last lap. No drama, the rest of the field coming across the line. Sadly, it's going to be the last time we see a large group of these drivers. Some of the tail enders still coming across the line. There's Nick Trobech, the round 1 winner. Kern Willems, William Pemble finishes 30th. Bo Ulrich, Sebastian Koch. The highlights, Ian, well, in terms of Macaulay Bishop, that was as close as anybody got to him. Leon Hasty making moves earlier on, and the number 318 there of Tituan Lescaye. Eventually he would finish 2nd. There's going to be, well, this was the main flashpoint of the race. The crossover move there. We'll watch to see the Toby kart of Mehdi Lesue. Where did Mehdi Lesue eventually finish? 26th. He'll make the main events, but he will not be anywhere close to the front. Kai Clark getting shuffled a little bit wide there, but keeping his cool, eventually finishing 6th. But, yeah. If there's going to be one driver, well, Freddie Lloyd is there as well, but Macaulay Bishop has been the only driver, really, to be able to hold a candle to Jeremy Roivers in Senior Rotax. He candled Roivers' birthday. I tried to get it in. Still no cake in the commentary box, however. Here's a look at the results.
Not forgetting that Lewis Gilbert has been impressive as well. He wins pre-final A. Macaulay Bishop wins pre-final B. He'll join Jeremy on the front row of the grid for the final. Tituan second from Bram van der Verken, Hasty, Boris and Kai Clark, Matthias Kellyarab, Babichkova, Ruben Verheyen and Lloyd Hare home in 10th place. Sverre Ulben, good recovery for the Belgian after a tough weekend, despite this third round of the championship being on his home circuit. Also impressive from Austin Lee coming home 14th from Mateo Radenkovic. Shun Sekiguchi only 24th position from Sheng and Mehdi Lassoud, who was fighting for the lead. Nick Trebech, look at that. He won at Cremona with a spectacular victory, but now we'll have to pray for a miracle to make it through to the final. Those are our pre-finals raced here this morning. We will take a short break and we will be back in just on 40 minutes from now to race the first of our 5 finals this afternoon, starting with Direct Drive 2-Speed DD2. Round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at beautiful Genk in Belgium. It is the third round of the 2026 championship. We'll take a short break. Don't go too far away, because yes, there is the confirmation, the top left of your screen, now in the center. We will race the DD2, the first of our 5 finals. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. We'll see you in just over half an hour from now. From the season opening Winter Cup at Campillos in the south of Spain, we raced the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in pouring rain at Cremona in Italy. Round 2 last month at Procart Raceland Wackersdorf in Germany, and now on the second weekend of summer in the Northern Hemisphere, we arrive at the home of champions Karting Genk in beautiful Belgium for the third round of the championship. Good afternoon and welcome to, yes, the penultimate round. We've reached the halfway point of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. Drivers from 34 countries, 216 of them in fact, have arrived at this legendary circuit built back in 1983, now under the new management of MP Motorsport and the MP Motorsport Group for the third round of the series. In just a moment, we race the first of our 5 finals here this afternoon, starting with the Rotax Direct Drive 2-speed category DD2. That's the first final of the afternoon. Jakob Beschel, he took pole position courtesy of a great run in the pre-final this morning. He also won at round 2 in Wackersdorf in Germany. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment, but firstly, let's check out some of the action, what has taken place this week on a scorching hot weekend at Genk in Belgium. Fantastic images from the team at Monza Informa together with WSK Promotion. Nice to have your company here as you join us at the home of champions. This is Genk in Belgium. It's round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary. Delighted to be joined by for the first time, by Henry Baudet, a very familiar voice to many of you, of course, tuning in for the best part of the last decade in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. Good afternoon and welcome back to Karting Genk, Henry.
Thank you very much, Ian. Again, a beautiful opening to this afternoon's broadcast. As you saw, some of the images from around this region, the Limburg region of Belgium was known for its coal mining. Wales, where I'm from, also known for its coal mining. In Wales, we call coal black gold. Well, the only gold that is available this weekend are 3 golden tickets. It's the biggest party in world karting. Not in this class. This is round 3 out of 4 in a championship. The DD2 and the DD2 Masters, they have to wait to the end of the finale at Trinech next month in September, before we crown our champions. But in E20 and E20 Masters and Minimax, there are tickets available today. The skies are blue, the wind, as you can see by the flags fluttering in the light breeze. And the light breeze is key, because yesterday there was no breeze. It was stifling. Today it is still red hot, but hopefully the hottest part of the day will be the 5 races that we have coming up for you. As you can see, 1 minute to go, Ian. 1 minute before engines are fired and we get underway with the first of today's finals here at Genk.
Jakob Beschel to the left of your screen, not only the pole sitter, but is also the championship leader on 312 points from Leonardo Baccalini. The Italian starting inside second row of the grid, just obscured slightly by JB out of pole position. Outside front row of the grid for the legendary Jan Damm's racing team, it is Wout Kerstens in 4.66. Yes, the breeze picking up. It was stifling yesterday, 39, in fact 40 degrees Celsius at various times, about 10, thankfully less than that. The track is dry and we are ready to race for the first of 5 times here this afternoon. DD2, they race over 16 laps of this 1,360 metre circuit. The car's set off, and with that we take a look at the grid. It is the championship leader from the Czech Republic who won at Wackersdorf on pole position for the Craft Motorsport team, Jakob Beschel, 4.05. Alongside Wout Kerstens, 4.66, and the Lando Norris kart for the Damm's racing team. Just slightly slow to get away, but now doing so in the background look to be Jankovic. Second row of the grid, Leonardo Baccalini, second in the series. WK 444 out of grid 4, and Donitsa, who took pole position in time qualifying on Friday, but a DNF this morning. Bendes Jabo, Hannes Morin, Len Nys, the Belgian on his home circuit. Edgar's Volkans for the G-Kart 53 team. Mika van der Pavert, Stampex Motorsport, out of grid 10. Grid 11, William Nordbeck, the Danish driver for the Danish RS competition team. Former Grand Finals champion of the world, Ranja Viris, in the Kartletics 441 Tony Kart. Nicolas Picot, he's the first Masters driver. His countryman, Hugo Dupont, alongside Ralph van der Pavert. And as Will Ellswood, Michael Rosina, who won at Cremona, but way down the grid here this weekend. Kuchililo, Enzo Bol, former Euro champ. Ben Kaminski, and it's Hashisho from Qatar. Vitra from Poland. Sorensen, Dimo, North Francesco, also a Masters driver. Horvath, Jankovic, Manuel Ten-Shirt out, will not start. Steve Vermeulen in the Pantano kart. Nico Guillaume and Mirko Gervasoni as of grid 30, effectively grid 29, with the non-start of Manuel Ten-Shirt. Well, Jakob Beschel took victory in Germany. He's the championship leader. We had a great run in the pre-final this morning, with the exception of the non-starter, the fastest qualifier, Patrick Donitsa, puts him back just a little bit. He is the driver to watch, 4.82, the KSB Birol Art, inside third row of the grid. Beschel on pole position. Henry, what a beautiful scene here at Genk in Belgium.
Yeah, I was about to say, you've heard the phrase, for every cloud there's a silver lining. Well, Patrick Donitsa had the cloud this morning when his kart failed before even taking the start. I was about to say, oh, the silver lining is his tyres are going to be fresher. And then I remembered that each team, each driver has 2 sets of Mojo tyres, which you can use whenever you want. I would imagine that most of the front runners have saved that new set of tyres for this race. So Donitsa, the silver lining, well, maybe copper, because he's still on the second row of the grid.
We welcome you to the legendary Genk circuit in Belgium. The Czech on pole position to the left of your screen, Jakob Beschel, Val Kirstens, outside front row to the right alongside. We race the DD2 final, one card going straight to the grass. A perfect start from Jakob Beschel. And Baccalini, second in the championship, immediately shoots on through to second in the race. On the back, on the attack of Jakob Beschel and Patrick Dornica, grid 5, already into third place. On the back of the Italian, Jakob Beschel leads up the back straight for the first time. Clean start, relatively speaking, as Steve Vermeulen in the Pantano car tries to go down the inside. Also looking for Len Nyes, the Belgian, on his home circuit. But it's Jakob Beschel with the early race lead from pole position. Dornica, fastest qualifier 1 week ago in the BNL series, and also on Friday. He took pole position, had a fabulous run up until this morning, but it has hurt him little. He's already in position 3 on the back of the driver, second in the championship, second in the race, Baccalini. But it's Jakob Beschel, the Czech Republic driver in the Craft Motorsport car, across the line for the first time in P1.
Jakob Beschel has 3 podium finishes in the grand finals. We've got a new second place driver, Patrick Dornica. So you can see in the foreground of your camera shot, there's some of the tail enders climbing over each other. But Patrick Dornica, certainly the bit between his teeth, and he's looking to make the move now. I was about to say, Jakob Beschel is known as one of the hardest drivers to overtake in karting. He is a master of defense. Well, 16 laps, and already the contenders are lining up to take their shot at him. He's going to have to defend. For all he's worth, he's going to hold on to this one because Dornica looking racy. He wants to try and overcome that points deficit that he inherited because, of course, in the pre-final, there are championship points up for grabs. Beschel defending white line fever into the final corner. If Beschel defends like this, we're in for a very long race. And we're going to get 30 karts crossing the start-finish line roughly together. If Beschel doesn't start opening things out, he's going to try and weather the early storm. Let Dornica's kart get a little bit warm, a little bit overheating, and then maybe make his move.
Beschel defending for his life in the early stages of the race. Patrick on the charge. Leonardo just watching on. That's Mika van der Pavert. The Stampex Motorsport Car Republic in position 4 from Christiansen, Nice, Kirstens, Hannes Morin, Kaminski, Bendeshabo, Vilkans, and the first Masters driver, Nicholas Pico, in that battle in the background. In the second slotty car, remember, Nicholas did finish P3 outright at Wackersdorf. At the moment, he's the first Masters driver, but outside the top 10. Look at the defense from Beschel. Baccalini starting to get frustrated. Almost puts it up the inside of Patrick. Here comes Mika. Beschel white lines it again. It is only lap 4.
This is going to be a long, long race. It's very hot outside, but the drivers, all the drivers following Jakob Beschel are going to start getting hot under the collar. They're going to start getting frustrated. They're going to start getting annoyed. Jakob Beschel, he's not weaving, he's defending. Oh, he's got to be careful, but Dornica already starting to remonstrate. Just look how close the pack of karts are. Now, and already there's a problem that you're going to have at the back of your screen there. Karts off at the side of the circuit. That's the problem that you start seeing happening when you've got the leader defending like he's defending. He's entitled to. It's going to upset all the drivers following him. But you know what, Jakob? Jakob doesn't care if he upsets the drivers. He cares about winning. And that is currently what he is doing.
It was Bendeshabo, Nicholas Pigot, and Ben Kaminski who came together as Beschel. He can put the kart exactly where he wants it. He's in position 1. It is his right. It is his prerogative. But look at the effect that is having. They are bottlenecking behind the Czech driver. We can only assume he's gone for incredibly low tyre pressures. The Mojo D5 tyre around 0.5 bar. That's 10 to 11 PSI in the old money. Praying that that kart will come on strong. He's still in P1. Christiansen, 444. In third place is Will for the RS competition team. Head of Mika van der Pavert, second in the series. Baccalini's dropped back to P5. There's the Italian with the Jody Scheckter replica helmet. Ahead of the slotty card of the Latvian Edgar Vilkans. Beschel again defends. They will send the Czech driver if he's not careful into the pit hairpin. Look at the freight train. Falcons in the background. Around the outside, what a move! Christensen sends it with the move of the weekend thus far. Crosses the line in position one. What a pass, what a move. He's on the outside, it becomes the inside. He's back to second place. Fantastic from the Dane. Patrick back to third. Incredibly, Jakob Beschel holds on to the race lead. Henry, what a race. The DD2 final here this afternoon at Genk.
Christensen had made his way up in a second, goes for the Slim Shady on the outside of the final corner, pulls it off in terms of he led the start of this lap, but Betzel was on the inside, was able to keep the lead going through turn number one and turn number two. However, you could almost see, Betzel, you're right, you were absolutely right, Ian. He has set the pressures, the tyre pressure on that car super low. He's going to start getting quicker and quicker. Already, you can see, lap number 6 out of 16, Betzel starting to stretch out the advantage. This is going to be his best lap of the race so far. He goes purple in the final sector. Betzel's tactics have worked perfectly. He's withstood the pressure. Yeah, he's upset some of his rivals. That doesn't matter. It's his right and prerogative to defend. And now, the car is all singing, all dancing. He's up the road. Has the chance for all the other drivers. You can see Donitzer there saying, right, come on, we've got to work together now. Has their chance gone? Has the masterclass tactically from Betzel worked? We'll find out in 9 laps, but already getting towards half distance. Betzel looks over his shoulder. And again, purple first sector. Now, so Betzel, the tyres are coming to him. The setup is coming to him. He withstood the pain and now is going to try and, enjoy the pleasure of leading this race. Baccalini, Betzel's nearest title rival, who has started third, has slipped back to 8th position in that big shuffle.
What a defence from Jakob Beschel. Incredibly, he's just gone purple as you look at Mika van der Pavert. Defending from Igaz Vilkans, who himself is under attack from Len Nice, the Shepherds Racing drivers. Baccalini second in the championship. That's right, Henry. He's back to 8th from Kirstens, Will Ellsworth, Ralph van der Pavert, Morin Cucciolillo, Michael Rosina. The Cremona race winner has made a good start, but he's down in 14th place as you look at the race leader. What a defence from JB, already half race distance. Second, Donitzer, and Will Christensen in third place for the RS competition team. Mika van der Pavert from just across the border in the Netherlands in 4th place for the Stampex Motorsport team. As his teammate, the former Euro champ Enzo Boll in P6 in 4.55, Mika in 4.86. This is WK in 444. Will Christensen on the back of the fastest qualifier, the pole sitter, Patrick Donitzer, who goes purple, the only driver under the 55-second bracket at the moment. Christensen third, Donitzer second. Jakob Beschel, what a defence, has held the race lead. Van der Pavert, Vilkans, Enzo Boll in P6. The second half of the DD2 final. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at the home of champions. Genk in Belgium, presented by WSK Promotion. Jakob Beschel, who won at Wackersdorf. They were bottlenecking back to 9th place in the early stages, and now he's got a gap, albeit a slight one, of 0.3 of a second. We go into the second half of the DD2 final. The drivers from the Czech Republic and Poland. 1-2 here this afternoon in Belgium.
And Patrick Donitzer, he must have heard me saying that his chances of victory are over. He now says, Henry, you're new to this championship. I'm going to prove you wrong. He's proved me wrong by setting the fastest lap of the race, 54.840 seconds. Closing back in on Jakob Beschel. Now, this is a different question for Jakob to answer. The first part of the race went to plan. Well, the kart's not great, I'm going to hold everybody up and defend. And then I'm going to pull away, and that's job done. Oh, hang on a second, there's still 2 of them to get rid of, so to speak. Donitzer and Christensen have hung with Jakob Beschel. There's a big gap developing back to Mika van der Pavert in 4th position. Edgar Vilkans in 5th. What a drive from Enzo Boll, from 19th on the grid up into the top 6. And I don't think Enzo is done yet. Meanwhile, down in the DD2 Masters division, it's been an awful start for champion-elect Nicola Pico. This hasn't been his best weekend. He had a DNF in one of the heats. He's currently 4th out of 4 in the Martyrs category, with the number 590, Dimo Nota Francesco, leading. He's 19th overall. Vermeulen is second in class, 24th overall. Then it's Gervasoni, and then it's Nicola Pico as Henri Dupont and Will Ellsworth sadly retire.
That's exactly right, Henry. This may well be Dino's day. He is leading the Masters class. Jakob Beschel on your screen, second in the Rotax Max Grand Finals in Bahrain last year. P1 stares back behind him as they cross the line at 116 kilometres an hour. 117.5 for the 2014 Euro champ Enzo Bol, who's still in position 6. Patrick on the back of the check into the final corner before they go onto the back straight around the outside. Watch Christensen in the background. There's Mika van der Pavert, Vilkans, and Enzo Bol. Here we go. The final quarter of the DD2 final. This leading trio from the Czech Republic, Poland, and Denmark, respectively. The Craft Motorsport car from the Bureau of Art, KSB Austria in second place. Do not discount Mika on his home circuit for the Stampex Motorsport team. The final quarter of the DD2 final. Watch the send again from Christensen around the outside to cut back in. Beschel puts the cart in the middle of the circuit. We start lap 13 of 16. There's Mika van der Pavert in the background. He's catching the leading trio. Again around the outside, does not work for Christensen this time. And now has to defend from the Dutchman, Mika van der Pavert.
Already you can see the lap times have dropped back off as Betzel starts to defend. We did have a group of 3 at the front. We've now got a group of 6 at the front. And I tell you what, Betzel, he's thinking, okay, I defend the inside line. Well, that deals with Patrick Donitzer. How do I defend the outside line? For William Christensen, who's already shown that he is not afraid to stick it high, wide and handsome whenever the situation. And here comes Enzo Bol trying to cross over now on the Sony kart of Edgar Vilkans in 5th position. Enzo Bol, here we go, Donitzer taking a leaf out of Christian's book. And, oh, not happy, Betzel repels another assault.
There was clear contact between Jakob Beschel and Patrick Donitzer. You saw him raise the right fist in frustration. That was seen by race control. We continue on, still 3 laps remaining. Patrick still in second place.
But frustration is what Jakob Beschel wants the rest of the drivers in the field. He wants them to get frustrated, because what happens when a driver is frustrated? They tend to make mistakes.
As long as they don't send him into one of these corners, which is starting to look inevitable.
There is that, yes. But, you know, Donitzer, Jakob Beschel now knows that Patrick Donitzer is raging inside his crash helmet. He's frustrated and he's angry. Now, Jakob can deal with that because that is a psychological advantage. Jakob, cool, calm, doing his thing, and Donitzer has got to try and gird his loins and go back into battle one more time. Christensen finally beginning to drop back. It's been about these two, Ian, all weekend. Betzel and Donitzer. It was equal, one apiece yesterday. And then this morning, with that retirement for Donitzer, Betzel takes over. Donitzer's got one more chance. This is lap 15 out of 16, down the Europa Plan straight. Betzel's checking over his shoulder. What has Donitzer got up his sleeve? And there goes Enzo Bol from 19th, potentially onto the podium for Enzo Bol. We're going to find out in about a lap and a quarter's time.
Fabulous drive from the 2024 European champion, to be fair. His SP Motorsport teammate Mika did give him space, but Enzo Bol, what a drive now just to step off the podium. We start the last lap, the gap 0.323 of a second. Jakob Beschel, what a defensive masterclass. He goes purple with a 54.689, puts 0.2 of a second. As you look at the driver second in the series, Leonardo Baccalini off the podium at the moment from Kirstens, Mika, Ralph van der Pavert, Nürburgring in P10. Last lap, the DD2 final. Beschel, he won at Wackersdorf in Germany, the second round of the championship. The team from Germany here across the border in Belgium. Craft Motorsport 405 has only got a few corners remaining. He will win this. Jakob Beschel will win round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Patrick's too far back. As Christensen goes purple, he'll finish on the podium. A defensive masterclass. He wins at Wackersdorf round 2 and takes the championship lead to Trinec in September. He wins here at Genk in Belgium. Jakob Beschel wins round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2. Patrick home in second place. WK Will Christensen with a 54.603 on the last lap of the race takes the podium in third place. The highlights of the DD2 final, Jakob Beschel from pole position. Baccalini initially into second place. Christensen muscling his way through. Around the outside, he did briefly lead the final until they got back to turn 1. Meanwhile, Enzo Bol was coming from the clouds from grid 19. He caught up to this pack, thereby going by Baccalini in the background. Patrick Dornitzer fighting with Christensen. Vilkans is there as well. Ultimately, the Latvian finishing in P5. Christensen around the outside. He did not work on Patrick that time. Patrick and Jakob made very slight contact. Frustration from the pole. Jakob Beschel did not flinch as Mika van der Pavert gave his teammate Enzo Bol space. Beschel wins at Wackersdorf and wins here at Karting Genk in Belgium. He's the championship leader going to Trinec in the Czech Republic on the second week of September. Jakob Beschel wins the DD2 final here at the home of champions, Genk in Belgium. Henry, fantastic start to the afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Jakob Beschel unofficially leads this championship now by over 30 points. In fact, he leads it by nearly 40 points. And of course, where's the last round? Well, that's in Jakob Beschel's home country, the Czech Republic in Trinec. Patrick Donitza, William Christensen, Enzo Bol, Edgars Vilkans, Leonardo Baccalini, the top 6. Baccalini second in the championship, just ahead of Patrick Donitza. Ralph van der Pavert, Mika van der Pavert, William Norbeck, and Giuliano Cucciello round out your top 10. Now, in this screen, you're going to see the next drivers. Two Masters. Under investigation is the number 486 kart, but that is Mika van der Pavert. We said earlier, so Beschel, whose older brother, Petter Beschel, was the 2019 Rotax Grand Finals DD2 champion. Jakob Beschel has finished second in 2025, third in 2023, third in 2022. He would dearly like to join his brother on the winners' rostrum at the Grand Finals. And Petter Beschel has just welcomed his second little child into the world. His eldest is 2.5, so we'll see Petter back at the circuit as a Bambino dad in about 2.5 years' time. Great opening to this afternoon's racing.
Jakob Beschel wins round 3 and takes the championship lead to the Czech Republic. Patrick Donitza and Will Christensen fill the podium. Timo Francesco wins the Masters class from Steve Vermeulen, and Mirko Gervasoni in third place in the Masters category for the first time in a long time. Nicholas Pico, after that first lap incident, misses the podium in DD2 Masters. Speaking of which, stay with us. We will have the podium for DD2 and DD2 Masters live from Karting Genk in just a moment.
Well, as you can see, the recovery vehicle making its way down the thing now. On the back of that cart will be Ben Kaminsky, Hugo Henri Dupont, Will Ben de Sabo, Nicolas Guillaume, also retired. There's actually one passenger on the recovery vehicle at the moment. Forlorn looking sight as he heads back to the pits. That is the 430 of Ben Kaminski, the German driver for the 3G Motorsport team. You look now as Ian Silvestri makes his way down to conduct the podium presentation. The spectator terracing has emptied for the time being, not because there's no one here. There are lots and lots of people here. It's because everyone is taking shelter from the sun. You can see the temporary bar, the large inflatable bottle of product on the left side of your screen. Now, the flags aren't fluttering as much as they were, which means the breeze has dropped. When the breeze drops and the air temperature gets that little bit warmer, there's less air going into the karts and it makes passing harder. A lot of drivers telling me this morning that because the temperatures have been so high here, you can only follow another driver closely for about 2 laps before everything, engine temperature, tyres, start overheating, and then that makes it harder to overtake. And of course the drivers use the radiator flaps to try and keep the engines cool, just too hot. So as the weather gets warmer this afternoon, we're hovering at around 30 degrees at the minute. If it gets higher, and yesterday, the last race yesterday was at 5 p.m. It was the hottest it had been all day at 5 p.m. We were watching the temperature rise yesterday. It hit 39 degrees Celsius as the last heat race of the day, which is the senior Rotax heat race, went out onto the circuit. It could get hotter and hotter and hotter as the day progresses. This, believe it or not, is the coolest day of the week so far. There was a spectacular thunderstorm last night, so I'm told. I was asleep, but a lot of people were woken up by the thunderclaps at around 3 a.m. this morning. There is a look at the podium. There's a look at something else. Italian style is prevalent throughout the paddock, ladies and gentlemen, as only WSK Promotions can pull off. We can't put the championship trophy around in the hands of Jakob Bezel yet, not at all. There's still plenty of points available. No dropped scores in this championship. All 4 rounds count. That means that Bezel has got to be on his toes. Well, there's Patrick Donitsa, looking at Patrick there. Frustrated, yes, of course, as are so many drivers who fail to win. In the centre of your screen, William Christiansen, the Danish driver. He's got his Team Denmark race suit on. There is Jakob Bezel with a Kraft Motorsport suit on the right-hand side of your screen. Enzo Boll, 19th to 4th. Edgars Vilkans, 9th to 5th. Leonardo Baccaglini, 3rd back to 6th. Unofficially, Bezel has 481 points, Baccaglini 443, Donitsa 425, and Ragnar Vieras 415. But it's time to head down for the first time today to Ian Silvestri, who is conducting today's podiums. Take it away, Ian.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, the drivers down here. Firstly, the DD2 podium and then the DD2 Masters. Speaking of which, we've finally got a new winner in the Masters category. But first, outright, and what a fantastic start to the afternoon. The DD2 final here at Genk in Belgium. Starting from pole position, he won it with a defensive masterclass. Round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. In 3rd place, from Denmark, Will Christiansen. Second place from Poland for the KSB Austrian team, the fastest qualifier, Patrick Donitsa. What a brilliant defensive drive. It looked nervous early on. He won at Wackersdorf and he's backed it up with a brilliant victory here this afternoon in the Belgian sunshine. The winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2 from the Czech Republic, Jakub Bešel. And the winning team, Craft Motorsport, represented by Fabian Bach. Whoa. Third place in round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2 from Denmark, Will Christensen. Second place from Poland, Patryk Donica. Two for the driver from the Czech Republic. The winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2, Jakub Bešel. And Fabian Bach representing the winning team, Craft Motorsport. The national anthem of the Czech Republic. The podium for round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Third place, Will Christensen. Second, Patryk Donica. The winner at Wackersdorf also wins here at Genk, Jakub Bešel. Jakub Bešel takes the series lead to the championship final. That's on the 12th and 13th of September, ominously in his home country at Třinec, the steel ring in the Czech Republic. DD2 and of course DD2 Masters taking place within the race. And for the first time in a long time, we've got a new race winner in DD2 Masters. The drivers from Switzerland and Belgium on the podium in DD2 Masters. The drivers are down here. The podium for DD2 Masters here at Genk in Belgium. In third place from Switzerland, Mirko Gervasoni. Second place from here in Belgium, driving the Pantano kart, Steve Vermeulen. A big round of applause for the new race winner in DD2 Masters from Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco. And the winning team, Kart Team Meyer, represented by Daniel Meyer. DD2 Masters at third place from Switzerland, Mirko Gervasoni. Second place from here in Belgium, Steve Vermeulen. The winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2 Masters from Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco. And Daniel Meyer representing the winning team, Kart Team Meyer. the national anthem of Switzerland. The podium for DD2 Masters. Third place, Mirko Girasone. Second place, Silver Mullen. And from Switzerland for the first time in a long time. And congratulations to the race winner, Timo Francesco. Henry, a great start to the weekend. Forgive the cliche, but yet we are about to electrify the karting going circuit. In just a moment, you can explain exactly why. Henry, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, things, what was it, Eddie Grant? We're going to walk down to Electric Avenue, and then two drivers will take it higher. By that, I mean two drivers in this race will claim 2 tickets to the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals. Spain, Portugal, Hungary, Poland and Austria are the main contenders in the E20 class. In the Masters, Belgium, Switzerland, Argentina are the 3 main contenders. Can Marcos de Dios hold off his Iberian rival Lucas Pinheiro dos Santos for Spain's first ticket to the E20 Grand Finals? What about Carl Claribo, Belgium's fastest baker? A multiple Grand Finalist. Quite often he was the second Belgian driver behind the one and only Christophe Adams. But as Christophe Adams enjoys semi-retirement, he's not fully retired, but he is being far more selective about where he races. Carl Claribo can step into the breach and become Belgium's leading Masters driver in the Rotax Grand Finals. He's not there yet, however, but he is working very hard and has been the class of the field so far in E20 Masters.
Henry, a fabulous start to the afternoon with the DD2 final. In just a moment, we get ready to electrify the circuit. But firstly, highlights of E20 this week here at Genk. Since 2018, Rotax have developed this prototype electric category, and they're about to entertain us as we look at the grid. Over 10 laps, Marcos de Dios de España en primero. Lucas Santos from Porto in Portugal starts out of grid 2. Ana Benedek, the first of 2 Hungarians. She starts out of grid 3. Milan out of grid 4. Second Hungarian, Akos Magdaros. Maximilian, then Karl Klebot. The first of the Masters drivers, Lazar Chakravic. Lola Gervais, the 16-year-old French driver. Then it is Bertese, Michele, Javier Fernandez de Argentina, and Antonio Lima on the final row of the grid. No formation lap for E20. They roll out of the grid, which they've done now. We take a look at the start. Marcos to the left of your screen, 7-2-3. Lucas Mourinho Santos out of grid at 2. Ready to race over 10 laps, the E20 electric final.
Yannick Jacobs from Germany was last year's Grand Finals champion. Portugal and Spain have never won a Grand Finals in the E20 class. Well, to get a Grand Finals win, you've got to get to the Grand Finals, and 10 laps is underway with a good start from our poles. It'll Marco de Dios into turn number 1, a little bit of chopping and changing in the middle of the pack. There's somebody diving up the inside at turn number 2, but the leaders away cleanly. And up into P2 is the number 712 kart. Well, Lucas Pinheiro dos Santos made a good start from the outside of row 1, hangs on to second place. They're battling for 3rd and 4th. That's Anna Bedenek and Milan Skosensky. Akos Maderas. In fact, Milan Skosensky there in the pink-topped crash helmet is in 5th position. Carl Cleribo runs 6th and leads Masters as we watch. Well, the crowd watches in silence. The drivers race in silence. And we complete lap number 1 of 10 here in E20 and E20 Masters. Akos Madaras goes into P at fastest lap, running in 4th position. Hungary have got a really strong tradition. Both Madaras and Benedek have both competed in this class in the Grand Finals before. I think Benedek was 14th last year, but she was very, very quick and had a problem in the final.
She's been in the top 3 consistently this week, 2-time Hungarian Cup winner, and currently she's in the podium position ahead of her countryman. Back to Madros, Carl Clairbol, the Belgian baker, who took pole position in time qualifying in the Masters category. P6 outright, just been passed by Milan, but it's Marcos de Dios, whose surname literally translates as Marcos from the gods. The Spaniard ahead of Lucas Santos. Spain versus Portugal. The Hungarians 4 and 5. Carl back into P6. 5, in fact, just goes by and takes Maximilian. Then Milan Skonetsi, Lola Gervais, Lazar Čakovic, Bertese Fernandez, and the second Portuguese driver, Antonio Lima. Since 2018, the Rotax company have developed this category.
Yeah, it was 2021 in Bahrain that the class made its actual official Grand Finals debut. I was there in 2017 when we debuted, or what was the E-Thunder kart, which was then known. It became the E20 a few years later. Oscar Pellemel from France was the inaugural champion in E20. Brazil actually won the first E20 Masters race. The current reigning E20 Masters champion is Maurice Knyoppers from the UAE. Won it 2 years ago representing the Netherlands, won it last year representing the UAE. Did Maurice?
The Dutchman from Dubai.
The Dutchman from Dubai, the dad of Sem Knyoppers, who won DD2 last year, beating Jakob Betzel. And Sem now doing a fantastic job as a Birrell ART Works driver, I believe. But up at the front, Marco de Dios continues to lead there. In second place, white crash helmet, the black and white race suit. That is Lucas Pinheiro dos Santos, being chased by Anna Benedek and Akos Madaras. Talk about Lola Gervais. She's probably the youngest driver in this class, 16 years old from France. She is one tough young lady. At the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans last year, one of the biggest crashes I've seen, it was like an airplane crash. Lola was thrown out of her kart, bounced along the circuit, got up, dusted herself down, walked straight back into the awning, cuts and bruises all over the place. It was like, right, let's get the kart ready for the next one. Tough young lady, as are so many of these drivers. We've seen it already this morning that motorsport, no matter how safe you make the equipment, the karts, the circuits, no matter how many medical staff you have around, motorsport can be dangerous. And every single driver, young and old, knows that when they get into one of these karts. We put our faith in the safety teams, and Genk, Home of Champions, the RMC Euro Trophy, make sure they provide the best medical staff of all to make sure that we have 216 drivers from 34 different nations. We want to send 216 drivers back to their 34 different nations, pretty much the same packaging that they arrived.
We move into the second half of the final. The move from Benedict down the inside. And it goes on through and puts Lucas back to third place. So Marcos from Spain with the race lead now from Ana Benedict, who glances back over the shoulder. Lucas at risk of losing a podium and does so at the moment to the two Hungarians. This is the move down the straight at 113.1 kilometers an hour. Anna sends it to the inside. She's in second place. She's only 1.2 seconds back from the race leader, Marcos. Remember, these drivers, they have push to pass or boost 5 seconds every 30 seconds, so approximately once every 1.5 laps. It gives them an extra 4 kilowatts. This developmental prototype class, topping 113 kilometers an hour approximately here at Genk, testing last year in Sweden at the Gelarasen circuit in Sverige. 158 kilometers an hour for the E20 electric category. Admittedly, that was on a long circuit. Rotax, they're the first to admit it is a development prototype class, and they are desperate to get the weight down. These are, everyone knows it, let's be honest, extremely heavy go-karts. I struggle to say this out loud, 150 kilograms. They are well aware of this. Think of the mobile phones back in the 1990s.
Yes.
Give it time.
Yes. Yes.
And they will be an impressive piece of equipment. Great to see them on track as we listen to the E20 category here at Genk. Lap 8 of 10, Marcos, 1.5 seconds clear of the two Hungarians, Ana Benedict and Akos Madras. Lucas falls off the podium, does Santos, who took pole position on Friday. Lucas with a 55.637, 56.844 for Marcos, the fastest driver on the circuit. The response now, the two Hungarian drivers, they trade positions. Clearly, Madras with the boost. This is the opportunity for Lucas to get back on the podium. As you look at the Spaniard, Marcos in a class of his own, almost 2 seconds clear. First Masters driver is Carl Clebot. 8th outright, Bertese, Javier Fernandez, and the second Portuguese driver, Antonio Lima, rounds out the field. Penultimate lap, the E20 final here at Genk. Marcos from Spain across the line at 112 kilometers an hour. 114 for Lucas, desperate to use the boost and get back on the podium.
That was a fantastic analogy. Yeah, remember those house bricks that we used to carry around in our pockets of our loose-fitting, Slim Shady-inspired denim jeans in the 90s? They looked like a house brick. They weighed as much as a house brick. And they were, now our smartphones weigh, what, 100 grams, 150 grams, something like that. These will get lighter. They are incredibly fast. The boost button, you can really feel it. Having driven one of these, you know, you press the boost button and yeah, you do get a real boost. It's another little element of a driver's tactical arsenal that they can call upon.
Don't fear, the internal combustion engine is going nowhere.
Nope.
The oceans will run out of water before we run out of oil on this planet, despite what you may have heard. This is an alternative, not a replacement to the internal combustion engine. It is actually quite fascinating to watch, and as development goes on by, they will improve, certainly. It is entertaining to watch, not being forced down anybody's throats. We are motorsport fans. We are fans of the ICE engine, but this is a very fascinating alternative. Marcos de Dios on his final lap is surely going to take victory here at Genk in Belgium.
We may be going to Portugal for the grand finals, but the neighbors, those noisy Spanish neighbors, will have at least one driver in the E20 class. Bearing, of course, technical post-race issues, this driver on your screen, number 723, Marco de Dios. Welcome to the grand finals, Marco. You are the newest ticket winner, and we wait, because Carl Cleribo is across the line just in 9th position. Belgium has a driver in E20 Masters. Belgium's fastest baker, Carl Cleribo. Well, French pastry, Belgian pastry, and Portuguese pastries are some of the best in the world. Carl Cleribo can go and swap patisserie stories with all the people in Portimao as he goes back to what I think is his 7th grand finals for Carl Cleribo. Always the nearly man in Belgium Masters karting behind Christoph Adams. The nearly man, no more.
The Belgian baker wins E20 Masters. Morgen we zijn eten de koffiekoeken van de bakkerie van Carl Cleribo. Yes, he wins E20 Masters. As you look at the race winner, Marcos comes back into pit lane. He wins it from the two Hungarians, Madras and Anna Benedict. She's on the podium. Fastest qualifier, Lucas Santos misses the podium in 4th place. He will be disappointed. And it's Maximilian Lola, she's 6th from Milan. Lazar Čakovic. We go down to P9. Carl Cleribo for Bouvin Power wins Masters from Burtzese. And the Argentine, it's a long way from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. He's made the trip worth it. Javier Fernandez, the 11th outright as we turn the page, but on the Masters podium in 3rd place. Marcos from Madras and Benedict win E20. As Fernandez P11 on the Masters podium here.
Yeah, the long journey for Javier Fernandez. Well, he made a long journey to Bahrain last year and finished 7th in the E20 Masters class. Carl Cleribo's best ever Grand Finals finish of all his previous appearances, 21st. That was in DD2 Masters back in 2024 at the Circuito Internacional de Napoli in Sarno. Well, there aren't 21 tickets available in E20 Masters. I believe there are 18 in total, between 15 and 18 available in E20 Masters. So Carl Cleribo is guaranteed his best ever Grand Finals finish in 2026. As we look down the E20 class, they will be back at Trinec for the final round of the Euro Series, where there will be another 2 tickets available to the Grand Finals for the winners on that occasion. Will Marco de Dios be back at Trinec? Well, possibly, because you can't race these karts week in, week out. Rotax have an entire division of their karting empire, or their karting staff, devoted to the E20 or the e-kart project. Of course, the E10 kart, the junior electric kart or the mini electric kart is making its debut as an official category of the Grand Finals this year. Please go to the official Rotax website where you will be able to see what events are coming up. I know there's several E10 events coming up in the UK. I am going to be very fortunate enough to be on hand at Zwartkops Raceway in South Africa next weekend for the African Open, where they are debuting the E10 class in South Africa, and that promises to be a huge movement, electric karting going into Africa, which is great for the country of South Africa, great for the African continent as a whole. So please, if you are sitting at home thinking, I wonder, the next E20 class race that I'm aware of at the Euro Trophy is going to be at Trinec. There will be others. Please go to the Rotax website, rotaxkarting.com, to find out, or simply just email Rotax and ask them. They will tell you. For That I am sure. Ian Silvestrin has gone down to conduct podium ceremonies. We have got 3 races to go, Mini, Junior and Senior. The Mini drivers, they, like the E20s, have a ticket available for the winner of the next race. They don't run a full championship like we do in Juniors, Seniors and DD2s. They have 4 one-off official, what they're called cup races. This is the Rotax Belgian Cup by Minimax. You can see some of the Minimax contenders going out onto the circuit. We had the Rotax Italian Cup at Cremona, the Rotax German Cup at Wackersdorf. This is the Rotax Belgian Cup. When we go to the Czech Republic of Trinec, I wonder what that event will be called for the Minimax class. Possibly the Rotax Czechia Cup by Minimax? Maybe, just maybe. But as the Minimax drivers make their way out onto the circuit, the E20 drivers and the Masters have left the circuit for the final time, and they will very shortly be appearing here on your screens for the podium. It's a long, long walk out to the circuit, but as you could just see off the camera shot there, those are blue skies. There are some very light, wispy clouds now moving over part of the circuit, which will give a little bit, just a little bit of light relief to the spectators, the mechanics, the drivers, and of course the families here in the paddock. We wait for the drivers to first of all clear the initial post-race technical scrutineering. Obviously the drivers will go to the weigh bridge to make sure they're not under the official class weight. They will get their nose cones checked to make sure that there's no front bumper penalties. After the podium presentation, which remains provisional until the final results are confirmed in scrutineering, which can take some time, Paul Klassen and the rest of the Euro Trophy team are here on hand to do whatever they want to the karts at the end of the final. If Paul Klassen says, I want you to cut all 4 tyres off and show me the insides of the rubber, then that's what you do, because that's what the head of technical scrutineering tells you to. Once again, you can see the flags. You can see the Spanish flag at the very top centre of your picture. And then, of course, you have the 2 Hungarian flags either side. Hungarian nation, again, very, very successful in DD2 karting. Ferenc Konchar, a multiple Grand Final champion in DD2. Going back a few years, back in 2016. 2015, 2016, Ferenc Konchar won his 2 DD2 titles. And I know that the Hungarian distribution, the Rotax distributors from Hungary have changed. There is a look at our top 3 in E20. Anna Benedek, there on the right-hand side of your screen. But to introduce the podium in its entirety, let's go down to Ian Silvestrin.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, the drivers down here on the podium. 2 Hungarians and a Spaniard who takes victory in round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge in the E20 category. A great performance all weekend. The driver from Hungary in 3rd place, Anna Benedek. Also from Hungary in 2nd place, Akos Matras. El ganador de España, the winner of the E20 final here at Genk in Belgium, Marcos de Dios. In 3rd place from Hungary, Anna Benedek. Second place, also from Hungary, Akos Matras. The winner of the E20 final, round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Spain, Marcos de Dios. And also as the driver who wins the E20 category, wins the ticket to race in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. To represent Spain in the E20 final, Marcos de Dios wins the winning ticket to represent Spain in the Grand Finals. The national anthem of España. The podium for the E20 final, Ana Arcos, and the winner from Spain, Marcos de Dios. Thank you to Ana, to Arcos, and to Marcos. Nos vemos en Portugal, Marcos de Dios. The race within the race, the E20 Masters category. Great to have them on track here at Genk in Belgium. Also mixing it outright with the Masters drivers as per DD2. In third place from Argentina, Javier Fernandez. Three-second penalty to the podium presenter as we just wait for the flakes to change here down on the podium. Of course, the E20 drivers, the winning driver, we'll get to that in a moment, also gets the winning ticket to race Portugal in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. The flags of Argentina, Switzerland, and Belgium. After a 3-second jump start in anticipation, ready for the E20 Masters podium presentation. Third place from Argentina, Javier Fernandez. From Switzerland in second place, Michele Berzese. And the Belgian wins here in Belgium. The winner of E20 Masters, Carl Clerbon. Third place in E20 Masters de Argentina, Javier Fernandez. Second place from Switzerland, Michele Berzese. And the winner of E20 Masters from here in Belgium, the Belgian, Carl Klebord. Carl will also represent Belgium at this year's Rotax Max Grand Finals in E20 at Portimao in Portugal. The national anthem of Belgium. The podium for E20 Masters, third place there, Argentina, Javier Fernandez, second, Michele Berzese from Switzerland, and the Belgian wins here in Belgium, Carl Klebord. E20 Masters podium, Carl Klebord to represent Belgium in Portimao at the Rotax Max Grand Finals later this year. Mini Max, they're down on the grid. Well, England won their FIFA World Cup game earlier this morning. The British drivers dominate the Mini Max grid. The English drivers specifically, well, 1.5 of them, they'd lock out the front row. It is Sam Pollard racing on the front row of the grid. Sebastian and Austin. It is Behrman on Oman, ready to race from the front row of the grid. The Mini Max final in just a moment. Henry, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, you're right. There's not two English drivers on the front of the grid. There's 1.5 English drivers because Austin Oman, half Scottish, half English. We have to say the half Scottish bit first, or else his mum, Lindsay, will get very upset. Tristan, his dad, the first British driver to ever be on a podium at a Rotax Grand Finals back in 2001, I believe. The second edition of the Grand Finals, which was held at Langkawi in Malaysia. Back in the days where you brought your own carts with you and everyone swapped engines between each race to make sure that it was all fair. Now, of course, the Rotax Grand Finals, so very, very different. Austin Oman, a podium finisher in the Grand Finals back in 2024. But of course, let's not forget the driver that currently sits on pole position, Sebastian Behrman. He has not yet been to the Grand Finals as Sebastian. Third in the Winter Cup, third at Wackersdorf, only 20th at Cremona, but he is in pole position, not just literally but figuratively as well, to take the next ticket, the Grand Finals in the Mini-Max class.
Would you bet on anything but a British victory here in Mini-Max? A lockout. The first 11, 12 positions on the grid with the exception of Samar Chopra, the Union Jacks first through to 6th. Firstly, some of the action this week here at Genk. 28 Minimax drivers here at Genk in Belgium to race for the single event, Belgian Cup for Rotax Minimax. The winner of this will represent their nation in Portimao in the beautiful Algarve coast in Portugal in the biggest karting event in the world, the Rotax Max Grand Finals, which started back in Puerto Rico back in 2000. Henry, we'll take a look at the grid.
Yes.
The Sam Pollitt Racing drivers on the front row. Sebastian to the left, 137. Austin, 121 to the right.
You said, I mean, I wouldn't hang the ticket over a British driver's neck just yet. I recall the start of the senior Rotax Grand Finals back in 2024, where British drivers occupied the top 6 positions on the grid. And then I recall 15 laps later calling Belgium's Vic Stevens home as the winner after the famous British team self-combustion act of Sarno 2024. So Samar Chopra, lightning's not going to strike twice. This generation of Minimax drivers, oh, no. But Samar Chopra will be thinking, please let it be 2024 all over again. Please let it be 2024 all over again. But it is something, and I speak as someone from the UK, but not as a biased person, but British teams and British drivers rule the Minimax roost. Let's see the starting lineup, and you will be able to see their domination for yourselves.
12 British drivers in the first 13 positions on the grid. Sebastian to start from pole position. He's Sam Pollitt Racing teammate Austin Aman, the second generation racer. In fact, the same can be said for Sebastian as well. The SPR drivers on the front row.
Joshua Cook, the winner of the ticket at Cremona, starts third. Maria Roberto is on P4. Oscar Kenny and Charlie Page. Then Samar Chopra and Logan Rolfe, Teddy Murphy and James Roots round out your top 10. Going back onto row number 6. Albert Farrow and Harris Barber. Paul Plattner and Jack Fallbrook-Harmer. Vicente Silva and Arthur Farrow. Tim Hansler, Mikhail Gottschalk. Dejan Habert sadly will not take the start. Gustavo Oliveira, then it is Jakobsen, Conrad Doyle, the Danish champion, then it's Zani, David Yu, Conradson, Nigel Dickinson, Nicholas Zelensky, and rounding out the field, driver number 157, Andre Marin, representing the Transcart Racing Club, KR chassis from Romania. The new 2026 Sam Pollitt Racing graphics differentiates the team. In years past, there was a slight, just tiny little, similarity between the SPR karts and the Hunter Motorsport karts. That is now no longer the case. The SPR karts, very distinctive in their orange, blue, white and black livery, with a younger cousin of Formula 1 driver Oliver Behrman leading them to the line.
Austin Aman not appearing on your timing screen, but don't worry, you can see him right in the middle of your TV screen. He has not got the transponder picking up on his kart, but he's certainly there starting out of grid 2. Sebastian, whose cousin Thomas finished on the podium at Monza last week in the Italian Formula 4 Championship for the Van Amersfoort Racing Team. His cousin Ollie to line up grid 13 in about 1 hour from now in the Austrian Formula 1 Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring. It is Behrman 137, Austin 121. The Cup Republics of Sam Pollitt Racing on the front row of the grid. The Minimax Belgian Cup here at Genk. Sebastian on pole. We race. Maria Roberto looks for space, but there's nowhere to go for the British Italian. She's got Charlie Page right behind her as Sebastian Behrman takes the race lead. It is Sam Pollitt Racing 1-2 in the early stages of this final. There's Josh Cook up into third place. Good start. Here comes Oscar Kenny as well as Maria Roberto runs straight into the back of the driver who took pole position in time qualifying on Friday. Austin fires it down the inside. Josh goes on through. Behrman back to P3.
Now, of course, if Josh Cook were to win this race, because he's won both Minimax events of the Euro Trophy so far this year. He took the ticket at Cremona, at Wackersdorf. He won on the road, but it was second place driver Mick Klinkers that claimed the ticket. At the moment, it's Austin Oman leading, Sebastian Behrman. No, it's not. Joshua Cook, the Cookie Monster, munches past both Sam Pollitt Racing drivers on the opening lap to take the race lead. So we've got two battles, one for the overall race win, and then one potentially for the grand finals ticket should Josh Cook emerge victorious on the road. Behrman is back to P2. Here comes the freight train. Oh, everybody sort of a domino effect as Cook breaks early, looks over his shoulder, possibly trying to find his teammate Maria Roberto, who comes through in 5th position with Charlie Page, P6. And Samar Chopra, still the only driver preventing an all-British top 10. He hangs on to 8th place.
Josh Cook will start lap 3 in the race lead. He won at Wackersdorf, and he's looking to go 2 in a row. Glances back over the shoulder. Sample Racing drivers. Austin back down the inside. Sebastian back to 3rd. There's Oscar. Kenny doing well and truly okay. He's okay ahead of Maria Roberto. The first non-Brit, Samar Chopra. In P9 is the Indian racing in the United Arab Emirates Rotax Max Challenge. This is the Hunter Motorsport driver. Oscar Kenny, fastest qualifier on Friday was Oscar. Hunter Motorsport team based at Warden Law in the very north of England. So far north, almost speaks with a Scottish accent, dare I say. But it's JC in P1, Joshua Cook for the KR Sport team. They are from Silverstone. Their base, walking distance, that is literal, from the circuit which will host next weekend's British Formula One Grand Prix team. Grand Prix, the team, KR Sport P1 with Joshua Cook.
Yeah,
Austin Oman, P2, 1-2-1.
Rumours that the McLaren Formula One team are going to use the KR Sport base as their off-site garage at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix are yet to be confirmed. I won't say it's definite. It might happen, maybe. Cook leads, however. Page fastest. Charlie Page on a mission, a redemption mission from last year. There he is in the number 114 kart. He's in 6th place. He's in no man's land, is Charlie Page. He's in front of Teddy Murphy, Samar Chopra, James Roots and Logan Rolfe, who round out the top 10, but he can't quite yet get on terms with the front 5. However, he will get on terms with the front 5 if Josh Cook is forced to defend. At the moment, he doesn't look like he needs to defend. Austin Oman, at the start of this lap, you just saw as Oman went past Behrman, he gave Behrman a little tap to the helmet saying, okay, work with me, let's follow. And Sebastian Behrman, to his immense credit, went, okay, and just slotted back in behind Austin, losing a position. Now, that was a bit of rubber bouncing off one of the karts. I hope it was a bit of rubber and nothing else. But yeah, Sebastian Behrman, who now loses, he gains a place. So Behrman is up into P2. It's Austin Oman back to 4th, and Oscar Kenny in the number 148 Hunter Motorsport kart. That's the team that qualified Ryan White, Hunter Motorsport, into last year's Minimax Grand Finals. Well, they're there 3rd. This is the ticket battle. Cook is away at the front. This is the ticket battle at the moment. Sebastian Behrman has it. Kenny, Oman, Roberto and Page want it.
Nice move 1 lap ago by Oscar Kenny, who took pole position on Friday with a 58.517. They're not doing those times at the moment. JC comes across the line. We start the second half of the Belgian Minimax Trophy final. Move down the inside, more than okay, from okay. Oscar Kenny down the inside of Sebastian, who's back to 3rd place. Austin Oman back to P4, falls off the podium. Mario Roberto, Charlie Page goes purple that previous lap. Charlie's certainly a driver to look out for. He's had a stunning run this weekend. A brilliant quick pre-final this morning. We'll see what he can do in the second half of the final. To Mario Roberto, then back to Murphy, Roots, Rolfe, Chopra, the first non-Brit. Farrow, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, the second Farrow brother, and then Harris and Conrad Doyle, who won last year's Danish Championship. Conrad back in P15. Mind you, he's come from grid 22. The gap from Cook is 0.8 of a second, not to Behrman, who was in 3rd, but the fastest qualifier for the team of Kai and Reese Hunter Motorsport. It's Oscar Kenny in 2nd place. We checked the gap. It was 0.829 of a second, down to 0.6. Kenny goes fastest with a 59.343. Takes 0.3 of a second out of the race leader, Joshua Cook, and has got 4 laps to chase down the KR Sport Team driver who won at Wackersdorf. The German Minimax Cup, Kenny, visibly pulling away from the Sam Pollard Racing duo who now have to fight off. Charlie Page, there's Mario Roberto, back to Roots, Murphy, Ross, Chopra, Fulbrook Hammer goes through. The Farrow brothers from Conrad Doyle, Barber, Plattner, Gottschalk, that's Jakobsen, Silva, Hansler, Zani, Konradsen, Zelensky also second in the Central European Zone Championship, Murray and Oliveira, Davido, and Dickinson, the final runner as we go back to the front. The gap, 0.8 down to 0.6. Cook from Kenny, JC from OK. We've got 3 laps to race here at Genk in Belgium.
Oscar Kenny driving the race of his life at the moment for the Hunter Motorsport team. He started his career not in Rotax but in Miami, in Waterswift. Competed in the British Championship, still competes in the British Championship, but during his Waterswift restricted career, he was so close to a podium all season back 2 years ago. Just came up short all the time, has since got podiums, has got race wins at a national level. This is international level. This is as high as it gets outside of the grand finals itself in terms of Rotax race. Yes, you've got the international trophy. This is an international trophy in terms of the talent on show in all but name. And Oscar Kenny is driving away from his rivals, and he's driving up towards Joshua Cook. He doesn't need to pass Joshua Cook to take the ticket. Cook could take the win, Kenny could take the ticket, but here comes Charlie Page. And I saw Charlie's mum this morning, and I'll paraphrase what she said. It was along the lines of, we're having it today, we're doing it today. There were other words, which I won't divulge because it's a family show, but the thinking behind it, Page is fired up. His mechanic, Alfie Cockrell, fired up. The team manager, Paul Munn sort of driver coaching, he is fired up. Charlie just takes everything in his stride. Takes everything in his stride. Last year, Charlie carried a picture of his late grandfather just on the inside of his NASA panel, which guided him to the international trophy at Le Mans. It guided him into the race lead of the grand finals as we begin the final lap. Oscar Kenny is 1,300 metres away, Ian, from a ticket to the big dance.
A touching tribute from Charlie Page, and he deserves this podium. As you look at the race leaders, Joshua Cook and Oscar Kenny, Charlie is currently in position 3 on the podium. What a brilliant result that would be if the front two, I don't want to say this, if they come together.
Well, yes.
Well, he'll win it. The gap has come down from 0.8 to 6 to 0.4. It is 0.2, so you can see it is 1 kart length. Cook from Kenny, the last lap of the Belgian Cup Minimax final.
Reese and Kai Hunter are screaming, don't pass him, don't pass him, don't get involved. You don't need to get involved. Joshua Cook, though, is going to take 3 out of 3. His cup continues to grow. Josh Cook wins the Belgian Cup by Minimax, and Oscar Kenny crossing the line. I'm not sure Oscar knows what he's just done. I believe Oscar Kenny has just done it. And by it, I mean got the ticket. It was not a Minimax race that was full of passing and repassing. It was just full of flat-out racing from start to finish. Charlie Page, a 59.0 on the last lap for Charlie Page. He finishes 3rd. Austin Oman in 4th. Sebastian Behrman, well, from pole position back to 5th. Behrman misses out. There is Oscar Kenny. I do love it. You can see the bit of Mojo rubber bouncing off the side of the circuit. Josh Cook was there being very careful. You think that drivers don't worry about they're so close to the weight limit, like in Formula 1, they pick up the marbles on the slowing down lap to make sure that they make weight, because on Friday there were several drivers across many classes that came in underweight because they simply sweated the weight out of them. It was so hot. Here is a look at your unofficial results, and the British flag is omnipotent in the top 10. Cook, Kenny, Page, Oman and Behrman in the top 5. Roberto, Roots, Murphy, Rolf, and a great drive, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, to round out your top 10. And still, the British flags keep coming. The two Pharaoh brothers, Albert and Arthur, in 11th and 12th. Samar Chopra is 13th, and then Conrad Doyle 14th. You look down, all 27 drivers that started this race finish the race, and we hope that Dijan Habetz is number one, that he's watching at home or in the paddock. Hello to Dijan, I hope that you will get better soon. I think it was a wrist that he tweaked in his accident yesterday with Nicholas Zelensky, who finishes 23rd in the Praga kart. Wow, Josh Cook, Minimax, 3 cup wins in 3 events at the Euro Trophy. Where did Josh finish in the 21st, the Winter Cup? Well, he wasn't trying hard enough, was he? Deary me.
Henry, I want to cast my mind back to Adria, the WSK Final Cup in 2000-something. I reckon it might have been 2017 or 18.
The much-missed Adria Raceway.
Exactly.
Yes.
The mini-final, the Russians finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th off memory. Dmitry Matveev won it. I think Max Popov was 3rd, but we have topped that here this afternoon. The Brits 1st through to 12th. Yeah. I'll rely on you. How many English drivers have we got in the first 12 there, Henry?
11.
They're all British, of course.
They're all 11 and a half. Well, 11, because Maria Roberto is half British, half Italian.
Of course, and
Austin Oman is half British and half. So 11 out of 12. 11 out of 12 are English. Yeah, with 2 halves.
After the FIFA World Cup victory this morning for England, look at that, the Union Jacks. 1, 2, 3, the Brits first through to 12th. Josh Cook from Oscar Kenny, and a well-deserved podium for Charlie Page in 3rd place. I'll go down to the podium, Henry. It will be the God Save the King that rings out here in Belgium in just a moment. Josh Cook from Oscar Kenny and Charlie Page on the podium here at Genk.
When you look, now Samar Chopra in kart number 111, running with the Dan Holland racing team. His older brother, Veer Chopra, is another very, very accomplished kart racer, now doing some testing in the world of car racing. Logan Rolfe, 9th. He was the Winter Cup champion in Campios. But today, only 9th. And then the Pharaoh brothers. Well, how about this? Albert Pharaoh won on the road in Micromax at last year's Grand Finals for a penalty. And Albert Pharaoh in kart number 142 just beats his older brother Arthur Pharaoh to 11th place. Conrad Doyle, the Danish champion, he also has a ticket. Now, Doyle runs for the KR Sports team, the same team that Josh Cook runs for. You have to look back to driver number 110, Paul Plattner, to find the first driver in 16th position who runs for a non-British team. KR Sport, Hunter Motorsport, Charlie Page is Independence, Sam Pollitt Racing, James Roots running for Dan Holland Racing, Teddy Murphy in the 177 for SPR, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer for MLC Motorsport. Yeah, Harris Barber finishing 15th. He runs for Strawberry Racing. The top 15 finishers all run for British teams. Now, that tells you all you need to know about the level of karting in the UK. Why are Great Britain at the moment the strongest Rotax nation in the world? Well, that's because the teams they run with are quite simply the best in the world. Charlie Page is half Spanish, that's right. So 10.5 out of the top 12 are English. Charlie Page, half Spanish, Maria Roberto, half Italian, and Austin Oman, half Scottish. And I'm sure several other parents will now be bounding towards me saying, but my mother was so-and-so, and he's half Spanish, and he's half this, and he's half that. Well, we're all racing under the Union flag. I'm Welsh. There's no Welsh drivers there, so please don't think that I'm being too biased towards the UK. I did let Ian say that England won the football match last night. Can I say that maybe that's the only thing? No, the karting is the only thing that Britain are going to win in the next couple of weeks, because England, it's not coming home. Stop kidding yourselves. I'll say it. I know I need to lift back to the airport later, and I'm hoping some of the British teams will take me back to the airport later, which they probably won't now that I've said that England won't win the World Cup. But there we go. On to the podium now, however, with Ian Silvestrin.
The Belgian Mini Max Cup here on slightly cooler conditions, thankfully here compared to what we had yesterday. What a performance from the British drivers, more specifically the English drivers. We've got the Union Jacks on the podium. They finish 1, 2, 3 here this afternoon. Oscar, Charlie and Josh. An all-British podium in the Belgian Mini-Max Cup here this afternoon. In third place with a great performance all weekend from Great Britain, Charlie Page. Second place, also, of course, from Great Britain. A great performance this weekend for the fastest qualifier. Second, Oscar Kenny. The winner of the Belgian Mini Max Final for KR Sport from that Kings England, Joshua Cook. And the winning team, the team from Silverstone, KR Sport, represented by Mike Van Voort. Third place from Great Britain, Charlie Page. Second place from Great Britain, Oscar Kenny. The winner here at Genk in Belgium, the winner of the Belgian Mini-Max Final for KR Sport from Great Britain, Joshua Cook. And the winning team, KR Sport, represented by Mike Van Voort. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for the Belgian Mini-Max Trophy. In third place from Great Britain, Charlie Page. In second place from Great Britain, Oscar Kenny. And the winner here at Genk in Belgium, Joshua Cook. Joshua Cook also representing the United Kingdom at this year's Rotax Max Grand Finals at Portimao in Portugal. The Union Jack flying high, flying proudly here in Belgium. And don't let anybody dare tell you otherwise. The Brits, 1, 2, and 3 in the Belgian Mini-Max Final. Charlie second, Charlie third, I should say. Oscar second, and Joshua Cook takes the win here at the home of champions, Genk in Belgium. Henry, we are 3/5 of the way through the afternoon. The breeze picking up a little bit of cloud cover in stark contrast to yesterday. Ready to race the Junior Max final in just a moment. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. You saw the ticket. It had no name on it because Josh Cook already has a ticket, and I'm sure that Oscar Kenny, as far as I'm aware, reading the rules as I read them, that Oscar will be joining him in Portimao. There is one more look at the circuit. In the background, just behind our on-screen graphic, you can see 36 juniors lining up. 36 out of the 48 juniors that arrived here at Genk in Belgium in the Limburg region. Zdeněk Babicek leads the championship with 413 points at the moment over Rares Pascu, the Swiss Romanian driver, on 381 points. Martin Soltis is there in third position with 375 points. Then Sebastian Clark on 362. Jack Collinson on 350. Albert Friend on 349 points. Then Harry Taylor and Jensen Chalk. That's your top 8. Who, if anyone, can beat the Czech Republic's Zdeněk Babicek? You can rest assured yourselves that Zdeněk will be the main contender at Trinec. This could be everybody else's last good main chance to take the title off Babicek. It's not done yet, not by a long shot, but Babicek, who starts third, currently P1 in the standings.
Henry, we're about to find out if Babicek can go 2 in a row. It's Albert who starts on pole position. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights this week at Genk in Junior Max. 31 laps to race here this afternoon, junior, and then followed by the Senior Max final. 48 drivers in the junior category. The breeze is really picking up. Stifling hot temperatures yesterday, 40 degrees Celsius. It is considerably less than that here this afternoon, just 29 degrees, a little bit of cloud cover, but the track is dry. The weather graphics saying sunny. Well, that's actually not the case anymore. You can see the flags are flying and the breeze is blowing. We are ready to race the Junior Max final. Albert, without a friend, is the pole sitter because he's got 35 drivers behind him. Yes, pun intended. He starts out at grid 1, 2, 1 at 9 for Den Holland Racing, alongside his Finley Lyons, who took pole position on Friday. We watch Finn. We'll go through the grid for you in just a moment. To the right of your screen is Albert. The DHR here at the Home of Champions, the legendary circuit. Built back in 1983. So much thanks to Paul Lemons and his family and his team, recently passing on ownership after more than 4 decades to the MP Motorsport Group. There is Albert to the left of your screen, Findlay, who took pole position on Friday. Did lines with a 55.826, starts grid 2 for the Junior Max final. The championship is being led by Zdeněk Babicek on 313 points. Rares Pascu, who starts a little bit further back on the grid here this afternoon. He's second in the championship on 300 points. Martin Soltis, 283. Jack Collinson, 272. And Sebastian Clark, 5th in the series on 200. and 67 points.
Now, you can see the red and black crash helmet of Albert Friend on the left-hand side of your screen. The luminous green Maximum Group sponsored helmet of Finley Lines on the outside of the front row. All the drivers, you can see the radiator flaps are up. That means that they're just trying to get as much air into the engines as possible, cool air into the engines as possible. There are 36 drivers on the grid. We're going to take you through the starting lineup now. 12 drivers didn't make it, and Thomas Gavineniu from Romania was the unluckiest of them. He was in the final until the very last lap of his pre-final. An accident takes him out. But it does mean that Daniel Hakkinen, there he is, putting his gloves on, lastminute.com, Daniel. He makes it shotgun on the field.
Exactly right. Moi moi to Mika, his father watching on from the Red Bull ring. Yes, Daniel has scraped onto the grid. Albert starts out of pole position. Finley out of grid 2. Zdenek, the championship leader. And it's Riley. Sebastian Clark, 5th on the grid. 5th in the series from Saltish. Harry Taylor, Mick Klinkers, Leo Gonzalez. The Swiss driver from Galicia in Spain, Jensen Chalk, 2023 Micromax Grand Finals champion of the world. Out of grid 11, Radesh Pascu, who's second in the series, Tramban Melic, Seidel, Branislav Renka, Emerson Mack back on P15, Louis Radcliffe, Lucian Smith, who was on the podium at Wackersdorf, Matisse in the Scotty car, Jack Collinson and Marshall Poppicle. RS competition out of grid 20. Grid 21 sees Finn Jorgensen, João Pereira. On the outside of the 11th row, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Harry Radcliffe. And it's Jetta, Boxall, Christensen, Olivier Chasset, Stanley Stafford, who's had a great debut weekend. Mikael Grantens out of grid 30. Final few rows of the grid sees Philip Hansler, Augustin Hanik, Amir Siedkalska, Kimi May, Wojciech Kapusta, and Daniel does scrape onto the grid. That's great to see. Younger brother of Ella Hakkinen, now with the McLaren team, racing in European Formula 4. Daniel scrapes onto the grid, 36th in 208, the CS55 card. Albert on pole position.
The first time that I ever met Daniel Hakkinen was at the Gold Trophy here at Genk last year, and he went, "Can I be called Bob, please, Mr. Commentator?" And I was like, "Really?" He was like, "Yes, I want to be called Bob." Okay. I then had to go to Mika Hakkinen and said, "Look, I'm very sorry, Mr. Double Formula 1 World Champion. If you hear me call your son Bob and not Daniel, it's not me getting his name wrong. He's requested that." And so Mika looked at me and went, "Okay, that's fair enough." So he's very inexperienced, is Daniel, but he has certainly got a lot of character to him. And slowly but surely, he's getting quicker and quicker. You'd think that with a name like Hakkinen, he will have God's right to be good at motorsport. That is not the case. He has to work just as hard as all the other drivers to perfect the art of karting.
Albert Friend on pole position. We welcome you to Genk, the home of champions, the Junior Max final. We race. Finley misses the start. He's on the outside. And he's passed by Sebastian Clark and Zdenek Babicek. It's a ragged start. Albert from pole position. Friend goes on through. The Den Holland Racing Lando Norris car P1. The DHR machines 1-2 in the opening stages of the Junior Max final. A clean start as they go up the back straight for the first time. Saltish trying to muscle his way through as his Taylor McClinkers and Leo Gonzalez. Albert Friend with a perfect start going wide on the rubber line, does not need to defend in the early stages. He's got 2 card lengths as they come back in front of the grandstand for the first of 15 times under ominously cloudy skies here this afternoon. Albert Friend, P1, DHR first and second. It's the championship leader, Zdenek Babicek, who leans into the left side of the seat. Coming onto the straight, Zdenek Babicek in second place. Taylor's into 4th. There's Finley, so the DHR drivers 1, 2 and 4. Finley in 3rd. He set pole position on Friday afternoon with a 55.826. The KR Sport Team driver, the Cosmic, in 3rd place. In 2nd place, moves up the inside. Nicely done by Lines. Now with Albert Friend just ahead. A clean start to the Junior Max final. We're at the home of champions, Genk in Belgium.
not only does Albert Friend want to try and win this race, he also is keeping his fingers and toes crossed that as many of his rivals as possible can take the fight and get past Zdeněk Babicek, because he's thinking championship. Babicek now leads with 465 points. Friend is up to 6th in the standings with 404. Rares Pascu, Martin Soltis, and Sebastian Clark. One of the finds of the season so far. Sebastian Clark is there in 4th. Finlay Lines isn't done with this one yet. Finlay Lines is thinking, Henry, all this talk about championships, I want to go and win a cup. And Finlay Lines now sets about Albert Friend. They locked horns as Minimax drivers back in 2024. Last year, their careers took them in slightly different directions. Now, they lock horns once again. Lines to the outside. He's going to try the undercut. Albert Friend, we saw this at the start of the pre-final, Ian. Friend's kart isn't happy in the first few laps. They set those pressures very, very low. It's a bit like Jakob Patel in DD2. Suffers through the pain of the early laps, and then everything comes good later in the race. There's a lunge from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who had a DQ in one of the heat races, is now fighting back. There were yellow flags waving down the final corner, no overtaking. It means the field is very, very closely packed together. Look at them. There's about 12 karts in the space that it would normally take to put a baguette or something like that. Very close to the front.
Riley Murrow trying to make the move, and Emerson McAndrew-Uren took advantage. Albert Friend defending from Finlay Lines. Babicek, Taylor, Emerson Mack now ahead of Riley. We had a yellow flag in the final corner for Tran van Melk and Emir Siedkowska. Mathis Huard, the French driver, has retired as Albert under enormous pressure in front of the grandstand. The DHR drivers still 1st, 3rd and 4th, split by Finlay.
Here we go into the final corner. Final corner. Friend defends. Lines. Babicek. Taylor is there in 4th place. Taylor apparently has the biggest female fan club of any driver here in Belgium, second only to his mechanic Jensen Butterfield. But Taylor, that gold crash helmet, hanging on in P4. He went to the grand finals back in 2024. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Riley Murrow, another grand finalist last year. Riley has got things on his mind because, and there is Albert Friend defending. Lines leads. Babicek second. Friend going from outside to inside to try and keep Taylor, McAndrew-Uren and Murrow at bay. Now this is interesting because Jay Taylor is the mechanic for Finlay Lines. Jay Taylor won the Minimax Grand Finals as a mechanic last year with Tom Reed. Riley Murrow's mechanic, Lee Taylor. He won the Grand Finals with Callum Bradshaw back in 2022. Yes, they are brothers. They, like Hunter Motorsport, come from karting Northeast at Warden Law, where not only are some very talented drivers, but some very talented spanner men as well. Lucian Smith goes quickest of all. He's up into 14th place. Denny Babicek is the only non-British driver in the top 8. For Minimax, Reed Junior Max, almost. .5
of a second, the gap from the race leader on your screen, Finlay Lines. With Zdeněk Babicek, Friend, Taylor, McAndrew-Uren, the Dan Holland Racing drivers, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th with Emerson, but it's Finlay for the KR Sport team. In P1, the gap, 0.4 of a second as Harry puts in a 56. 7.70 to go fastest. Emerson McAndrew-Uren now racing also with the Tony Kart Racing team in WSK and FIA World Competition in OKJ. The 4th generation racer, his great-grandfather, the 1959 British Touring Car or British Saloon Car Championship half a century ago. Has made a super start from 15th up into 5th from Murrow, Clark, and a great drive also in the first half of the Junior Max final. We'll get a glimpse of the Swiss Spaniard. There is Leo Gonzalez in 2.54 for MKC Motorsport, P8. Chop, and second in the series, the Romanian Swiss driver, Wackersdorf. This is Finley Lines, the second half of the Junior Max final, under now ominously cloudy, overcast skies on a tropically warm day here in the Limburg region of Genk in Belgium, as we've got Zdeněk Babicek slowing dramatically. Has the Czech got a problem? He's just been passed by Albert Friend, goes back into P2. Or was it DHR team strategy? He's got a problem, clearly. He's going to be passed by Taylor as well. Zdeněk's in trouble. Finley Lines pulls away, still trying to defend. He's got no drive out of the slow corners. There is very little acceleration from the Czech championship leader. Under pressure at the moment. He's still on the podium, but he's seemingly a sitting duck. Here goes his teammate, Taylor, Emerson Mack. We go back to the Brit, then Riley, Sebastian Clark. As you look at the race leader, Finley Lines, P1. The gap was 0.4 of a second. They come across the line. 0.8 of a second. Friend in second place as the teammates go side by side. Riley races on down the inside, as does Clark, Sebastian, and the Swiss Spaniard, Leo Gonzalez as well. Riley goes on through.
Yeah, Gonzalez with the fastest lap of the race. You just saw there as they were battling their way through turn number 2. Leo Gonzalez just got his rear wheel up over the back bumper of Harry Taylor's car. Here comes the next group. There's Soltis in there. There's the number 251 of Clark. It was actually Clark that almost was giving Leo Gonzalez a piggyback. Sorry, through turn number 2. There's Jensen Chalk in the... Well, they're all... most of the karts are blue and white. Well, there's Jensen Chalk with the green, white. It's almost like a Welsh-coloured crash helmet. I wonder why I'm so fond of Jensen and his family. It's because they got Welsh helmet colours. That's the reason. Finley Lines checks over his shoulder. So does Albert Friend. Babicek seems to have stopped the bleeding a little bit. It was here 2 laps ago that Friend just died at the inside, and Babicek was going backwards. And he fended off the threat from Uren and Murrow and Taylor. Now, with 5 laps to go, he seems to have found something approaching his early race rhythm. He will still lead the championship if things finish as they do, but his lead over Rares Pascu will be for 39 points. And I have to say, Martin Soltis, in car number 253, the KRK Racing driver, Soltis, is hanging on to 3rd in the points, I believe, but he's down in 15th place at the moment. It's been a very solid season for Martin Soltis. And of course, there is Harry Taylor. One for the fan club, Harry Taylor, and Riley Murrow loses the position. He's going to lose another position to Leo Gonzalez. That driver there, Bas Lammers, is working obviously with MKC Motorsport, and Leo Gonzalez, well, Bas Lammers would have been proud of the move that Leo pulled earlier in the pre-final. But at the moment, Gonzalez fighting for the minor placings as we run lap 11 out of 15.
Henry, remarkably, as we get news from race control that João Pereira is under investigation, the Portuguese driver in 25th place. 36 drivers taking the start, 35 manufactured by OTK in Provale. The only non-OTK car on the grid was that of French driver Matthias Huard, who has retired early. We've got 35 still circulating, all cars on circuit. Listen to this. Every single car in the Junior Max final, as we see a move down the inside. Going on through. Here's the 235 car of Rares Pascu, second in the series on Sebastian Clark. Every single car now on track is an OTK chassis. Finley Lines in the Cosmic Cup for KR Sport. P1. And Albert Friend, as it stands, Zdeněk Babicek, who's still remarkably in 3rd place, is the championship leader, 463 points. Going to his home circuit of Trinec, the Steel Ring, on the 2nd week of September, 463 to Rares Pascu, who is 424, second in the series, 10th on the road here at the moment. Soltis, 414, and then Sebastian Clark, who is in 9th place at the moment, on 406 points. Albert Friend, 5th in the series on 401, 2nd on the road. The field go on through. Findlay Lines with a 56 at dead last time. Fastest on circuit is Emerson McAndrew Wren, who would love to take a podium. Can't win the title after missing the first round. This currently was fastest on circuit until Finn Jorgensen puts in a 55.993. This is the race leader, Findlay Lines, with 2.5 laps remaining. The only driver under the 56-second bracket from Denmark, Finn Jorgensen, after racing in the Danish Championship last weekend. Lines, 1.4 seconds clear. He took pole position on Friday with a 55.826. They're only a 1/10 of a second off those times at the moment. The Mojo D5 compound tyre up to speed. And just getting back to that point with the OTK carts, a quick walk on the grid this morning, I can tell you that virtually every single chassis on the grid, regardless of the manufacturer, they are running the ride height so low, it is almost scraping on the circuit here. Minimal cast, minimal camber, virtually nobody with the third bearing in. Tyre pressure around about 0.5 of a bar. That's 10.5 PSI. Findlay Lines, the Cosmic P1 from Friend. And Stanek Babicek, the championship leader, unlikely to win again here this afternoon, but potentially another podium and the championship lead into his home race. And they're still ringing the Czech Republic on the 2nd week of September. Emerson in P4.
And this is actually really good news for Denny Babicek. Of course, he's not going to win. That'll make him sad. But the fact is, Findlay Lines, this is his debut in the Euro Trophy this year, so he is not a title rival. The driver sitting directly behind Denny Babicek, Emerson McAndrew, not a title rival. So Babicek is beating each one of his full season championship rivals, with the exception of Albert Friend, who you're looking at now on the final lap, and Babicek is sitting, watching Friend. He has got things under control, but Findlay Lines, 14th in the Grand Finals 2 years ago as a Minimax driver. His karting career will eventually move into touring cars and sports cars, I am sure. Touring cars, his dad, Stuart, who runs the TCR UK Championship, wants to stay in racing to co-drive with his son in an endurance race. Well, Stuart, Finn, you might have to co-drive your son to Portimao, because if he carries on like this as Findlay Lines takes the checkered flag, I wonder if a ticket is in the offing for Findlay Lines, depending how much Rotax racing he does this year. 3 wide across the line, 2 of the Sam Pollitt drivers. That is Sebastian Clark, Riley Murrow and Louis Radcliffe crossing the line. Sebastian Clark dropping to 11th, and still drivers flooding across the line. There goes Kimmy May across the line, finishing in 22nd position. Deborah Mjita, Bogsal and Pereira cross line. There goes Daniel Hakkinen. He remembered his gloves and finishes 28th. Findlay Lines, that is a dominant performance, Ian. A fist pump there from Jack Collinson, Hunter Motorsport driver, who was the star of the show in the pre-final. Collinson comes home 17th in the main event. Findlay Lines taking the applause as he tries to just get some extra rubber on his tyres. Albert Friend led early on. I have to say, have you noticed how many drivers, as there goes Friend, now this is where you thought there might have been an issue for Denny Babicek, but have you started to notice, ladies and gentlemen, how many of those Dan Holland racing drivers and the KR Sport drivers, the British drivers, have started to adopt the sort of the Mark Kimber Macaulay Bishop lean in the kart. Obviously it works for Bishop, it works for Kimber, so they think to themselves, well, why not? It must work for us as well. There goes Findlay Lines across the line. I can't believe it's going to rain. The wind's picked up. Here's your results.
Findlay Lines takes a fantastic victory. He wins round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Albert home in 2nd place. Danik Babicek does stay on the podium. Holds off his Dan Holland Racing teammate Emerson McAndrew Wren. Taylor Chalk Gonzalez. Great drive from Leo Pashkul. Still 2nd in the series with that 8th place from Radcliffe. Riley finishes in P10 from Sebastian Clark. who heads home Mick Clinkers. Finley Lyons takes pole position on Friday 48 hours ago. He wins here at the home of champions. Finley from Albert and Zdenek Babacek. We're in for a fantastic final at Trinec, the steel ring, on the second week of September, the final round of the Euro Trophy. The podium presentation in just a moment. Delighted to see Finley take the victory from his countryman Albert, and Zdenek takes the championship lead, 463 points over 426 Farares Pascu into the final round in September. Incidentally, Finn Jorgensen does finish down in 18th place, but some consolation for the Dane with a 55.993. Finn with the fastest lap.
Well, Ian will make his way down to do the podium. Now, of course, you can see that don't adjust your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The brightness on your TV screens or your computer screens at home hasn't changed. The colour of the sky has. It's gone from bright blue, not a cloud in the sky, to light grey with lots of cloud cover. And now there are elements of a sort of a deeper, darker grey moving in. I think with one race to go, it's not going to rain. However, it's got very, very humid. We were forecast thunderstorms today. If you're in the paddock and you've got lots of metal poles that are exposed as you're taking your awnings down, just a slight word of advice, hurry up. Yes, we've had events in karting this year that have been called off due to rain. We've had events in karting that have been called off due to high winds. There was an event in Greece where one of the big team tents literally was thrown around by high winds. So Mother Nature always has the last word when it comes to karting and setting things up and putting things down. So you can hear the clank, clank, clank as people take down the metal poles. They want to not only, get themselves finished, they can get back to whatever airport, ferry port, highway and byway that will take them home to all corners of Europe where the teams come from. But nobody wants to be standing in a nice open paddock carrying a metal pole when there's thunder and lightning in the air. Well, some people might, but they're very stupid people. Here we go. The senior drivers are heading out. Suddenly enough, since I said that England weren't going to win the World Cup earlier on, nobody has come forward and said they can give me a lift back to Brussels Airport this evening. I wonder if Big Mouth Bodette might have shot himself in the foot with that one, but it's not coming home. It's still not going to come home. There is the podium. 2 British flags and 1 flag from the Czech Republic. It's quite simple. Everybody else in junior Rotax, you've got this to contend with. Zdenek Babacek leads the championship by nearly 40 points. So if anybody wants to take the European title off Zdenek Babacek, you've got to overcome a 40-point deficit at least at Denny's home track in Trinec in the Czech Republic. Simple or not. There is the site. Now, of course, why is there a slight delay before the podiums? Well, of course, the top 3 have got to go to the weighbridge to make sure they're on weight. They've got to have their nose cones checked to make sure there's no nose cone penalty. There is Zdenek Babacek with one of the Babachkova sisters. He is the youngest of 4 racing Babacheks. Now, I believe Petra and Aliska may have stopped driving. Teresa, the older sister, is still very much driving, and we'll see Teresa in the next race. But Zdenek Babacek, who, under the tutelage of, getting some driver coaching from Matthew Higgins. Matthew and his father, Dave Higgins, here in the paddock. There is Zdenek, Finley Lyons and Albert Friend waiting to receive their trophies. There will be then, of course, post-race scrutineering after the podium as Paul Klassen and the rest of the technical team here at Genk then tear the top 3 or however many carts they want to tear apart at the end to make sure that everything is legal. But in the background, some of the photographers, some of the staff members and the officials from WSK Promotion, they summoned the drivers over, and in the background you could see the voice of the RMC Euro Trophy, Ian Salvestrin, waiting to call drivers onto the podium. In fact, he's not waiting anymore. He's about to call the drivers on the podium. Ian, take it away.
Thank you, Henry. One Czech driver and two Brits here, and I hate to say this, but I just felt a drop of rain. So with that, we'll get underway with the Junior Max podium here this afternoon. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 3rd place from the Czech Republic, and still just the championship leader going into the final round for Den Holland Racing, Zdeněk Babicek. Second in round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Great Britain, also for Den Holland Racing, Albert Friend. What a fantastic story this is. He takes pole position on Friday in 40-degree heat, and 48 hours later takes the victory. The winner of round 3 at the home of champions from Great Britain, Findlay Lines. And the winning team at Findlay Lines, together with KR Sport, represented by Josh Graham. In 3rd place from the Czech Republic, Zdeněk Babicek. In 2nd place from Great Britain, Albert Friend. The winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Junior Max, also from Great Britain, the fastest qualifier as well, Findlay Lines. The winning driver, Findlay Lines, working together with KR Sport, represented by Josh Graham. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Junior Max. 3rd place, Zdeněk Babicek. 2nd, Albert Friend. And the winner here at Genk in Belgium from Great Britain, Findlay Lines. Under threatening skies, yes, we've just felt a few drops of rain as the breeze is picking up. It is getting cloudy. We have got 16 laps to race. Forgive the cliche, but the action on track is about to be white hot. Jeremy Rivers to start from pole position alongside Macaulay Bishop, the Senior Max final in just a moment. Henry, back to you in the studio.
For 6 days, it has been hotter than Hades here at Genk, and now, as the final 36 drivers of the weekend prepare to go out for the longest race of the weekend, 16 laps, spots of rain are in the air. You just couldn't make it up. However, it's going to need to be very, very heavy rain to have any impact on the race surface, which of course has been baking all day. A drop of rain onto this tarmac is like when you put a drop of water on a very hot skillet. It just fizzles and sizzles into steam and nothingness. 98 drivers arrived here at Genk in the senior Rotax class. 26 of them went home yesterday. Another 36 were shown the door, figuratively, after the pre-final. We're down to the final 36 drivers. Grand Finals champions, Grand Finals podium finishers have not made it this far. It has quite frankly been one of the most competitive senior Rotax events I've seen anywhere. It's been the most competitive senior Rotax field I've seen anywhere in the world this year. Ian.
216 drivers, 34 countries, 98 in Senior Max. And it comes down to this, 16 laps. But firstly, let's check out some of the action from a fabulous week here at Genk in Belgium. Blue sky and sunshine over the past 2 days, but that is certainly not the case here now. 29 degrees Celsius, that is 10 or 11 less than yesterday. Sweltering conditions, but it's rather lovely here this afternoon. The umbrellas, they've been used throughout the week to shield us from the sun. Let's hope they're not needed for the impending rain, which is forecast for later on this evening. 16 laps over Senior Max. This is the scene, vastly different to 24 hours ago. Nice to have your company as you join us from Genk, the home of champions here in Belgium, for the Senior Max final. Jeremy, 3-2-1 on pole position. Matt B out of grid 2, the multi-national and international champion. Front row of the grid is Roivers, who won at Wackersdorf belatedly, we must say, because it was Lewis Gilbert, who starts out of grid 5, who crossed the line in P1. Also racing in the GB3 Formula 3 series. Here's the Scotsman, Potenza Racing entry, CS55 kart. We see Mehdi Lassoud, the French driver in the Saudi kart, as relaxed as ever. Now Mehdi steps in to the 326 Saudi kart Sigma for G-Kart 53, G-Kart 55, G-Kart 53 team. We'll take a look at the grid for you in a moment. 98 drivers in Senior Max. Anche indietro ci vediamo Marco Bernardi, Team Infinity Racing. 98 drivers down to 72 for the pre-finals this morning. This is the grid for the final 36 in round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Jeremy Roivers to start on pole position alongside the always spectacular Macaulay Bishop. Freddie Lloyd for Evolution Racing out of grid 3, Bram van der Bergen on his home circuit. Lewis out of grid 5, Sadursky, Kai Clark, Titouan Lescali, Teresa Babichkova is alongside the Canadian Antoine Lemieux. The Scotsman, the second Scotsman, Leon Hasty, starts out of grid 11, Mehdi Lassoud. In the Saudi kart, Ruben Verheyen, Ryan Bourguignon, Tino Sidler, Bastian Mesnil, Mark Kimber. Welcome back to MK, the 2016 Junior Grand Finals champion, also from the British GT3 Championship, Boris Verhaage, Christian Sayerson, and Matej Radenkovic. Out of grid 20 is the Belgian. Grid 21 is the Dane Matthias Kellerup, alongside the Belgian Minimax champion, Lars Lambers, Lloyd Howe, and it's Weiss, Skuan, Sveti Uben, Jan Pinto from the Holy Land of Israel, Devin Roost, then Titouan Hoche, Vance van der Halen out of grid 30. Eason Sang from Chinese Taipei. Here's Eason alongside Tom Strel, Tobias Norman, Tom Langlois from the back of the grid, Matteo Bernardi, and Austin Lee, the American-born German with the Philippine heritage, scrapes onto the grid. 36th for the Strawberry Racing team. Jeremy on pole position, Mac B out of grid 2.
You haven't heard the names of Boaz Maximov, 2022 Junior Rotax Grand Finalist winner Scott Marsh, 2024 E20 Grand Final champion Armand Hamilton. You also haven't heard the names of the likes of Shun Sekiguchi, of Eva Morris, the pole sitter at the International Trophy last year, and Nick Trobech, the winner of round number 1 here this year. They didn't even make this race. Jeremy Roivers, Kart Center Campillos. Buvan Power is the team that he's in with. HRS Engines is the waft provider that has so far provided Jeremy Roivers with an awful lot of power. Bishop, though, well, he's got the power of the pass behind him, because there's one thing that Macaulay Bishop knows how to do, and that is get the crowd on their feet and put on a passing clinic. He might need to get his stethoscope out and become Dr. Bishop, doctor of passing in this one, because Roivers has been very tough to beat.
We welcome you to Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, the Senior Max Final. Jeremy on pole. We don't race another formation lap. The tension building as the clouds roll in. After a scorching week here in the Limburg region, Macaulay Bishop, Freddie Lloyd, don't discount Fast Freddie for the Evolution Racing team. And right behind, of course, is the sensational Scotsman Lewis Gilbert for the Craft Motorsport team. Down the back straight for another formation lap, 16 laps of this 1,360 metre circuit.
I have heard a rumour that Marvellous Marv Parrott, the team owner, team boss of Freddie Lloyd, has said if Freddie Lloyd gets on the podium, he's going to buy me and you dinner tonight, Ian. It's because he didn't pay for his dinner last night, so he owes a couple of dinners. And if Lloyd gets on the podium, dinner's on Marvellous Marv. I'll have the steak, medium rare.
I'll take a Starbucks coffee from Zaventem Airport, which is about the same price.
Yes, same here. Okay, joking aside, it's time to get very, very serious. There's a championship that will be decided at Trinech. There's a race to be decided here.
Lloyd second in the championship behind Roivers, 382 to Jeremy. Freddie on 363. Lewis Gilbert, 355. Bram van der Werken, 342. And Tom Langlois, who's way back on the grid, remember. The super fast Frenchman, still fifth in the series on 331. After a scorching week, we welcome you to Ghent, the home of champions here in Belgium. Under threatening skies, up to the line, Jeremy on pole. We race. Bishop on the outside. Bishop inevitably holds it, but he's been pushed back to P5. Fabulous start from Jeremy, who's already got 5 kart lengths. There is a pile up down into turn 2. Look at the lead from Jeremy, who finds traffic from drivers who have shortcut the circuit. Jeremy's balked. Jeremy has been balked down the back straight by drivers who have cut the circuit. He's still got the race lead. Immediately under the suggestion of race control, Tino Sidler, Matthias Kellyrup, Wise and Verheyen. A crash down into turn 2. Jeremy with the race lead, trying to pick up where Macaulay Bishop has gone on through. He did not get the best start. We can almost predict that he went around the outside. It did not work for Macaulay Bishop. It looks to be Freddie, who's gone through into position 2 at the end of the first lap. But a fabulous start. If they don't catch Jeremy now, they simply will not see which way the Dutch Spaniard went. He's got the lead from Lloyd and Bishop. Here's Babichkova going through on the inside of Lewis Gilbert. Also did not get a good start. Jeremy with the lead of 1 second after 1 lap. He has left the building as the rest of the drivers fight for the final podium position. Sent down the back straight. It looked to be Babichkova, who was sent wide
by Lewis Gilbert, I have to say. We caught it on camera there, and Teresa was not shy in letting Lewis know how she felt about that one. Gilbert was extremely aggressive and quick going into turn number 1, and that actually is what cost Macaulay Bishop and what gave Jeremy Roivers such a big lead. because Bishop was about ready to just tuck into second place. Gilbert was there. He passed Lloyd initially. Lloyd's back into P2 on a pretty crazy opening lap. We saw the Sony car of Mehdi Lasue rejoin the track, but other drivers, you know, missing part of the circuit, coming back on and then slowing down to try and regain their position or not gain positions by being on track. There is Kai Clark. Kai Clark, for me, has been one of the finds of this weekend. Really maturing as a senior driver, and at the moment he is running in P4. There's Roivers, but Freddie Lloyd is closing in. Marvellous Marv really wants to buy us dinner, Ian, as Freddie Lloyd with the Evolution Racing team is being managed by Marv Parrott this weekend. And Lloyd is quick. Lloyd, the current British Senior X30 champion, he's growing as an individual as well, because he realises that in the UK you have two flag bearers of the sport. You have the Senior Rotax champion and you have the Senior X30 champion, and Lloyd is one of those flag bearers now. He understands that British karting uses him as their champion, so he conducts himself accordingly. It is really good to see a driver who for many years was living in the shadow of his older brother Alex Lloyd, who was a former European X30 champion. Now, younger brother Freddie has stepped out of the shadow. He's become a driver in his own right. He's about to take the fight to Jeremy Roivers, who isn't going to have things all his own way in this race.
We start lap 5. The gap was 1 second. It was down to 0.7 of a second. Down to 0.6. You can see it is barely 2 card lengths. 55.812 for Lloyd, who's caught right up to the back of the driver on your screen from Campillos in the south of Spain. His father Martin, former mechanic for such great drivers as Killian Meyer, Cullen Bradshaw. His mother Estefania, the most nervous lady at the circuit here. It was her birthday yesterday. What a belated present it would be if he can hold on for his second win in the road. But look at this, Lloyd is catching. The gap barely 2 card lengths. Bishop still there in P3 is Mac B. Clark, Gilbert, Tituan Escali, Sadursky, Babichkova, Martiara Derkovic from grid 20 into P9. Final of the first third of this race. Storming drive from both Tom Langlois from grid 34 to be in 13th place, and also Vance van der Halen from 30th to 14th as well. He'll go down through. Kabichkova, Kimber, Van der Halen, Langlois, Mehdi Lasud, Leon Hasty that was, Porsche, Royst, and Leas we have a move up the inside. Jeremy Roivers having to defend. Freddie Lloyd going on through. Jeremy does not fight. Freddie Lloyd takes the race lead. Here in round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, the Evolution Racing Team driver has gone on through Henry. That was interesting because Jeremy actually waved him by. We saw this in the pre-final, starting with incredibly low pressures. Jeremy Roivers knows that Tony Kart 401 will come on strong later in the race. If he can hold pace and Freddie doesn't get out of sight, Jeremy will surely fight back in the second half of the race, which is approaching now. Bishop still in P3. Freddie Lloyd for Evolution Racing with the race lead. Jeremy back to second place.
Nobody remembers who wins the heats and the pre-finals. People only remember who wins the main events. That is what Freddie Lloyd is thinking. A dominant weekend from Jeremy Roivers. Yes, he still leads the championship. However, Freddie Lloyd is now clear second in the championship. And momentum in karting is everything. People say you're only as good as your last race. And when they go to the final round at Trinech, Lloyd and Roivers battling for the title, that phrase, you're only as good as your last race, will ring true in Freddie Lloyd's ears. And he'll look to Jeremy Roivers and said, do you know what? We're only as good as our last race. And in our last race, I beat you. And that is Karting Psychology 101. Behind them, Max Sadursky now passes Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert down to 5th position. Van der Beken is 6th. Kai Clark is 7th. Leskaye, Radenkovic, Lemieux, Langlois from, well, he started in Marienburg. He was so far back. He's now cracked the top 10. Has the Frenchman who finished 3rd in last year's Grand Finals. I am sure that Langlois will be a major player next month at the International Trophy at his home country of Le Mans. But Freddie Lloyd leads, and as we reach half distance, dare I say it, he's starting to pull away, although Roivers just responds with a new fastest lap.
Here we go, second half of the race, the gap out to half a second. Bram van der Berken has just gone fastest, Ryan Bourguignon, 55.243. However, Jeremy just hit his fastest lap a few moments prior, a 55.298, a tenth of a second faster. Here comes the response from JR, the driver from Campios in the south of Spain, who dominated at Wackersdorf with pole position. 5 heat victories, a pre-final victory, crossed the line in P2 only to inherit the victory later on that evening. He's dominated from the outset here this weekend. Jeremy with a 54. 5.13 48 hours ago. 5 heat victories, looking to clean sweep the weekend. He is currently the championship leader, going to Trinec in early September. There's Bishop, Max Sadursky, Gilbert, Bram van der Berken, Mateo Radenkovic, Lescalie, Clark. What a drive from Tom. Has come from the clouds, literally grid 34 in fact. Literally from the clouds, but that's outstanding from the Frenchman. Inside the top 10 from the second last row of the grid. We'll almost get a glimpse. There is the Soddy cut. Having said that, he's just gone wide. That stunning drive, that stunning performance. It will all come to nothing on lap 10 of 16. We get back to the fight for the front. Lloyd, Roivers and Bishop in 3rd.
The last 2 laps, Roivers has been just a fraction quicker than Lloyd. We're into the area of the race now where if things are going to be repeated from the pre-final, where Roivers' car will be strongest of all. We saw it in the pre-final, but you know, not great in the first half. Then the tyres come up to pressure. Great, unbeatable in the second half of the race. Well, Roivers, 55.1 last time to a 55.0 to Lloyd. The gap just under 0.4 of a second. Bishop, a lonely run to 3rd position. That's not something you ever say about Bishop, a lonely run to 3rd place. But really, you talk about the current reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion, the current reigning Rotax Winter Trophy champion, Macaulay Bishop. He's been a bit part player in this race so far. I say so far, we've still got 5 laps to go. It looks very spread out. All it takes is for Roivers and Lloyd to lock horns and start taking chunks out of each other. And they're not going to be taking chunks out of each other, they're going to be taking chunks out of their collective advantage over this driver. On your screen now, Macaulay Bishop, and there's one thing that I have learned in 20 plus years of doing this job, Ian, is that you never, ever, ever give Macaulay Bishop even the slightest whiff of a victory. Because if he can smell a win, he will get his elbows out and he will tuck in to whoever is holding the victory dinner plate, as it were.
Macaulay Bishop, season opening victory in the Winter Cup in Campios in the south of Spain, the home circuit of Jeremy Roivers. Fastest on track, Max Sadursky, who's behind Bishop. Into the 54s now is Max. Hasn't given up on the podium. There's the Sampex Motorsport Cut Republic. And now here comes Jeremy with a 54.9. Visibly, he's cut the gap down to 1 cart length. Here we go. The fight between Fast Freddy and JR from Campios. Move too far back this time onto the back straight. Lap 13 of 16, the Senior Max Final, 98 drivers at round 3 of the championship here at Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. Down past Model Race Genk through the chicane into the left-hander.
There will be scores of people watching as the carts come directly towards them from the grandstands, the tribunes here at Genk. The carts then flash out of sight of the people in the grandstands as they head through this final corner. They now emerge back into view to the grandstands as they cross the line. 0.2 of a second is the gap. Here comes Jeremy Roivers to the race lead into turn number 1. Beautifully executed manoeuvre. 2 laps to go, Ian. Now it's back, the onus on Lloyd to fight back. Ring the bell, game is on.
Jeremy Roivers, fabulous pass, got the slipstream at 109.5 kilometres an hour, now has to defend. 2.5 laps remaining. Freddie Lloyd, can he fight back on the Dutch Spaniard? Almost runs into the back of the Tony Kart. Here we go, the dying stages of round 3 here at Genk gets a better run as Jeremy runs wide under threatening skies on a scorching afternoon here at Genk in Belgium. Watch into the hairpin. Lloyd gets the run, rides the bumps. Jeremy turns in, holds off. 2 laps, 2.6 kilometres remaining. Lloyd now gets the slipstream as Jeremy stares back. Max in the background, about to attack Macaulay Bishop for the final step of the podium. Jeremy having to defend. Max attacks. Nicely done by Swiderski. And Mac B goes back through to position 3. The fight for 3rd and 4th for the race lead as well. Jeremy briefly back to 2nd. Freddie goes on through. Lloyd retakes the lead. 1.5 laps remaining. Almost a replay of Wackersdorf when Jeremy Roivers dominated the weekend, only to cross the line in position 2. He took pole position on Friday. He's taken 5 heat victories. He won the pre-final, but Freddie Lloyd from the Kings England says, not in my house. The Evolution Racing driver has got the race lead last lap this time round and is pulling away from Roivers. Watching to turn 2. This is the last lap of the 3rd round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Bram van der Bergen in the background trying to get up onto the podium. Max into the back of Mac B. Here comes Bram van der Bergen. Jeremy back behind Freddie Lloyd. Has caught up as they go down the back straight. Lloyd covers off. Watch Jeremy cut back. Lloyd puts the kart in the middle of the racing line. Now white lines it. Jeremy cuts back. What a race! The final lap of the 3rd round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Lloyd will white line it as they come down in front of the grandstand here at the home of champions. It's all gone wrong for JR unless he can send it, which you know he will, into the final corner. We've got 1 corner to race here this weekend. The Evolution Racing driver, Freddie Lloyd, in the middle of the circuit. Roivers out wide. Freddie Lloyd wins it. Freddie wins here at the home of champions. A disillusioned Jeremy in 2nd place. And of course, it was Macaulay Bishop who takes the podium in 3rd place. Fast Freddie, Evolution Racing, wins round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. What a race here this afternoon. Lloyd takes the 3rd British victory of the day here in Belgium.
Jeremy Roivers may be frustrated because coming into that final corner, Freddie Lloyd defended, parked it on the apex. He knew that Jeremy was on his outside and he just kept Jeremy on his outside. There was nothing that Roivers could do. Ian, I think as you go down to the podium, you're going to see a lot of emotion from that young man. That young man and his family this year have some big plans in karting. They are trying to win multiple titles in multiple classes on multiple continents. It means that sometimes they have to miss around here and there as we look at the highlights. So Freddie Lloyd, in golf you have a mulligan. There's Roivers fighting back initially. Lloyd wasn't done. A little bit of tactics there, and Lloyd retakes the lead. Roivers back in front. Now, a lot of drivers would have maybe cried enough then as Swiderski and Bishop battle over 3rd position, Bishop eventually winning that. But Freddie Lloyd, the mental aptitude has got to, no, I don't care if this driver has won every race so far this weekend. He's not winning this one. I am. And he did. And Roivers, well, Jeremy Roivers still unofficially leads the championship, but only by about 16 points. Here's a look at your top 10. Freddie Lloyd, Jeremy Roivers and Macaulay Bishop will stand on the podium. Max Sadursky, Bran van der Weyken, Lewis Gilbert, Vince van der Hallen, Mehdi Lesue, Devian Royce and Antoine Lemieux. Your top 10. Great results for the Canadian driver. Titouan Laskaye, Radenkovic, Tobias Norman, Titouan O'Shea and Yam Pinto. Your top 15 ahead of Leon Hasty, Austin Lee, Mark Kimber only 18th. You know it has been a crazy weekend in Rotax when you don't mention Mark Kimber once in the final until the results sheets. Bourguignon, Verhagen, Seng, Schuens, Bernardi from 36th to 23rd, Wise, Langlois, Lambers, Mesnil, Uben, Strella. We lost Teresa Babichkova. We lost Kai Clark, Lloyd Hare, Ruben Verheyen, Tino Sidler, Christian Syerson and Matthias Kjallerup from that race. And as I was saying about Freddie Lloyd, because of this very ambitious plan across Rotax and X30, Freddie cannot afford, to use a golfing term, he can't afford a mulligan, which is your one bad round that you drop. In this championship, there are no dropped rounds, so every single race counts. In other championships, where Freddie Lloyd, for example, missed the opening round of the British Senior X30 Championship, but you can drop a round of that. And Freddie Lloyd then won the most recent round at Lark Hall in Scotland. He won the opening round of the British Rotax Championship, the Vera Tools British Championship at Warden Law. There's an awful lot of pressure on this young man this year, pressure that Freddie Lloyd is taking in his stride every step of the way. He took over the mantle of the UK's #1 kart racer in terms of the X30 from Gus Lawrence, who held the #1 plate for 3 long years. And I said to Freddie, are you ready to be the man that British karting looks up to? And he sort of looked at me as though, Henry, what are you talking about? That was last September. I said that to him again at the start of this month. And he looked at me and he nodded. He gets it. He understands. He is a champion. He's driving like a champion. He's just won against 97 other senior Rotax drivers at Genk, the home of champions. Jeremy Roivers, his first year as a senior driver, and he's been magnificent. It wasn't to be in this race for Roivers, but Roivers still leads the championship. One more weekend like this, and Roivers goes to the grand finals as the Euro Trophy champion. There's an awful lot of racing to happen before then, and Freddie Lloyd, he doesn't have the advantage in the championship, but he might just have the advantage slightly psychologically, because like I said, you're only as good as your last race in karting. And when they turn up at Trinech, their last race in this championship would have been here. And Lloyd, who was on the back foot in terms of point standings, is on the front foot in terms of form. And personally, I cannot wait for Marvellous Marv to buy myself and Ian Sylvestrian dinner to make up the fact that he didn't buy it last night. Down to Ian for the final time on the podium. There are your top 3. Let's go and give out 3 more trophies. Take it away, Ian.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, the drivers making their way down under threatening skies. Again, a couple of drops of rain. Can you believe, after the stifling conditions we've had all week here at Genk in Belgium? Round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. Macaulay, Jeremy, and the race winner, Freddie, down here at the podium. 98 drivers arrive here at Genk, the home of champions in Belgium. 72 raced the pre-finals this morning, the final 36, and the final 3 here this afternoon. In third place from Great Britain for Den Holland Racing, Macaulay Bishop. Another brilliant week. Heartbreak as he crosses the line in position 2, but can well be proud again of his performance. from Spain for Carts into Campeos, Jeremy Roivers. What a sensational drive. He worked his way into the lead on lap 7. Jeremy fought back, but Freddie said, no, this race is mine. The winner of round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Great Britain for Evolution Racing, Freddie Lloyd. And Evolution Racing represented by Marv Parrott. Third place in round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Great Britain for Dan Holland Racing, Macaulay Bishop. Second place from Spain for Carts into Campeos, Jeremy Roivers. The winner of round 3 again, the home of champions here in Belgium from Great Britain, Freddie Lloyd. And the winning team, Evolution Racing, represented by Marv Parrott. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for round 3, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Third place, Macaulay Bishop. Second, the fastest qualifier, Jeremy Roivers. And a spectacular victory for the Brit, Freddie Lloyd. What a fantastic week under sweltering conditions for much of the week here at Genk in Belgium. 216 drivers from 34 nations around the world, and it looks as though we've got in the last podium just before the heavens open, as is almost tradition here at Genk in Belgium. We've raced 3 times the first round at Cremona in Italy. Wackersdorf, that was round 2, and we just wrap up here at the home of champions at Genk in Belgium. After the summer break, we go to the spectacular steel ring. That's Třinec in the Czech Republic. It's the second week of September, the series final. We crown the 2026 Rotax Max Euro champions. With that, on behalf of everyone here at Genk, now under the management of MP Motorsport, we also thank the Lemons family for all their work over all these years. Everyone at Rotax and everyone at WSK Promotion, thanks for watching. Have a fantastic summer. We'll see you at Steel Ring, Třinec on the 12th and 13th of September for the series final of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Have a fantastic summer. We'll see you in the Czech Republic.